Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really beat it with you like I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play it safe.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right. Cause it can get big and right.
Yeah, they hate when you elevate. You're stacking up losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way too fly. Yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation. Now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Water all bad like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate.
All right. We back in. New time. We up a little bit early this morning. Salute. Clap it up. New time. Yeah, we in the building. I'm going to tap into the, I moved the time a little bit this morning. Salute to everybody who's here right now. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me, and I'm so grateful, in a grateful space, man. Shout out to you guys, man, holding it down for the kids. 6 people in the building. As you guys are coming into the building, you already know, hit the like button as you're coming in. And, of course, anybody watching this on the replay, gang, if you haven't subbed to the channel, sub to the channel. So that way, and you hit your notifications, and you know when these lives are coming up, and you don't got to see it on the replay. You get to actually watch it live and come hang with us and build with us in the chat, build with the community, right? Talking on this boxing talk, coming off of a great weekend of boxing. Top Rank putting on their last event with ESPN. What an event it was. We've seen some new champions crowned. We've got a new WBO super welterweight or junior middleweight champion in Xander Zayas. Clap it up for Xander Zayas. Clap it up for Xander Zayas. Yeah. New champion in Xander Zayas. We got to talk about 154. We got to talk about how that affects 154 now, changes the landscape, changes the conversation a little bit about what's going on at 154. Obviously, with the addition of Jerron Boots Ennis to the division, and so many things are changing and moving around. We gotta talk about it all, and we gotta bring it together, right? Because now Top Rank is no longer with ESPN. Xander Zayas, a new champion. New stars are coming out of Top Rank regardless. But maybe, let's see. They got to go back to the drawing board. Where does Top Rank end up landing? What makes the most sense for Top Rank and for the fighters on the roster of Top Rank? We also have an interim WBC champion in Bruce SHU SHU Carrington. Shout out to Bruce. Mr. Carrington, out of New York, Mr. New York himself, putting in the work against a very competitive. I think a lot of people have slept on Mateus Haisha and what he brought to the table. His record, listen, he had a record that an undefeated guy. It's basically the same knockout ratio as Bruce Carrington, but because people don't know him, maybe, same thing, kind of like I'm getting that vibe of the Madrimov, Terrence Crawford situation. I thought he was a good fighter, but we saw some poise in SHU SHU Carrington this weekend. We saw patience. We saw cerebral activity going on that ring, and a dominant performance, in my opinion, some close to a shutout. Really was just handling his business in that fight. But people complaining a little bit about the performance. Shout out to Tim Bradley, once more out of SHU SHU. I get it, right? I get it. But we're going to talk about it, right? Because at the end of the day, as an interim champion, Bruce brings a little bit more to the table now, makes it a little harder for these other guys to kind of get around the elephant in the room, which is which one of the champions in the division are going to give SHU SHU that shot that at this point we might say he's earned, right? I know some people want to question his resume. We'll talk about that. But at the end of the day, I think SHU SHU also said something that was real significant in an interview recently. He said, listen, who was Rafael Espinosa until he got that opportunity with Robesi Ramirez? We'll talk about that. Let's see what's going to happen at 126-pound division. We got to build on that as well. New star at 140 pounds in Emiliano Vargas. Yeah. Emiliano Vargas truly shaking up the space right now. Might have stolen the show Saturday night, but continues to deliver these second round knockouts. It's great for the casual fan. It's great aesthetically to watch this happen. But, is it time to step up Emiliano Vargas? It's time to get him up there. 15 fights into his pro career. I don't know how many knockouts. At some point, we got to get ready to go to the next chapter here with Emiliano Vargas. We'll talk about him. We'll talk about the 140-pound division as it's starting to move around. We had a confrontation between Hitchens and Subriel Matias, which is very interesting. This fight is one of those fights. Hitchens in that conversation of the guys who've been treating Subriel Matias like the boogeyman, don't want to get in the ring with him. Well, look, this went down. Eventually, something's going to have to give. Tiafimo doesn't seem to want to get in the ring with Subriel. Does Hitchens want to do it? We also know that Dalton Smith is in the so many things going on right now at 140, but a breath of fresh air in Emiliano Vargas. We're going to talk about Keyshawn Davis stepping up into 140. So many things moving around in the division. That's also a division we got to put our eye on. We're going to give it some attention today and talk about it on the broad landscape of things, right? So we'll talk about that. News also in the space of performance enhancement drug use, but amazingly enough and interestingly enough, not on the people popping for performance enhancement drugs. We got to talk about that as well, right? We got a lot of attention in an area, which I think we should always keep our eyes on that topic in a combat sport like boxing. We should never be afraid to talk about performance enhancement drugs and the negative, toxic energy that it brings to the space, and the fact that we want our sport to be clean. We don't want fighters in there fighting on an uneven playing field. We want them fighting on a playing field. But interestingly enough, some content creators don't seem to care so much about the guys who are actually popping on a test, but actually want to focus their energy on people who we're going to talk about that. We got to talk about that as well. Okay. We're going to talk about that, get deeper into that conversation. That's turning out to be a very interesting conversation on the back end of negotiations between Bill Haney and Brian Norman Sr. as far as 365 testing is concerned, on the back end of Canelo Alvarez and Eddie Reynoso's camp having so many performance enhancement drug pops happening over there. on the back end of all of that, and obviously we always know that when we're talking about performance enhancement drugs, Victor Conte always ends up in the conversation because he's the king of that, being a hit of his history, right? And what he is doing right now in the sport as far as snack is concerned. So we never shy away from those conversations, but I do think it's taken a funny turn, a funny twist. It's moved in a certain direction that is kind of weird. But we'll talk about that, right? Performance enhancement drugs in the space. We got to talk about that as well. We'll get into conversations today in the heavyweight division. We'll talk about Joseph Parker today, Alexander Usyk. We'll talk about this mandatory title defense that they put on Alexander Usyk and how that's going to affect the division, being that Usyk has just defended his title twice against Tyson Fury, earned it, became undisputed, fought Tyson Fury again, lost his IBF title, had a mandatory with Daniel Dubois, and honored the mandatory, got his belt back from Daniel Dubois to become an undisputed champion. Now the WBO wants their piece, so they're putting the pressure on him to make sure that Joseph Parker fight happens next. What is going to happen is Joseph Parker going to wait the 7 to 10 months that it might be until Alexander Usyk may feel comfortable enough to come back into the ring. The man has made a huge amount of money. The pressure is not on Alexander Usyk to prove himself and become undisputed for a third time, for a third time in the heavyweight division. If indeed it is what it is, what does Joseph Parker do at that point? I mean, if Usyk does do what he did with Daniel Dubois, then we might legitimately be seeing Joseph Parker be elevated to a full champion. That being said, who does he fight next? We know Moses Atuma is sitting in the heavyweight division, ranked very high. The WBO has definitely put him in the conversation. We know Ajit Kabayel is interested in becoming a champion, holding a current interim WBC heavyweight championship. A lot of fights that could happen out there for Joseph Parker. Does he wait on Alexander Usyk, or does he take his elevated status and go ahead and stay active? We'll talk about that as well in the heavyweight division, right? What else we got to talk about? Interesting interview. Shout out to my guy, Coach Malachi, True Media Sports. Great interview with Brian Norman Jr. We got to talk about that interview today. Look, I'm telling you, as things are moving forward with this big card that's coming up in November 22nd, and we're getting to understand and know Brian Norman Jr. better and better and better and betterer and betterer, it's hard not to like that kid, man. Man, just has that spirit that you want to see in a fighter, right? He's not there in that chapter where he's wearing the gold chains and he's iced out and he's still a hungry fighter, cut from a certain cloth. As you get to know Brian Norman Jr., and Coach Malachi did such a good job of capturing the energy and the essence of this kid, you want to see more. And listen, man, he's dialed in. He understands the challenge that's in front of him, but the mentality is strong. We know the hook is strong. We question where his IQ is at. Can his pedigree compete with a boxing IQ and proven tried-true pedigree of a Devin Haney? Well, we probably won't get the real answers for that until November 22nd. But listen here, as we're going on the build-up towards this fight, it's becoming more and more must-see boxing. You just want to see these guys in the ring sooner rather than later. We'll talk about that interview. We'll talk about this 365 testing as well that Bill Haney has pushed to the top of the conversation. Whenever he gets in front of a microphone, he's pushing for this clean sport. I know a lot of people with Bill Haney and the things he's done in the past as far as the antics, kind of hard to take him seriously, but we'll talk about that as well. What do we want for the sport? What's best for the sport, right? We got to talk about all that. And of course, we'll jump into other topics as they come up. You guys let me know what you want to talk about. Communicate with the kid. Let's push forward any questions you might have. Let's talk about it, bring it to the table. Eventually, we will open up the panel and we'll bring up the one of the best panels in the game, that ATP Combat Community panel, talking about everything that's going on in boxing. The scholarship is so high on this panel, on this channel, when we're having these conversations. Shout out to everybody who's in the building right now. SOB TV, early in the morning, tapped in, said, salute Claymore, blesses my brother. Let's stir the pot today. Oh, we stirring the pot today. We definitely got to talk about it. And I think I know what you want to stir the pot about. And I'm pretty sure that's probably what we are going to stir the pot about, right? We're going to talk about all of that. AK Crowder in the building. Salute to my brother. AK Crowder in the building. Blessings, brother Claymore. Blessings to you, man. We will elevate for sure, man. Always staying elevated, man. My co-host Ray Davis in the back room will be up here in seconds. He will be up here shortly. Jay Will in the building says, what up? with the fire emojis. What up, Jay Will? Hope everything is good, man. I know it's early in the morning. A lot of other shows. I'm jumping right into the mix of the algorithm of a lot of other shows. But listen, I want to tap in with my community early in the morning before anything, the waters get tainted and muddied up. I want to tap in, give you guys an opportunity to have some real boxing conversations and really find out what's going on in the game. You know, I think that our community isn't dialed into the boxing space the way I would love to see our community dialed in. I think we're caught up on a lot of things, and we're not staying up to, as content creators, I think we could do a better job keeping our community tapped into the algorithm, what's really happening in boxing. Because I think if we all embrace what's really going on in boxing, then we should all be excited boxing fans, right? The boxing is going in a great direction. It's getting way bigger. The fights we want are happening. The competitive fights are becoming more and more a regular thing. And I think sometimes we might hang a little bit too much on the negative aspects of the things we're not getting, and we're not rejoicing and celebrating on the things we're getting enough. And I just want to offer something else. If you're looking for something else, we might be able to go ahead and check that box for you, right? So we'll see what it is. Shout out to Jay Will in the building, man. Shout out to Throwing Straight Facts Boxing in the building with the salute. Salute back at you, family. Salute back at you. Good to see you in the building, man. Hope you hang out longer rather than dip, right? Salute to you. Adam in the building. Salute Adam in the building. Says Oscar Duarte versus Kenny Sims. Oh, yeah. We're going to talk about that probably maybe tomorrow. That's the card coming up this weekend. Great card. Great fight, specifically Oscar Duarte and Kenneth Sims. We're going to find out who these guys are, right? That's a great stylistic matchup. And we'll talk about that as well, man. Throwing Straight Facts. Said, let's talk about the fact that Snack is never brought up when it comes to Virgil or Bam, etc. Only the black fighters. And we're going to talk about Snack. And we got to talk about facts. When we have these conversations about Snack, about performance enhancement drugs, I think facts is important. I think we're getting very comfortable as a community with speculation, which leads into no data-driven accusations, and also what it does for the sport, what it does for the fighters that you guys are claiming don't give you guys what you want, or going overseas now to get these fights. But at some point or another, something has to give. When we're talking about performance enhancement drugs, I think that should be a very fact-based conversation. And I think as a community, we're becoming very comfortable. We're becoming very comfortable with slowly but surely moving away from the facts, not making the facts a factor as much as anymore, as much as narrative, as much as feelings, as much as emotions. And I think that could be a dangerous Pandora box that we may be opening up in the sport. Well, we're going to talk about it. Me, Ray, we're about to get up here and we're about to talk about a bunch of things. So we'll get right there, man. It is what it is. I'll be here. I'll just be at work. Listen, no doubt no doubt Throwing Straight Facts Boxing. Salute to you, man. I appreciate you being here in the building with us, man. Let me go ahead and bring up my brother from another mother, Ray M. Effin Davis in the building. Go ahead and pull this down here because Ray got the all covered up right there. There he is. There he is.
Hold on, move over a little bit. Move over a little bit. Hold on.
Yeah.
If I do like you, hold on. Move it in. Hold on. Move it in. There we go.
You good? You good? You got that? You got that legend on the screen right there?
You see my physique, bro?
Oh, you in there? You got the chest. You got the Emiliano chest, the Emiliano Vargas chest. I got the big fat Joseph Parker chest. Early in the morning, we on our bullshit. Early in the morning. What's good?
We on it, bro. We on it. Listen, I ain't doing it.
What's good with you, man? Finish
What's
the last
good, man? Chilling, man. Enjoying that hot cup of coffee, I see.
Oh, it's done. We at the end of it. We done.
Yeah.
Now we back on the water.
I'm on my second cup right now, man.
Yeah, man. What's good with you, man? So much to talk about today, man. How was the weekend for you?
Good, man. Good for the most part, you know what I mean? Little photo shoot here, baseball game, you know what I mean? Watch the fights, things like that, you know what I mean?
Right.
Enjoy some of the reviews and stuff for the fights and some of the takes.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, hearing some of the news that happened, the Boots thing.
Yeah, we got to talk about that for sure too, as well, right?
The space and the Osterine, Vada and all this conversation. Like, it's a lot going on, man. But you know what? Respectfully, it's all opinions.
Yeah, man. Everybody, listen, man. Everybody is has a right to their opinion, and we always got to respect that, right? I do think though that I do think as far as content creators in the space, I would hope that most of us, try to have some integrity about our stances are on integrity or based off of just trying to give real perspective and having it as much fact based as possible. I think it can get kind of toxic when these channels turn into fan based channels. And I think that's what's happening, right? That we have a lot of fanatic channels, a lot of channels that are really about either a certain promotional company, and we talked about this before, or a certain fighter. I think that becomes it can muddy the waters up. Because why? Because boxing right now in America is, I don't want to say under attack because it's not under attack, but I'll say that our influence on the boxing space may be under attack a little bit. Is that fair to say that as the American influence on boxing?
Yes. It's a huge reason for that, and I hate to really bring it up, but it's like you portray. We know it's a poor man's sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you look in America, when you talk about situations or people being poor, and the mindset of most people in the world is who's the poor people in America. They tend to look our way. They think that we're the poor people. You know what I mean? So, we're the athletes. We come up, we do stuff for free that we get paid for. Basically, we can go to the park, play basketball. We can do this, boxing. All this stuff. Run around the streets. Still get paid to run track for the government. You know what I mean? So all these things happen. You know what I mean? But when it comes to the point of us building on that and staying on that and being neglected, to say per se, like neglecting ourselves and trying to stay true to the streets and not be like a good family man and things like that, because you gotta stay cool with your boys or whatever the case may be. I'm not saying you can't. You do. That's your prerogative. Do what you got to do. You know what I mean? I stay connected too, but at the same time, I live my life the way I want to live it. And you got other people that do that and they put on this persona like, yo, I'm still hood and I'm still this and I represent this. Now you're bringing that same energy that the boxers bring. I gotta have 16 gold chains, or I gotta look like the hottest rapper in the streets. I gotta wear these bags. I gotta wear, like, it's just crazy work. And when you see that in a relationship and correlation with that, it makes American boxing look bad. Where you got a nice clean cut person over here, you don't see let's just keep it real. Let's talk about a black boxer over in England. You know what I mean? You don't see Anthony Joshua doing that. You know what I mean? Let's keep it real, right? You don't see Derek Chisora doing that. You don't see Conor Ben. Conor Ben got the chain on. I don't know what he really, doing.
Yeah, but thing. You don't think that as a community, as in the boxing space, the fighters are going to do what they do. Look, fighters have been doing that for a long time.
Mike Tyson, sports, right?
Mike Tyson, bought Bentleys, bought Rolls Royces, balled out, was in the clubs, throwing money around, all the girls, fighters have been doing this for years. Sugar Ray Leonard, in the club, Sugar Ray Robinson, right? A drinker, a social type of fighter, right? So, the fighters do what the fighters do, but I think at the end of the day, as far as influence in the game is concerned, as a community, we kind of we're behind that steering wheel to a degree. And I think as the years have gone by, I've always compared it, right? And I said, when you look at what's going on in the UK, you look at a Conor Ben and a Chris Eubank fight getting put together, and you look at 50, 60,000 plus people inside of an arena. That's what makes their influence huge, is the fan base, is the community embracing their fighters, right? And I do feel like over the past years, let's say inside of the last 10 years, comfortably, maybe more, but inside of this last 5 to 10 years, the community has become so disconnected and so toxic to the fighters, to the fight game. Our influence has kind of lowered to a huge factor, because we're tearing down boxing at the reward on the end of doing that is real quick, instant gratification of content creators being celebrated by a community who hasn't really built that relationship up with the sport. So they built this relationship up of enjoying this part of the game right here more than the actual fights coming together. They don't even need the fights as much as, let's say, we need it, right? My content goes nowhere without the fights, but I think we have a community of content creators who've learned and figured out how to continue to make content on boxing without boxing happening.
Yeah, it's like selling crack, bro. I'm sorry, it is.
Right, like it's not based off of fights happening. It's based off of the speculation around fights not happening, why they're not happening, and getting into conversations that I haven't seen lead up to fights being made. And I think it's kind of avalanching into something now to where people are looking at boxing. They're looking at a Turkey Al-Sheikh coming into the sport, and they're watching boxing leave their stadiums, their state. They're watching boxing go international. They're watching their favorite fighters and up-and-coming stars in the game get pulled onto other platforms and bigger stages because of the lack of integrity in the fan base here. So you're watching what they call B-side fighters, right? The B-side fighters finding a home somewhere else, and their A-side fighters, if they're not realizing yet, they will realize, but there are way fewer A-side fighters than B-side fighters. And they lost touch with the idea of how valuable the dance partner was to the game, right? How paramount and important the dance partner was to the game. And now there's a struggle going on where people are upset because they're watching their promotional companies that they celebrated, their PBCs, their Top Ranks. They're watching these promotional companies. They're watching networks separate from these companies, and they're watching these companies have to now collaborate with these outside sources, and they feel like boxing is being taken away from them. But I say that maybe yes, maybe no, but more importantly, why should be more of the conversation, right? What's the fuel behind this issue that you're seeing? And I think there's got to be some self-accountability when that conversation goes to that point.
I agree there. I agree that. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I was getting there, but that's cool. I'll take that.
Right. There's got to be some self-accountability, man. There's got to be some understanding, right?
Can't push the athletes away. I mean, I get it. Everybody. So here, I don't know about you, who your favorite basketball player, football player was growing up, whatever, but you were able to select and you were able to play with your friends. Just to say you like Lawrence Taylor and somebody like Walter Payton and somebody like Tony Dorsett. You still played in the yard, throw them up, beat them up, whatever teams, whatever, Jerry Rice, Joe Montana. You did those things. You were able to pick somebody and you still were able to play on the same team without arguing who's better, right? It got to the point where we're living a competition as fans for the athlete. We're the competition for them. They're their own competition. We're just supposed to be supportive. Yes, we can have this conversation of why this guy is better than this guy, but that should not go beyond that. But no, we got to put why this guy is, who's this guy's resume, why this. Like we start pointing out stupid stuff that doesn't have nothing to do with what's going on in the ring, because nothing's going on in the ring. They're not fighting each other. So why are we even having these conversations? And then we're just draining the swamp, as per se, right? Shout out to Donald Trump for that slogan. But we're draining the swamp here. You know what I mean? We're killing the sport. Where you got, like you said, they're over in Europe. They ain't talking like that. They can making the fights happen. They don't care. Look at the fight they have this weekend. Those are two good fighters. Yeah, nobody knows them. Why? Because they're European fighters. And they ain't been here, but they are doing what they got to do.
Yeah, I mean, and do you think that that I mean, what it comes down to, right, is and we've had this conversation before, and I just believe we're going to end up having it again. We're going to revisit it. Months are going to go by, but it comes down to what is the content creator's purpose in this boxing space specifically right now, especially the American boxing content creator. Are we trying to build the sport back? Like sometimes, shout out to showbiz, right? And look, I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? Like I respect the showbiz for a reason. People can say whatever they want to say about him, right? They can feel like the taco had, they can feel like maybe he sells out from time to time. I don't agree with everything showbiz says, right? This is boxing, it's sports. Things he says, I can adamantly say I don't agree with that. I didn't agree with some of his takes without a doubt. There'll be takes in the future that I don't agree with. And listen, I'm sure he disagrees with even more of my takes, right? But at the end of the day, one thing I can respect and always have a respect, and I always support showbiz and celebrate him when he achieves his milestones, is that he's part of boxing resurging.
Right.
He's part of the resurgence of the sport. He's infusing energy into the casual fan base that is making the casual fan base want to watch boxing more, right? And that's a great thing. And as a content creator, I think that he's doing his job when I see him doing that. I question, what are other content creators doing? Are they making people want to watch boxing more, or are they tearing down fights more, tearing down fighters, tearing down the idea of this sport being competitive where it needs to be, where fans, I believe, legitimately are almost boycotting certain fights, boycotting certain productions? They legitimately feel like, as boxing fans, their job is to fight against boxing growing.
Right.
Like, no, we don't want this other entity to come in. We're not going to watch that. We don't care about those fights. He's not giving us what we want. We only care about what this one platform is doing. And in a situation like what we're in right now, Ray, when that platform is having a hard time keeping up to give you what you need, then what happens? Because now that platform, your favorite platforms, now Top Rank has lost. They're the last of the Mohicans. There's no network deals for American boxing promoters right now on the table. Top Rank is in the wind. We don't know where they're going. PBC is working with Amazon, and we see that that's an up and down. You know, we got to see what's going to happen with it. But I can tell you personally, I would like to see more coming from the PBC as far as their fighters fighting, as far as the events. I acknowledge them for what they've done, right, up to this point, but you want to see more, right? But on the back end of watching what's been happening here, at what point do we come together as a community and start to recognize that we got to celebrate? We should celebrate Terrence Crawford going to fight Canelo Alvarez for the fact that he's ushering in a new era of boxing on Netflix, opening up the platform for an Abdullah Mason to get an opportunity to work with a Turkey Al-Sheikh in November 22nd, or Devin Haney to fight a Brian Norman, or David Benavidez to fight an Anthony Yardy, or, you know, all Bam Rodriguez, a platform for these guys to fight on. Why tear that down? And are we aware and conscious about why we're here and what we're here to try to do? As far as content creators, not as far as a boxing fan is talking. The boxing fan, you know, is the boxing fan. But as far as somebody who's taking taking charge of being part of creating content in this community, what is our job? What are we here to do?
Build a sport. Literally deliver. So look, I get what you're saying about showbiz, right? You know what showbiz seems to deliver, like you said, to the casual fan base. So by him doing so,
no, we ain't talking about bad about showbiz. Are you crazy? We're talking good about showbiz. I'm literally saying.
I think you're talking about.
Oh, you're talking about somebody else? Yeah, okay. Yeah. What? I'm celebrating showbiz. What? Are you crazy?
Yeah. No, I don't think he's talking about that.
Showbiz, no. That's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Showbiz is doing the job. I don't agree with all his takes, but yeah, I don't know if there's a confusion. Or maybe he's talking to somebody. Maybe that's what it is. Are you talking to somebody on the?
I think
that's what got to be what it is. He's not talking about us, because I'm literally going the complete opposite direction. I'm telling you guys that as content creators, no matter how we agree or disagree on certain takes, I think the common denominator should be the purpose of why we're here. We're here to infuse energy into the sport. We're here to educate the casual. This is how I feel about it, Ray. We're here to educate the casual space, and we're here to feed the hardcore space, right?
Exactly.
The hardcore space comes here to build in a space where they can, these guys know boxing, and we want the casual space to be educated so they can be in the same space. That's what I'm talking about.
And that's great that you said that. I mean, shout out to Dr. Boxing Talk.
Mayhem Walters, for sure.
When I was on his channel one day, Clay, and I was building in the back, and I was explaining the difference between boxing fans, because I was heard casuals. I said, no, I think you're missing. I was talking to a certain content creator, but I was just breaking it down to the point, no disrespect to them. I was breaking them down, and I think we're giving that title casual way too fast. Casual, somebody that can draw into any sport and sit down, watch, and be able to just enjoy it. That's a casual fan. You want a casual fan can grow into the sport because they find something that sparks them into it, right? We all came into boxing one way or another. We all went into watch football or hockey or horse racing, whatever the case, golf, whatever the case may be. We casually grew into that sport. by watching it and picking up little parts of the game. So what I was saying is a casual somebody just can just generally walk around and sit down at a bar and be like, oh, who's fighting? Oh, I don't know that guy. What's he look like? Blah, blah, blah. Ask some questions. Oh, I like this guy. Go home and then they become a fan. That's kind of what a casual fan is. Whereas a boxer fan, which a lot of people are the ones that are getting labeled as casuals. They have the whole point of just celebrating boxers themselves. They're not celebrating boxing. And when they don't celebrate the sport, as you're saying, ultimately, as you're saying, is that this does not help the spirit of the sport, because now you're just bigging up one and taking down the other, and then people don't know where to go, and then you have channels and different sides, and you know what I mean? It's battles for what? You know what I mean? Because it doesn't help the sport, where you can be well-rounded and you can just be, hey, I mean, be open to the sport. Yes, I'm a fan of this person. Yes, I like this person. Yes, I support this person. Yes, I enjoy watching this person fight. But at the same time, it's all about the sport. Because if they don't fight each other, or if this person doesn't level up and get a belt, what's the point of me liking that person or join that person if they don't get into that aspect? So the casual is definitely needed in the sport. I just wanted to
casual is the
right.
blood is
the biggest.
It's what drives the sport. It's the most important aspect of this sport.
That's where I was going with it.
Which is why, as content creators, I think it's important that we
build the sport.
I don't know. The conversation for me is very simple. What are we doing here, bro? Are we here being culture vultures, just taking money from a very
hardworking society?
Not that, but I would say a very influenced space. The casual space is always super influenced, right? Because the casual space is very trendy, right? Trend driven, right? The casual space is there to be moved. Yeah. You know what I mean? They're like they're an algorithm, they're a frequency level, and they're there to be they're there to be influenced to move a certain way in order to
persuade,
empower certain things and you push certain narratives and accomplish certain agendas. Like that's what they're there for, right? And the YouTube space has we're directly tapped into the casual space, right? In boxing specifically, but there's other things as well. But in boxing specifically, you don't see ESPN covering boxing the way the YouTube space is. You don't see Fox Sports covering it. You don't see all these big, huge commercial platforms covering boxing the way the YouTube space has kind of been. You know, the weight's been put on our show. I just bit my tongue. The weight has been the weight has been put on our shoulders, right? To kind of take this responsibility on our shoulders to move the needle in the boxing space. That's part of the reason why the UK is so boxing, 90,000 plus people in the arena to see Daniel Dubois fight. You know what I mean? Alexander Usyk, 96,000 plus people to see Daniel Dubois fight Anthony Joshua, 50, 60,000 plus people. I mean, this is normal out there. Why? Because their channels, their sports channels cover the sport regularly, right? It's nothing to hear boxing being talked about on sports radio driving down the street in the middle of London. It's nothing to watch sports and they're covering soccer, I don't know, but
American football, baseball, they cover everything.
Boxing, right? Heavy. We don't do that over here. So the YouTube space really has been given the task of really leading the charge on where boxing's going. And I wonder if we're taking accountability for it as much as we should, because you got some content creators who'll say that it's not my job to do this, to do that. I'm here to I'm getting my jollies off. Don't put that on me. That's not on me. Well, okay, but if you're going to complain about it as much as you do about where it's going, and you have the following that you have, if you're not going to use that following to help infuse energy into the sport so more people can watch it, so that we can save boxing to a certain degree, dare I say, then are you not just a culture vulture? Or you're not just here for your own personal benefit and not helping the actual culture move forward, right?
That makes sense.
It is what it is. And shout out to No My Smile. He says, I understand y'all are bigging showbiz up, but I think his content is more negative than positive. Just my take. Okay.
Listen, I agree with you. Certain things. Hold on. Let me be clear. Let me just say, I agree with you on certain things could be looked at a certain way. I don't jump into his channel a lot. I have left comments on things I disagree with, but for the most part, he knows boxing and he's building the sport as a fan. He's building it with the like without opinion is what I should say. But as a fan of the sport, yes, he gives certain takes and this and that on projecting the fighters, but that's part of the job, right? We do that all the time. But I think ultimately, whether you agree or disagree, his job is focused on the sport and to bring the sport some light, shine some light on the sport, rather. And I think that's what he does a superb job at it. Listen, I rock with my man Champside. Clay tell you all day. I rock with my boy Doc Box all day. And I think they do a really good job on talking about the sport and bringing up stuff, especially with Champside. You know, he dabbles and dabbles in the boxing and out, you know, because he covers other sports. But as far as Doc Box and those guys, Mazuma TV, you know what I mean? These guys all do it. You know what I mean? Me and Clay, we try to stick with the sport and we build it up as best as we can. There might be times where we have to be harsh on a certain boxer or things of that nature, and it may not look bad. It may sound like hate or whatever the case may be, but we're being honest. You know, rather there's opinion, but we base it off of facts, and we try to be as honest as possible to bring transparency to what people are missing the point on. And I think that's pretty much what it is. And I think Showbiz does the same thing.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, Showbiz was an example of a big platform in boxing, 50,000. I don't know how many subscribers he has right now. His influence is clear, right? People are there. What he does with the platform, he's using it for boxing, right? Showbiz comes from a video game background. I think he used to do like video game reviews and movie reviews. He's a comic book type of dude. So he's going to bring that animation to everything that he does. But at the end of the day, the reality is that the big, you know, Ring Magazine, DAZN, PBC, they've tapped into that energy because they understand that he controls and has a huge following. And if you're going to have that huge following, what are you going to do with it? He's trying to make the sport bigger because it aligns with his channel getting bigger, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's important to acknowledge. And as long as he's doing that, that's good for the sport. Clearly, by the way, when you watch him do his lives on covering boxing, like he covers boxing matches, you know what I'm saying? He does live commentary in boxing matches. He has north of 2,000, 3,000 people in there watching boxing on his channel. That's a good thing for boxing. That's showing his influence on the space.
Right.
Most of those people following him weren't big boxing fans before him. Then most of them were casuals, right? I try to cover the sport. You know, I happen to work during the weekend, so it's very difficult for me. I mean, it is. As tired as I am with the late shows, especially, you guys don't have no idea, right? You have no idea. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, that is important for the sport. That helps the sport. And I can celebrate him and give him his flowers for doing that, because especially in the space that we're in right now, most of your favorite content creators aren't covering the fights. Most of your content creators, the weekend after this fight, right? And shout out to Ness over there at Boxing Voice. Most of them ain't going to dive into the Xander Zayas conversation, the SHU SHU Carrington conversation. They're not going to dive into Joseph Parker in the heavyweight division. They're not going to dive into 126-pound news. They're going to bring it right back to, Tank, Terrence, Devin, Victor Conti. They're going to keep on. They're not going to help the sport. They're not going to help the fighters that are trying to be, who are active, who are trying to be big, who are doing things in the space. They're not covering them enough because they're so hyperly focused on who they're a fan of, right?
Right.
And I think we have to audit that. And we're visiting that conversation right now at this moment, as far as how good or bad is that for the sport that we all here love, supposedly, right? I think that's what it comes down to. I don't want to hang on it too long, because I do want to cover exactly what the hell I'm saying. I'm
good. Yeah, I'm good.
But it is what it is, right? It is what it is. I'm hearing allegations now spreading around about Terrence Crawford, performance enhancement drugs, things of that nature. I don't know. If that's not just toxic. I don't know what it is. Like, the man has never popped on a performance enhancement drug before, never even had an adverse test come up. How does that help boxing to tear his character down, tear his reputation down, and tear down the value of this fight coming up with Canelo Alvarez in a few months in Allegiant Stadium here in America? They're trying to push this to be 70,000 plus people to show up and come see these guys fight. How does it help boxing to tear that down? Do you understand? It throws me, because I think we're all aware as content creators, the American boxing space is under siege. A lot of pressure right now. It's under siege. It's going through so much right now, especially with this very significant weekend that's gone by, with Top Rank having its last event on ESPN. Where do we stand as a community as far as how we want the sport to go in America and what we're willing to do for it? And how does attacking, Terrence Crawford's character and the value of this fight help the sport?
Wow. Great point.
And that's what it comes down to. And I think as far as a community, we should be able at this point to acknowledge. I mean, listen, man, I'm speaking frankly, right? I'm trying my best not to point any fingers, but I even watch, certain content creators who are just confused about seeing other content creators doing it. They're like, what you can tell, like, they didn't know, right, that these creators don't care about the sport, because they're trying to see and understand how that adds up into anything positive, and where does that come from? Right. We don't even need positive tests anymore. And then on top of that, to know that if you do want to talk about performance enhancement drugs and how diabolical it is in the space and how we need to get behind it, you literally have fighters presently popping left and right. And we're not talking about those fighters. We're talking about the other fighters who never popped before. So now it's even more mind-blowing, right? You've got Bill Haney pushing for 365 testing, right? Coming off the back end of his son losing a fight to somebody who had performance enhancement drugs in their system. So I don't think it's confusing as to why he would want 365 and why he would push it. We'd rather attack that rather than call out. What's my guy's name from recently from the Eddie Reynoso camp who just popped? The WBC just did something diabolical, by the way.
Ricardo Rodriguez.
What's my guy's name?
Francisco Rodriguez.
Yes, Francisco Rodriguez just recently popped in a fight against Yafael. I can't remember his name.
Second time he popped too, by the way.
Yeah, second time in a row.
Two fights.
In a row.
2 fights.
Right, 2 fights in a row, right? Not back to back is what I'm saying. Not like last year he popped on something. No, back to back, right? And the WBC has allowed this to slide. And not only have they given him a slap on the wrist, but he's getting an opportunity again to fight against the same fighter for that title. Why isn't that being covered? Why isn't that diabolical? Why, if your concern really is about performance enhancement drugs in the space and how crazy it is and why aren't we talking about that? Why aren't we talking about the whole entire Eddie Reynoso camp and why are we not giving them the scrutiny that they deserve to have?
Seven fighters.
Why aren't we talking about those? If the point of the conversation truly is about performance enhancement drugs in the space, then why aren't the conversations there? Where and how is constantly putting on a jacket onto a Terrence Crawford or Devin Haney because of their affiliations with somebody? I understand Victor Conte has his history about him, that he's been in the space. I understand. And these conversations get weird because it starts to seem like we're defending Victor Conte. And of course we're not, right? So I understand the eye on it. But how can we put performance enhancement drug jackets on fighters who have never popped on tests when we have so many fighters who are popping on tests?
Right.
It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me, you know what I mean? And like I said, I wonder if we're aware of how much of a hand as content creators we play in the current space that boxing is in. I wonder if we really acknowledge that, or if we even ever ask ourselves, am I helping boxing if I care about American boxing as much as I am, if you can say that Turkey Al-Sheikh is coming into space and making your influence null and void, if you can speak to that and acknowledge that you're not being listened to anymore, that they're steering away from you, then can you take accountability as far as, well, if they had to judge you as far as asset or liability, in if their mission really is to build a sport of that, they're seeing you as a liability, can you take any ownership in why it might look like that? Can you take any ownership? Can you take ownership into the fact that you tore down Shakur Stevenson, that you tore down Devin Haney, that you threw shots at Keyshawn Davis, right? That you didn't give enough light to a Bruce SHU SHU Carrington or, to a division the right way, that you overindulge in celebrating and pushing one fighter who didn't even need your push as much as you guys put into him, and how that would have steered the rest of the fighters into another space. Can you acknowledge that?
Right.
Can you acknowledge that your fighter is not over there? So your fighter hasn't left, that you did a great job pushing your fighter. Your fighter knows he doesn't need to go over there, so he stays over here, but he's not giving you fights. Can you acknowledge your lack of support for Jaron Ennis, your lack of support for Shakur, for Devin, and what would drive them to be with an Eddie Hearn rather than with a PBC? Can you acknowledge all of those things and the influence that it had to push these fighters into the spaces that they're in? And can that give you any pressure to change a little bit?
Nope.
With the way you push your content?
Nope.
I think it's crazy.
Funny. Yeah, it's funny because I watch people that like Boots that don't, and I'm not saying generally people, I'm saying like fans of the sport, because I don't want people confusing and think I'm talking about certain people, because I don't know what people do, though I've heard things. But I'm talking about general. They'll like Boots, or they'll like Tank, they'll like Devin, they'll like Shakur, and what happens is they'll mix and match their fighters, like who they like, and they don't like this guy, and they seem to kind of like choose and pick a certain angle, right? Oh, this and that. Brian Norman, never liked Brian Norman in my life, but he's fighting Devin Haney. Who do I hate worse? Oh, I'm going with Brian Norman, or you know what? I'm going with Devin Haney. So it's like situations like that. That's what I'm trying to get at, Clay. And it's crazy that we see this on a daily basis, because it doesn't make any sense that we sit there and label people. We put these tags on people. Basically, they're wearing internet tattoos, as that nice to say. You know what I mean? Like, people are really putting things all on their back. You know what I mean? Like monkeys on their back, per se. I didn't want to say it, but I said it. And these guys got to live with that. Thank God they don't listen to us. That's why the American fan base is going away, right? Because the American fan base is looking at it in the sense of what? I mean, the American boxers are looking at it as what? Like, you guys don't even like us. Like, why do we have to perform for you? You know what I mean? So they're like, you're putting a monkey on my back.
Look at the way they're responding. Look at how they're moving. Look,
yeah, go ahead.
To see somebody like Shakur Stevenson say, man, titles don't even matter, bro. That's just to show you how disenchanted. That's for a fighter who titles meant everything to him, that he wanted to become unified. He wanted to become undisputed. To know what drove him as a fighter, to acknowledge that and see him get into a space where he's like, I'm just trying to get my money now. That's showing that he's winning Rome, right?
Right.
Like, winning Rome. He's learning. So that's showing you already the lack of support that he's getting from his community, right? So that being said, how do we expect boxing to grow without our genuine support of boxing here in America?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Thank you. Thank you for putting the right words out there.
How do we expect it to grow without supporting it the right way? How, I always quote Floyd Mayweather. I speak to him because A, he's one of the most successful fighters business-wise that the sport has ever seen, right? And I always acknowledge something that he always made sure he did, and he does to this day, even as somebody who's not fighting. He celebrates the rest of the space. Great fighters, hell of a fighter. We always talk about that, about Floyd and his understanding of the dance partner, the value of the B-side, the having the right opponent who had the accomplishments, and making sure that the whole world knew of his opponent's accomplishments, that they knew the level of pedigree that his opponents were at, because he understood how much it impacted his own accomplishment and his own status in the space. He always understood that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where is your favorite fighter without getting in the ring with the next best fighter in the game?
Isn't that supposed to be what the Ali Act is about, kind of, sort of?
I guess, right? So Gervonta
Tank
Davis.
I'm not trying to be funny, but they want to keep it so bad, but they don't. The sport don't even honor it.
Well, I saw an interview just this past in the past few days with Mannix and his co-host. Oh, what's his name, bro? Oh God, Spanish Mexican dude. What's his name? Anyway, he was talking about how it's cute on paper, but the reality is what's on that paper is not being executed in real life. Exactly. As far as from a boxing point of view, that they're still not getting access to, what the venue made and, and merch and in the door. They're not getting access to all that information. That is still an uphill battle one way or the other. So why put on a facade that this act is really being used when it's really not being used? It is what it is, right?
Exactly.
But ultimately, at the same time, watching these fighters, these B-side, quote unquote, B-side fighters, not get any kind of respect, why aren't we acknowledging our influence on that? How much dirt and mud can you throw on a fighter before it actually starts to hurt the game? Right? Like, how much can you throw? How much mud and dirt can you throw on a fighter's reputation constantly? You make it sound like you're attacking the fan base of that fighter, but how much attacking can you do to a fan base of a fighter before you start to disenchant the new casual fan who's coming into the space and trying to figure out how they're going to deal with the space? How much can we do that? We got 28 people in the building. Take a moment to go ahead and hit the like button if you haven't done it, guys. Super important. Help the channel out. Thank you for tapping in with us early this morning. Hit the like button if you haven't done it. Of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't taken an opportunity to do that as well. You know what I mean? But back on point, just to say, and we're going to move on, right? I don't want to hang here forever.
No, let's go.
Right? We're damn near about to hit an hour.
Second gear, dog.
I do think that the topic needed some attention, and also if people are wondering why we're popping up at 9:30 in the morning and why I'm going to try my best to make this more of a regular thing for us, it's because I want to get in on this space and give an opportunity for boxing fans, casual fans, to jump into a space to where we're talking about the broad spectrum, the broad landscape of boxing, and give you an opportunity to find to do something else, rather than if you're always being part of what you know is hate, you're not going to change that, right? It's not going to change over there. It's going to change over here. Helping platforms. And yes, I'm going to say it and be a little bit, I'm going to pat on the shoulder a little bit and say this space is going to help and be part of the evolution of boxing and the growing and the resurgence of boxing in the space. And I'd love for everybody to come and participate in this for a little bit, so I'm giving the option. I'm putting it out there. You don't have to be, you make your choice. It is what it is, right? We're going to talk about boxing today like we always do. And if you enjoy it, subscribe, hit the like button. Like I said, this message more so to the replay gang who might not catch this live. Hit the subscribe button, hit your bell notifications so that you're getting notified when we're coming on live, so you can also be part of the community and help build boxing. And let's do a good thing for the sport, because the sport needs it right now, right? It needs it. Kai-Fi says, call me crazy. I think Xander would be Boots' toughest fight because of the movement, just like Karen Kujat. Let's talk about it. Let's get into it, right? So look, the weekend went by, man. 154 has a new WBO champion. Xander Zayas, the youngest active champion right now in boxing, Ray. Listen, this kid was on a trajectory, signed with Top Rank at 16 years old, 15, 16 years old. I don't remember what it was before he was obviously a professional. The guys at Top Rank saw something in this kid. If you got in on the conversation late with Xander Zayas, I can tell you that we watched this kid grow from a legitimate I almost feel like we watched this kid go through puberty. Am I bugging? I don't even want to like, get all weird about it, right? Pause in advance, right? But this kid, we watch him grow into a kid with no facial hair, braids in his hair, the baby face, and we watched him evolve into a grown man Saturday night with the Ricky Ricardo hairdo, with the suave hairdo, and the mustache and the beard, and we watch him become a champion Saturday night, bro.
The Magnum PI.
Xander Zayas a topic right now. 22 years old, WBO champion of the world, in a hornet's nest. Quite frankly, the biggest hornet's nest division in the game right now, 154. How you feel about?
I'm actually excited for him, man. You know what I mean? We talked about this like a month ago, 2 months ago, and we were talking about him fighting Conwell to get to the next shot. Get to the fight of Fundora, remember? And I was like, no, he need to go another route. I don't think he need to go that route. I said, I think the guys are going to cancel each other out. It's going to look bad. It's not going to set up for a good matchup down the line. Because remember, those are both young guys. Let the other guys, let them go up there and beat up on the other guys and prove themselves that way. And then when they meet each other, it makes it more significant. Right. Unfortunately, Conwell got himself taken out by the opponent of Xander Zayas,
George Garcia,
right? Who just fought this week.
Perez, right?
Yeah, Garcia Perez, right, Jorge. And he went in there and looked weird a little bit. Was out of his normal boxing predictions, which I thought, because I think the premise of this guy shows no emotion or like doesn't look like he's a boxer or whatever, maybe a little slow. Xander Zayas thought he could just go in there and be a different fighter. He overcame those values. He used some adversity and checked all the boxes towards the end of that fight, closed it out like a champion, won that title, and now they're sitting on top of the world. Of Puerto Rico, by the way. Man,
well, that's another significant part, right? Because 2 weeks before that, we watched Edgar Berlanga, the self-crowned king of Puerto Rico, who had the whole nation backing him up. But here you have this kid native to the land. He had the support also of all the legends, right? Miguel Cotto, Tito Trinidad, like these guys came out and supported him hands down, no question. You didn't see the same support for Edgar Berlanga, right? You didn't see Tito in the building. You didn't see Miguel Cotto. These guys have chosen this kid as the new golden boy of Puerto Rico. He is, in my opinion, if not the one in the conversation of the most followed Puerto Rican young fighter coming off the island, right? Like, I mean, New York showed up for him. The building was shaking for him. They love him. You know what I'm saying? He has all these characters of who you want to see represent you. Mature, respectful, competitive, commitment, discipline, poise, pedigree. I mean, you can go down the list of all these boxes that you want checked for your fighter, and he represents that, right? The story is amazing, right? The mother took him up from Puerto Rico and brought him over to Florida and America at a young age and just invested in her son and said, this is what you want to do. Let's move to where we need. We're going to move the whole family off the strength of supporting your dream. Right. And he executes the way he does Saturday night. Now, look, a lot of people, Ray, kind of threw shots a little bit at his performance. They felt like, listen, and look, man, welcome to the big leagues, Xander, right? Welcome to the big leagues, right? Because now that you're a champion, now that this kid is a champion, what are they going to do? They're going to compare him to his peers, the other champions, right?
The other champions, the champions underneath, the champions above, the former champions, everything. Right.
I mean,
legacy. He's got to maintain a legacy.
Well, yeah, legacy, and he also, it's like, how does he perform against Sebastian Fundora? How does he perform against Bakram? How does he perform against Terrence Crawford if he was to come back in the division? How does he perform against Jerron Boots Ennis? He's going to be compared now to the biggest fighters in the space. And, well, question to you, where does he line up with those fighters? What does he bring to the table for these fighters? Does he add to the conversation, or is he really just going to be a stepping stone?
So no, this is what I think I think what he adds what that division is missing, which is boxing. Mm-hmm. We talked about this ourselves, and there's a lot of like in the wheelhouse fighting going on over there, like toe to toe, rock'em sock'em in that division. Mm-hmm. The reason why it is because those guys are just like, it's like the guys that were too big for welterweight They didn't have the speed to be welterweight. So what they did is they went up in that division and they just became like sluggers. Those are the guys that are looking to be future 168 pounders, 160 pounders, middleweight fighters. So they're like in the middle of a different whole type of boxing atmosphere, whereas Xander Zayas is like a style of a lightweight or a welterweight, like a true welterweight, where he can box. He has quick hands. He can take a punch. He has power when necessary. He's a smart boxer. He's looking to be cerebral in the ring. And with that all being said, I think it makes it a better matchup for all these fighters that like to stand in the pocket, because now, perfect example, you're not going to have the guys coming forward, a.k.a. Teofimo Lopez. Couldn't box with a boxer. Couldn't fight a boxer, but damn sure can fight somebody coming forward all day. And you're going to see a lot of changes in that, because Xander Zayas is going to be that boxer. One thing I did want to celebrate him about when he was mentioning the Puerto Rico thing, right? I wish Shiraz would have been like, hey, do you know who Berlanga is? And they were like, no, we don't know who he is. Here, you know who Xander Zayas is? If we would have asked that, everybody would have said yes. We would have seen the buildup. That actually would have been pretty cool and funny at the same time, right? But Xander is definitely somebody I'm putting on my watch list. Again, I've been watching for like 2-3 years now, and nothing but impressed. He had I think he had a fight a while ago where it got in some trouble. It was when he was a prospect. It was a while, and when I say trouble, I mean he didn't look.
I want to tap into that too. I want to add to that when you're done.
Yeah.
That's definitely important. That people are the growing process, the evolution.
Right.
Well, yeah, speak on it.
Yeah. So, but him moving forward, man, even in this fight, he overcame the adversity. He was able to go from thinking that he had a big shot to just go in there and just beat this dude up, you know what I mean, with minimum movement, where he had to go back to the game plan and use his leverage. He had to use the angles, use the jab, utilize certain points to throw combos and get in and out. Unfortunately, his opponent, 6'2" or 6'1", with a long arm reach, slow and all, but was able to catch Xander on the out coming out of those counter him, right? Coming out of those moments where he was using combos. So I mean, all that being said, it was a good fight. It was a great test. I don't think he gets a lot of that with a lot of these other opponents, because they're not either closer in size to him or they're smaller. So he's gonna take advantage of it. I gotta go take care of the dog. Go ahead, build on it.
Yeah, go do what you do, man. Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm trying to hold on a second. Bear with me here. I don't know what this thing is doing here. It's being weird. Let's go back. There we go. Thank you. That was weird. Yeah, no, 100%. Sorry. Yeah. You know, Xander brought another element, and I think he adds to the 154-pound weight class division conversation, because now we have a boxer in the mix. A lot of these fighters in 154 like to stand in front of each other. You know, when you think about Serhii Bohachuk, I mean, Madrimov brought movement, and we saw how competitive that fight between him and Terrence Crawford was. As far as the Virgil Ortiz fight was concerned, when he was using the movement, he was giving Virgil Ortiz a lot of different looks and making it a very difficult fight. Some people don't want to acknowledge the elephant in the room. I happen to know that Madrimov was dealing with an unfinished upper respiratory infection that affected his cardio and his conditioning. It limited his movement as we got into the 4th, 5th round of that fight. You started to see him stand in front of Virgil Ortiz a lot more because the conditioning wasn't there. But I revert back to the first half of that fight, and obviously to the Terrence Crawford fight, who's a pound for pound one of the best fighters on the planet right now. He gave him fits, right? So that's just to give you an idea of the influence of a boxer in a space, right? Boxers bring different stylistic issues. Boxers bring different stylistic issues to the table when they jump in the ring with these fighters, right? The fighters are great for the sport. Dance partners, we just spent about an hour talking about B-side dance partners and what they bring to the conversation, how they make the fight. Styles make fights. You've heard this said many a times. And I think what you're going to see with Xander Zayas is stylistically, he's going to present new problems for the current champions and who you think is the best fighters in the division to deal with. Some of them will accomplish the mission and they'll overcome the challenge, and others will succumb to the challenge. But as a boxing fan, it makes for great fights for us to watch. And I think Xander, without a doubt, brings that to the table, right? And if you recognize the sweet science. If you recognize the adversity, that's one part of the conversation. But the other part of the conversation was his ability to adjust and overcome the adversity and come out on the other side a WBO champion, right? And you're going to find fighters are going to have issues with it. Not fighters aren't the same. Is Virgil Ortiz Jorge Garcia Perez? No. Is he better than Jorge Garcia Perez? Yes, but styles make fights. Certain things that Garcia, that Jorge brought to the table, Virgil won't bring to the table, right? So different styles, different strategies, different approach to fights. I don't think you're going to see Xander Zayas fight Virgil Ortiz the way he fought Jorge Garcia Perez. Things that were difficult for him to do with Jorge Garcia Perez may not be as difficult for him to do with Virgil Ortiz, and vice versa. It's all about strategies. Stylistically, you gotta if you want to understand boxing and find the great fights, you'll find them in the clashes of styles, right? In the clashes. And he brings that different piece to the 154 division that wasn't there. I think we're going to see Boots bring that as well. We're going to see Boots have to adjust. You'll watch him in his, and we're going to jump into the Boots conversation as well, right? You'll watch him try to fight these guys the way he did at 147, but he's going to run into walls. He's going to run into spaces to where he's going to have to adjust and be like, yo, standing in front of these guys, the way I was standing in front of David Avanesian, the way I stood in front of Emmanuel Stanionis, the way I stood in front of Roma Villa, right? The way I stood in front of these fighters and was able to overcome and do what I want to, he might run into a wall where he doesn't want to do that anymore. And you're going to watch the boxing pedigree of Boots come to the table a little bit more, and we're going to watch him adjust. And that's going to add to the resume. It's going to add to his repertoire with the fan base, I think. And we're going to understand why Boots is who Boots is. Or we'll go the other way and we'll watch him get exposed and fall short and not be able to go over there. And we might have different opinions at that point and be like, damn, it just was, he didn't get in the ring with the right opponent. He just wasn't fighting against the level of competition that he needed to fight against for us to, we were wrong. We were wrong, right? That comes up to the table as well, but we don't get those questions answered. I think Ray will agree, without the right competition in the ring with these guys, right?
Correct. And I like what you're saying. All the stuff that you mentioned just all makes sense. And I think it's going to have to count on the competition. Yes, he's going to need even a super aggressive Zepeda type fighter to make him look really good, or he's going to need an opponent, because everybody else is going to make him look super good, right? But I'm talking about like make him look really good, show some defense, show some adversity over, able to understand his corner's cadence and move certain things, read the boxer's movements at certain points, catch him between shots. He's going to have to understand that. He's going to have to take on somebody that's going to lead him into that. Right now, there's a lot of those fighters there. The problem I see is a lot of them are just one way, though. They're not looking to really run down on somebody that's going to be throwing a jab back at them. They're trying to wear that guy down. We've seen that happen with Madrimov versus Virgil Ortiz, of course, right? We've seen the wear down. You let him punch himself out by the 6th round. Madrimov was done. But I think Madrimov, being a better boxer, would have probably beat or made it a closer fight, to say the least, with Virgil Ortiz if he didn't wear gas out. Because I think he would have been able to keep turning him and making Virgil look a certain way, because I think he had his moments in that fight. But, Virgil was overwhelming. He was able to capitalize on the moments of what it was. So, same thing here with Xander Zayas. I think him being a longer, taller, bigger fighter with a Virgil Ortiz, that's a whole different fight. You know what I mean? A guy that can move around, be slick. And even another example, Boots is even more like Madrimov than Xander is, right? So Boots may give him more fits than Xander Zayas. Xander's looks like he's going to be more of a, like, I'm going to pick you apart type fighter. Like, I'm back foot. Like I said, changing angles, more like a shadow boxing type move. And we just keeping them on the pads and just pick you apart and just make you frustrated, build frustration in you as a fighter, making you overwhelmed and using things that in different tactics that's not going to work.
Let's be honest, right? Like he's bringing a lot of Devin Haney energy.
I don't want to say it, Clay.
Go ahead.
I don't want to be known as the guy that brings them up.
I mean, like that's the truth of the matter,
but
right?
It is the truth.
And,
it is the truth. I was literally, and actually, it's so funny because shout out to Punch Drunk who joined us on the channel here. He even said it. He was like the Puerto Rican Devin Haney. You know what I mean? Because that style of fighting, I wish we could pull up the Linares fight, the first half of that fight before the big punch. Devin Haney was a monster, y'all. Y'all don't realize what this kid was doing. And basically, he fought that fight like he fought Regis. You know what I mean? He was quick. He was in and out. He was able to look at, certain things. And he just let his guard down once. He got clipped. I don't know if that changed him per se, but I just think that we got Xander Zayas. I think he's on that energy. You know what I mean? He didn't get clipped yet, so he's going to stay focused. He's going to stay in the pocket.
He got hit with some shots. He ain't
no.
Yet.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
He didn't get hurt yet. Like he ain't get clipped.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He didn't get hurt yet. So until that happens, we don't know how he transforms. He may overcome it. He might show up. We don't know. Going forward, we can't wait. Can't wait to see him in the big fight stuff.
I think the strengths are the way the strengths are. I think the weakness with Xander Zayas right now, still, if there's any questions in what he's gonna do, is at some point you got to question, is that pop going to settle in for him? He's still growing. He's 22 years old. Also his longevity at 154, he's growing so much. I mean, we watch this kid just grow. He's growing like, these kids grow, right? And even though he's 22 years old and a man for all intent purposes, he's still growing as a young man. He's getting used to his body, you know what I mean, and the weight it wants to be at. We watched Jalil Hackett go through the same thing, right? Jalil Hackett, trying to maintain.
I hope he moved to 160 because he was going to 154. But to touch on what you're saying, I actually disagree slightly. I don't think it's so much of having a pop on his hands. I think it's more of the experience. I think the experience will grow with him. As he gains experience, the pop's going to be there. And he has enough to keep people off him. He just doesn't release. He doesn't sit flat-footed enough for him to throw those punches. I don't know if it's speed purposes. I don't know. You know what I mean? I can't speak for him. But I know he turns angles well. He does a lot of different things. So he definitely is definitely capable of having pop and generating pop in his punches. And we'll find out for sure. Because, I mean, he didn't stop the last fighter before Jorge?
Yeah, he fought Slawa and he stopped him, right? He stopped him with a great body shot, and I'm saying, and but like I said, if there's any questions there, without a doubt, I think the consensus across the spaces, they're going to question his ability to generate that pop, right? Maybe he can, I don't know, but he hasn't done it enough. He definitely didn't have the pop to discourage George Garcia Perez Saturday night, as George Garcia Perez was constantly stalking him, walking him down. He was getting caught with shots off the strength that George Perez was walking through these shots. And George Perez is a fighter who's not a laser. He's not a sniper, right? He's not shooting these shots. He was very wide with his shots, kind of, he was very telling with his fights. He was sending his shots. You saw it coming from a mile away. And he was still able to find some success in that fight against Xander Zayas. So you got to assume that he gets in the ring with a Boots, or he gets in the ring with a Bakram, or, you know what I mean? Even a Sebastian Fundora or a Virgil Ortiz and any of these up-and-coming 154-pounders that they're going to offer way more accuracy and way more threats to a fighter like Xander Zayas. And without that pop, without that power, that honest power that people slept on Floyd Mayweather's ability to generate, or even Shakur Stevenson able to generate that kind of power with the pillow fist hands, or however you want to look at it, was able to, get the respect enough to where defense became just as important as your offense when fighting against him. It seemed like George Perez kind of threw that to the wind a little bit, kept his hands in that high guard, and was constantly walking Xander down. So Xander, growing though, right? Growing as a young man, growing into his body, growing into his skill set, growing into his confidence. All these different things are going to play a factor into what we're going to see. I think also, though, that what people should take into consideration when you're looking at a Xander Zayas is his aptitude. I think his aptitude plays a huge role in yesterday's price isn't today's price. Yesterday's fighter isn't today's fighter. His evolution is still young, and he's very coachable, and you can see him evolving fight to fight, right? So what does that mean? That means he's getting better. And as a young champion, what you saw him do against George Garcia Perez Saturday night does not dictate necessarily what you can expect to see him in his next fight, because he's constantly evolving physically, mentally. He's very coachable. I like what he was saying at the end of the fight when they were speaking to him. I thought he was very honest and forthcoming about his shortcomings in that fight, about having to watch the fight and review and knowing he could be better. That's a good sign for a fighter. You know what I mean?
Yep,
Shout out to my guy Anton Zegler with the color in the chat. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you for the love, King, and walaikum salam. Back to you, man. I hope everything is good with you, man. Glad to see you more than you're glad to see us. You know what I'm saying? We love to see Anton Zegler in the big. I appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, man.
But I mean, it is what it is, right? So great things, and I think
on the horizon.
I think real boxing or real prison talk with Tommy. I can't remember his name. Somebody in the building. He spoke to, you know, the future being bright and wanting to see where this kid goes. And I think that's the main thing that I walked away with Saturday night was, you know, he made it through there. He's a champion now. I love his attitude as far as wanting to unify and jump in the ring with all these other champions. That's what we want to see in the young guys. But I also am very optimistic about tomorrow for him. Does that guy who fought Saturday night beat Virgil Ortiz? Probably not. But I embrace the idea of that's not going to be the guy who gets in the ring with Virgil Ortiz.
Oh, I agree with that. Yeah,
he's going to be better by the time he fights Virgil Ortiz, and you can see the trajectory. If of course being a very important word in it, but you know, he's getting better is what I'm saying at the end of the day. So if you're comparing that 22-year-old who fought George Garcia Perez to the 23-year-old who will be fighting Jerron Boots Ennis, I'm pretty sure he's going to be a different fighter.
Yep.
We don't know where he's going to end up being, but it won't be the same fighter. Excited to see what he's going to do, right?
That's going to be a good fight.
Co-main eventing on that card was his next fight. I don't know who it's going to be. Let's go into the Jerron Boots Ennis conversation.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Right? Jerron has been moved up to number 4 in the WBO rankings. The pressure's been on Jerron Ennis for a long time. Another fighter who's got his whole city supporting him, the way Puerto Rico supports Xander Zayas, Philly supports this guy. Love the way he fights, the kind of performances he delivers. Fought so hard to get in the position that he is in right now. So let's visit that for 1 second and say that a year and a half, 2023 was one of the hardest years for Jerron Boots Ennis because he was caught up in the middle, like a child in the middle of two parents, right? I don't know if that's a good comparison, but just to say that he had to watch Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford go through this crazy negotiation process of trying to unify and bring an undisputed welterweight champion. He, on the other side of that, was sitting on the sideline trying to make whatever fights he can make happen, right? At the time, under the management of Cameron Duncan and under the co-management of Steven Espinosa and Showtime, people didn't even know where to put Jerron Ennis. Was he a PBC fighter? Wasn't he a PBC fighter?
Oh, man, that was crazy.
He was coming up on PBC cards, and he just was in the mix and just kind of getting moved around like that stepchild or like the fat chick at the end of the bar that nobody wants to buy a drink for, right? But still, you have to acknowledge this elephant in the room, this up-and-coming welterweight phenom in Jerron Boots Ennis that everybody, if you watched boxing and if you were a hardcore fan, maybe a little casual, you had to wonder what it'd look like with him in the ring with Errol, what he'd look like in there with Terrence. Outside of Errol and Terrence challenging each other, it was always understood that their biggest challenge in that division was probably Jerron Boots Ennis, right? Outside of each other. So we watched him go through the process. We watched Cameron Duncan pass away. We watched the PBC separate from Showtime. We watched his whole world pretty much damn near fall apart. And he made a move. He went over to Matchroom, right? Once he got everything figured out with Cameron Duncan's wife at the time, his widow at the time, and his relationship with Steven Espinosa, he was able to go ahead and get that all squared away. He ended up with Eddie Hearn. We watched a resurgence or a surgence of Jerron Boots Ennis. He's doing shows at the Wells Fargo Arena in Philadelphia, packing the building out, getting the support. And then we ultimately saw him get as good as it was going for him, Ray. Mm-hmm. We watched his body changing, but also watch the fans start to put more pressure on Jerron Ennis to move a certain way, right?
Right.
And Jerron at the same time trying to accomplish his own personal ambitious goals for himself. The conflict started to happen to where it was go to 154. And even me and you were on that, probably one of the earliest guys
2022, bro.
on that
We
train.
were.
Right. Maybe
Listen, I got the
leading
video. It's funny because I actually selected the video and I actually sent it to one of our comrades. And I was like, look, this is 2022, January 2022. I said it's crazy because literally, if not the day before or the two days after, Clay had the same conversation and was not even mentioned. And didn't just mention Boots, also mentioned David Benavidez moving up. So I said it was ironic that both these things have happened on the strength that we knew what time it was. And I mean, eventually it was just a matter of time. You know what I mean? We knew what it was at that point.
Yeah, but things changed a little bit, right? And even my attitude changed towards it because the reasoning behind us pushing him to go 154 was because of the lack of opportunity at 147 for him. But things started to change. Why? Because Eddie Hearn decided he was going to invest in Boots, was willing to overpay opponents to fight Boots, was understood that one of the biggest things he wanted to do for Boots when he first came into the Boots business was, I want to get his city behind him. So let's give him these opportunities to do that in Philadelphia. Let's allow the city to get behind him and support him. And all of a sudden, conversation started to rumor in the background of potential unification fights for him, right? He was elevated to an IBF champion due to Terrence Crawford being stripped of his IBF title, so that never sat well with him. He didn't want to be in the conversation of email champion. He wanted to earn it like most fighters want to earn it, by beating a champion. And now unification title fights started to come into conversation, but at the same time we had the entry of Turkey Al-Sheikh into the boxing space, who's making the biggest fights, offering the biggest purses. Every promotional company and promoter wants to get in that business because they get a percentage of these huge purses. And I'm sure Eddie Hearn was in above wanting to get that money. But at the same time, before he left 147, he wanted to accomplish these personal goals. And look, me and Ray, I think I can speak for us both, were in support of that. Like, yo, if he can get it, let him get it, right? But the boxing space was very resistant. Oh, you walking away from Virgil Ortiz? We've been wanting this. What are you doing? Nobody was sensitive to Boots' personal.
We flopped. Right, it was like we all switched, right?
Right. People wanted him now to go to 154, and we jumped on the other side of the conversation of like, nah, let him say 147. Yeah. So crazy, right? Roller coaster ride.
And shout out to Karen Kukajan for opening that up for him, because if it wasn't for Karen, you know what I mean, giving him a good fight, people would have been more reluctant to fight him, man. So
yeah, that's true for sure,
you know what I mean?
for sure, right? I think that was one of the first fights where people started to see a hole of some sort in his game that they thought they could take advantage of.
Right.
And that being said, Boots also started to have these performances like the Karen one, like the David Avanesian one, right? Where people were like, hold up, this dude's getting hit a lot. You know what I mean? And I think that had a lot to do with the disenchantment with the competition, right? The rehydration clause maybe depleting him a little bit and messing with his energy a little bit, and also him trying to, you know, be an exciting fighter and give the show to the audience and trying to get the attention of a Tank Davis, not the attention of Tank, but like a Tank Davis, or the attention like the ones they given to Terrence or Errol Spence. He wanted to show the world that he can give great fights, right? So he took more chances. We watched him get offered fights with Virgil Ortiz. We watched him turn down the fight with Virgil Ortiz to fight Karen, and it made the whole boxing space it just didn't sit well. And nobody liked watching him take a mandatory title defense against Xander Zayas over going up to 154 and fighting a Virgil Ortiz, a fight that everybody wanted to see. We know Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis have a history at 147, right? As well as with Terrence Crawford.
Right.
And the opportunity was there, and he walked away from that. He made it a willful decision to pass on that opportunity to get an opportunity at not only fighting Karen, because it wasn't really the Karen fight. It was the fact that they were working on a Stanionis fight, right? And a unification fight. I think this space got okay with it once the fight got announced, but ultimately we watched him do a hard weight cut. I won't say horrible because he hired a nutritionist, but he didn't look good the week of the fight. It just looked bad, right? But he made it happen. He rehydrated beautifully. in the fight against Stanionis, stopped Stanionis. Stanionis never been stopped before. He stopped him, took that WBA title off of his waist, became a unified WBA IBF champion, a lineal champion at 147 pounds, and now satiated with that accomplishment, has decided to make a move to 154. Now, he's catching hell no matter what he does at this point, because what was a new argument made? He's ducking Brian Norman, right? Because we watched this negotiation happen with Brian Norman. It didn't go well. Brian Norman having a great time right now, probably the HNIC right now of 147, the uncrowned king of 147 at this point, with Boots not being there, but still didn't look good on him. Even his own fan base, the Philadelphia fan base, started to have a hard time getting behind the decisions he was making, right? They're like, yo, I love you, but I don't understand what you're doing, Boots. Now at 154 and announcing his entry into 154, people got optimistic, right, Ray? And they said, this dude's going to fight Virgil now, finally. And what does he do? He says
actually, what he did was he didn't get that fight. Let's be honest, and he didn't want to wait. So instead of him taking a tune-up, which everybody keeps calling it, and I'm definitely going to say this now before we go too deep and I don't get a chance to say it, he looked for a stay busy fight. And a stay busy fight. He didn't come off of any injuries. He didn't come off of anything where he was out of a career for a long. He didn't need a tune-up. He needed a stay busy fight to keep himself active while he waited for the Virgil Ortiz fight, because Virgil was going through some injuries himself, who, by the way, may take a tune-up fight, Clay. So let's keep that in facts, that him coming off an injury, he might take a tune-up fight before he fights Boots. So y'all can say what y'all want. Not you guys. I'm just saying that the fan base out there.
People are going to have their opinions, right? But just sticking to the timeline, to the story, just to say that right now, and Boots is in a situation where he just, welcome to the big time.
Yeah. Welcome to being a star, bro.
Right. This is what it is. You can't play what he's learning. If he's not learned it already, he's learning it presently, that you can't please these motherfuckers, right? Like you can only please certain people, and you can't base your career and the decisions you make based off of pleasing people, right? So Boots is learning the hard way, and I think Eddie Hearn has probably been trying his best to infuse this energy in Boots to say, listen, man, your career is your responsibility. Nobody else is going to benefit from your losses. They're not going to sit there and share your losses with you, and they damn sure are going to always be there to try to celebrate your victories and take, you know what I mean? That this is the world we live in. So Boots is learning to have to put on his tunnel vision, close his ears, and he's making decisions with the long stretch, the marathon version of the game that is boxing in his career and where he wants to go. And he's having these decisions to make, right? Turki Al-Sheikh tried to get him, again, offering him a fight with Virgil Ortiz. And according to Turki Al-Sheikh, he said Boots turned it away, saying that he wants to get up in these tune-up fights. I think there's a language barrier there. I think the conversation, I think Turki Al-Sheikh's, this is me speculating, but I believe that Turki Al-Sheikh looks at the fights he's entertaining at having as tune-ups and calling them tune-ups. Right. I don't necessarily believe he's quoting Jerron Boots Ennis or Eddie Hearn directly by saying they said they want tune-ups, right? So it's like, if I don't respect a Josh Kelly, or if I don't respect a fighter that you're trying to make a fight and I don't want to pay for it, more importantly, if I more importantly don't want to pay for it, right? And I don't find it as a fight I'm interested in, I can say and call those fights tune-ups as far as I'm concerned. I think him communicating that in his English being like not his best language, it can sound like Jerron Boots Ennis said he wanted tune-up fights, right? It doesn't make a difference one way or the other for me personally, because the reality of the situation is always what I'm going to tap into. And what the reality is that Virgil Ortiz and Jerron Boots Ennis aren't fighting next. Virgil Ortiz may not even fight this year. He's trying to stay busy and be on somebody's card before the end of the year. I've watched him speak on this, right? But ultimately, worst case scenario, he may be fighting early January, early 2026, and I'm talking about as early as January, right? But he wants to be active. He has a hand surgery that he's recovering from. He'll be ready and available to be fighting November. He doesn't have Jaron Boots Ennis. What fight he's going to fight next, we'll talk about that a little bit later as well, because I think I kind of have a little bit of an idea of what direction he's probably going to end up going in, or that Oscar's going to take him in. We'll talk about that. But Jaron Boots Ennis more interested in the activity, clearly, more interested on another thing to take into consideration, that he's re-signed to Eddie Hearn. So now we have to speculate in the area of that him and Eddie Hearn have a game plan for his career. And right. Eddie Hearn is into the development of the brand. He's into building up Jaron Boots Ennis into getting the most money possible, not only for Jaron Ennis, but for himself, obviously, right? Mm-hmm. So he's building this fighter he has, like, and he's looking at this fighter now who's re-signed to him for what I heard is a multi-million. I heard it's a huge deal that he signed for. He's probably looking at this guy the same way he looked at Anthony Joshua, or he looks at Conor Ben. He's looking at the long run, and he's saying we don't need to eat the steak right now. We could take our time and build up. This is going to be a 5-course meal. Your career is going to be a 5-course meal for us. We're going to eat good together. So let's start off with the appetizer. Let's build ourselves up in the 154 division. Let's fight. Let's get you in a sanctioning body that we know we can get you into a title fight immediately, right? So they put him up at number 4 in the WBO rankings. And if you look at the rankings right now, he's number 4. Hold on, let me pull it up right now, actually.
You good. I'll read it.
He's number 4 right now in the WBO rankings. Ahead of him is Josh Kelly at number 3. The number 1 and number 2 spot was Xander Zayas and George Perez, right? Terrence Crawford is no longer an interim title holder in that division. Xander Zayas is now the actual champion in that division. George Garcia just taking that loss against Xander Zayas. Naturally, if you guys want to get out of the pointing fingers thing, the next fight for him to get into a title eliminator position to where he can go after Xander Zayas, which I think is going to be a great payday. I think Xander Zayas brings a whole nation behind him in Puerto Rico. I think Jaron Boots Ennis brings a whole entire mystique about what he can be in the division. If he defeats Josh Kelly, the number 3 guy right ahead of him, what you can clearly see is a path to a championship fight and a big money fight. Correct. And in turn, on the back end of a victory for Jaron Boots Ennis over Xander Zayas and him having a title fight, it makes all the other championship fights unification fights, and also add a lot more money to the table. What do you think?
Yep, you hit the nail on the head. Now, I want to get back to something that we talked about in our first segment, real quick on this conversation right here. Mm-hmm. It's funny that this whole conversation took place, and everyone in the space, you were talking about the space earlier, everyone in the space is a manager or a promoter. Everyone knows the money being transpired and what's going on in the sport outside of the boxing itself. So, like you broke it down, if you look at the whole list of fighters that are available alone, let's just look at the top 10 fighters in each sanction alone. Who's available? Only 3 fighters are available. Jesus Ramos is across the street. So we know that's not going to be facilitated because we don't even know what PBC is doing. And I think that's where they were leaning on Turki Al-Sheikh to push that fight through, because Eddie doesn't want to pay that money to both fighters. That's a big fight to be made, but he doesn't want to pay that money. And then you have Andres Kazarovskis, or whatever his name is, as another opponent who's available. And last but not least is Josh Kelly. And Josh Kelly is right there in the making of giving him a fight to a championship shot, because it's 1 fight away, and that gets him in the picture of Xander Zayas. So it makes all the sense in the world. It makes all the ideal situations go right. So there's no reason for anybody to be upset or uncomfortable with this. Who else? And like I would ask Shelton right now, because Shelton says that, there's other people that he has to fight, right? Okay, if Josh Kelly is a tune-up.
No, he's not a tune-up. Hold on. He's a chess piece. He's a piece on the board, bro.
Yes, thank you. Yes,
he's number 3 over Jaron Ennis.
2 or 1.
2 or 1. Right? He's right over Jaron Ennis. He's the only thing between Jaron Ennis and Xander. If Jaron doesn't fight Josh Kelly, then legitimately Xander Zayas' next fight should be Josh Kelly. So if he truly wants to fight Xander Zayas and get to a title, he has to go through Josh Kelly.
Has to.
Sorry.
Right. So
It's a
and then he's going to be fighting who? Keith
It's a
Thurman.
legitimate piece on the board.
And we already know Keith Thurman is not worth the value. That no one's going to pay that money for Keith Thurman. You got to look at, like I said,
Keith Thurman's not in the way of anything.
No, he's at the bottom of the line.
Yeah, he doesn't even have a legitimate 154 fight in real life. His only fight he had was against Brock Jarvis.
Right, which was a tune-up, by the way.
That was a tune-up.
That was a tune-up fight. That's not an active fighter. That's a showcase fight, right? So I'm glad we're speaking on this. But here we go. Like what I was saying earlier is, give me a fighter other than Josh Kelly, Andres Kaczorowskis, whatever his name is, and Jesus Ramos that's available. We already know Jesus Ramos is going to cost a bag because he's coming off another network. That's going to be a merger. So they're trying to
and they put Duran at number 4, so he's fighting down.
Right,
fighting those fighters. It don't make any sense.
Say that. You know what I mean? Unless he's going into the WBC, right? Unless he goes over to the WBC sanction and he fights for the WBC, or he fights for the WBA, then it makes sense for him to fight Jesus Ramos, because he's bumping them down. But then he's still fighters behind. And the thing is, if he goes straight here for the WBO, it puts him in line for the next fight. It just all makes sense.
The WBO sanctioning body has opened the door for him, unlike the other sanctioning bodies, at getting directly at a title shot as quick as possible. That's what it comes down to. The IBF isn't entertaining it because Erickson Lubin is next in line with Murtazaliev. He's the mandatory. He fought a title eliminator. He is the mandatory, and I'm sure Erickson ain't trying to even let that opportunity slide by, not to mention that rehydration clause. So I'm sure that's the last division, and probably the most dangerous fighter in 154 as far as the champions are concerned is Bakram. So why fight him up front, the hardest fighter, and with the rehydration clause? Why do that? Let's make that a unification fight to where at least we can eliminate the rehydration clause and we can make it a bigger money fight, right? When you look at the WBC situation, clearly Virgil Ortiz is holding an interim title in that conversation. He's not going to allow the Sebastian Fundora situation to go away from him. And why would and honestly, Virgil Ortiz probably going to fight Serhii Barchuk. I mean, we'll talk about that a little bit later, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be a rematch. That's what I believe is going to happen. And when you look at the WBA, well, the WBA is upside down, right? We literally have a champion in Terrence Crawford who's going to go up to 168 to fight Canelo Alvarez. His best shot at making something happen in that division is to fight Yoenis Tellez, and not for nothing, he's a PBC fighter who wants to negotiate with the PBC right now in the way that they're carrying it for an interim title. When I can go ahead and fight Josh Kelly, I can be exposed to a European market. I can get an international look, beat Josh Kelly. He's very beatable, obviously, clearly. That's why you guys think he's a tune-up. But it also immediately puts me in contention as a title eliminator fight to fight Xander Zayas next for his WBO title. So, no, I understand how people want to look at this. And look, if you still choose to look at it the way you want to, I can't fault you because I understand. And I really mean that from the bottom of my heart, right? Like, I understand how it feels to want to see a fighter fight somebody else, right? But if we're going to be true to Jaron Ennis's goals of how he always has gauged his competition and what he's going to do in his next step, we know that he's very legacy driven. He wants titles. He wants to get into unification title fights. He wants to become undisputed. That's what he always wants. At some point or another, we are either going to respect who he is and what he wants done, or we're going to constantly try to act like we have more influence than we do, or that we can dictate things that we don't have the legs to dictate any conversation in, which is what a man does with his career. If you acknowledge who Jaron Boots Ennis is, then you will know that his natural next move is to move the chess pieces into getting himself a title. That's what he wants to do. Right. And it makes sense. If you look at it that way, Josh Kelly is naturally the next sense. What makes sense as the next move. He's the next chess piece in the circle of life. Josh Kelly makes the most sense.
Right. Of course. But whenever pushback is pushback, it's not on me, it's on them.
I mean, we've given perspective. It is what it is.
Right.
You're gonna take it, you're gonna leave it. What else can we do? You know what I mean?
It makes sense.
And if you haven't wrapped your mind around it, we're okay with the Josh Kelly fight next. We understand. And we're okay with it.
That's cool.
That's it, right? But that being said, right? So Jaron Ennis in negotiations. I just saw an interview with his manager or trainer. What's his name here? I'm gonna tell you right now what his name is.
Oh, Dub got it for you. You about to throw it up there.
Adam Booth. Adam Booth just spoke about the offer that was put out there. That was put out there by Eddie Hearn. And Eddie Hearn is starting to get a reputation for messy negotiations, right? And Eddie needs to tighten this up a little bit. But so what's happened? Eddie Hearn has put an offer out to Josh Kelly to come to Philadelphia to fight Jaron Boots Ennis. And Adam Booth says that the offer is a fraction of the offer that is a fraction of what Josh Kelly got in his last fight, right? The European market is a big market, and these fighters make good money over there because they pack out buildings. And Josh Kelly has a decent little following over there, just like people sleep on Caleb Smith and Anthony Yardy's following, and how these fights are really big fights over there in the UK in comparison to here in America. So basically, Adam Booth, in the midst of negotiations with Eddie Hearn, pretty much says you're gonna have to come again. The money got to make better sense than what you're offering us. Just like Brian Norman Jr. and Sr., who said not only does the offer need to be better off the strength of, well, in this case, Josh Kelly's made more money, but Brian Norman Sr. didn't. But also, you want us to come to Philadelphia and fight in your backyard when for all intent purposes, we're ranked higher than you, right? In the conversation. So the money needs to make more sense. Right. But Eddie Hearn has let it leak out into the space, as we all can see if you have social media, that this negotiation is there. So why? It's going to either paint Josh Kelly as ducking boots or put the pressure on Josh Kelly and those guys to kind of like concede to some negotiation. He's using his leverage, Eddie Hearn is, and it's looking messy because now you have Adam Booth doing interviews, and I think this interview dropped literally like 3 hours ago, basically saying, in my opinion, it's kind of confirming Brian Norman Sr.'s perspective on the way Eddie Hearn negotiates, right? So this fight is not finalized. It's not on paper yet. I believe the date they're aiming at is October 11th in Philadelphia. I think Josh Kelly and his team are very much willing to make the fight and interested in making the fight, but the money's going to have to make sense. Eddie Hearn's going to have to make that money make sense in order for those guys to put it together. It is what it is, right?
Facts. Oh, isn't Josh Kelly also an Olympian?
I don't know his history that much.
I think he's an Olympian. So that right there, that also that gives us some personal accolades just to throw out there. I mean, fighting an Olympian is always a good fight because you never know what you're going to get. They're always solid fighters. You know what I mean? Good journeymen, good if they're not champions, you know what I mean? They make for good fights. Right. Good dancing partners. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. Listen, man, it's going to be interesting to watch it happen. I think, the opinion's clear as far as people wondering about the Jaron Boots and his duck talk. I'm not rocking with that. Not yet. I don't see yet.
Hate Eddie, bro. Yeah.
I mean, look, Ed, like I said, I think he's warranted. I think the criticism is warranted at this point. Your name keeps getting involved when it comes to Jaron Boots, especially people who are big fans of Jaron Boots Ennis. We're here in the Northeast. His fan base is huge and growing as far as the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York area is concerned specifically. You're going to get a lot of Philly dudes in here who want to see Jaron Boots Ennis. They don't like the mud and the smut being thrown on his name, and they're putting a lot of blame on Eddie Hearn. They're putting on his shoulders. These negotiations aren't ending up in the right space, and is getting exposed that he might be approaching it in a way that's not so good. Now, listen, this Adam Booth guy, I don't know if he's his trainer or his manager, but at the end of the day, he's smiling. He's saying, listen, we got work to do. We're in the midst of negotiation. That offer he put out there ain't gonna cut the cheese, but he does think it's kind of messy of Eddie Hearn to go public with this offer before they've actually accepted it. And at this point, I think it's fair to say that Eddie's using the media space as leverage. He's making the negotiation public because he wants that pressure to be put on Josh Kelly's team to take this fight. And he wants to make it look like if he doesn't take this fight, it's a duck move.
Right. Shelton, you work with Kelly's team? So it seemed like he's saying, right?
No. He says if I'm in the Kelly camp.
Oh, if I missed it, you know what? I ain't even see that, bro. I'm not looking at the YouTube screen. I'm looking at the bot, and it's blended in. Right.
He's saying if he's over there.
I was like, damn, bro, you moving on up, huh? You were just going here the other night talking about this inside. No wonder why you was watching the fight with us.
Yeah. I mean, look,
you peeping the competition. I was about to give him credit, Clay.
right.
You get credit anyway. You get credit anyway. I ain't gonna take it away from you. You know what I mean? Salute, Sheldon. Good catch, Clay.
No doubt. So at the end of the day, we'll see how that negotiation happens. I don't go with the duck talk. Matter of fact, and I think I'll agree with Eddie Hearn if this is what his mindset is at. I gotta believe this is where his mindset is at. The Virgil Ortiz fight gets bigger with time. It's gonna age like wine or like good cheese, right? Time is gonna make it more pungent, more a smoother wine. Age is going to help that fight. Let's allow Jaron Ennis, and by the way, allow Jaron Ennis to conduct business, to be a business-minded prize fighter. These guys didn't get an opportunity to make the big paydays, and more shade at the American boxing space, at the Black American boxing space, who didn't support these fighters in a way to put them in position to get these paydays. Let him be a businessman. You allowed your favorite fighter to pick and move strategically in his career to make the most money, and you supported him until the end. Allow Jaron Ennis the same space, a fighter who's delivered so many great performances, a fighter who's unified, become a lineal champion, a fighter who sacrificed so much business in the spirit of legacy. Allow him to conduct business and be a businessman, and allow Eddie Hearn to work with him in building him up to the space to where he can be headlining pay-per-views, making the biggest paydays, and also put Jaron Boots Ennis in a position to be a lane for fighters in Philadelphia to come up, right?
Shout out to the Cadenas. He's on board with us. We're building on. It makes the fight bigger. Yes, absolutely. And great comparison. If they don't have belts and they fight, the fight's weak. If they both win, if Virgil beats Fundora, if Boots beats XANDER, that fight is huge. That's a big money fight. Now you're talking about mad money at that point. So yes, you're right on the money with that. Salute to you for that. What's up?
Yeah.
Tommy the Hitman Hill. What's going on, brother? Rick Tim's in the building. Salute. Guys, if you're entering the building, please make sure y'all hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Make sure you give a follow and share the content, man, for sure.
Yeah. So that being said, like I was saying, allow him to be a businessman. Allow him to open up a lane for other fighters. He has a promotional company. Fighters like my guy Cali Cole, right? And other fighters that he has under his roster. He has other things going outside of just boxing in the ring. He also has a business and a brand that he's building up. So yeah, man, he's gonna move strategically, and I don't think there's anything wrong with seeing a fighter like Jaron Boots Ennis being moved strategically. He suffered from the lack of strategy in his career, early in his career, bro. He's 39 fights into his career, something like that. I don't know what he is, 39, 34. I don't know what the number is for him right now, but ultimately, at this point in his career, going through what he's gone through, I'm not surprised at all that he's allowing the business of boxing. He's giving the business of boxing the attention it deserves. It is what it is, right? That being said, moving on with the topics, we're going to go into the co-main event of this Top Rank card. SHU SHU Carrington, surely becoming one of the favorite fighters for this channel, for this content creator, for this boxing fan. I'm loving what SHU SHU Carrington is bringing to the space. I love the way he carries himself. Once again, this new era of boxer champion. When you look at SHU SHU, when you look at Abdullah Mason getting ready to fight for his first title, you look at Xander Zayas. I love the professionalism. I love how these guys articulate themselves. I love how they carry themselves in and outside the ring. SHU SHU definitely checks the boxes on one of those fighters. Got his opportunity to get an interim title. We know SHU SHU brings a lot to the table. And if you wonder about SHU SHU's potential, look how hard it is for this guy to get an opportunity at our championship. What he has to go through. He has to literally get in the way. And that lets you know how his peers, his contemporaries,
or his teammates, or promoters, managers.
Well, not only teammates, but the fighters. if he was such an easy fighter, Rafael Espinosa would have been put a fight up with him.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Stephen Fulton wouldn't gone up to fight O'Shaquie Foster. He just sat there and defended his title as he was number one in those rankings as well. And Angela Lee, all these other fighters that are Nick Ball, these fighters that are in the division would have been given an opportunity. He's having to go the hard way, but I think you got to take some respect with it, right? It's kind of like with Shiraz and Edgar Berlanga when they started talking about his hands being wrapped. Weird. Shiraz said, listen, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't like the fact that they're doing it, but I am taking it as some respect, right? There is some respect in there if you think that I'm punching on you so hard that I got to be doing something diabolical in the background. Clearly, nobody else has punched on you like that. So, you're trying to justify and validate some and find some understanding as to what I did to you. Well, SHU SHU, as much as been an uphill battle as he's going through to getting these title fights, I think it's also reaffirming and reassuring him of the real threat he brings to the division. That being said, had a fight with Mateus Heisha on Saturday night. I love the performance. I thought it was a great performance. He got some criticism in it, but look, he's an interim champion. He made it happen at the end of the day. Where are you at on SHU SHU Carrington and what you saw Saturday?
Woo! This is what I'm going to tell you. Now, everybody want to be acting like Floyd. Everybody want to be reminders of Floyd. Everybody want to dance like Floyd in the ring. This dude is naturally himself, but reminds me of Floyd. That's crazy, right? Because I don't like comparing people. But he's actually the only guy I actually could sit there saying legitimately has his own style, but reminds me of Floyd Mayweather, the way he carries himself, the confidence he has. And it's not so much of the in-ring antics, right? It's himself, his character is there. And I like that because it just brings me back to 2002, 2003, 2004, actually with 2004. Yeah, with Floyd, you know what I mean? And it brings me back there to say the least that this guy is somebody, you know what I mean? He's going to move up. He's going to be, woo! He said it, pretty boy. What? Yeah, not money. Yes. Definitely pretty boy. That's exactly what he reminds me of, Clay. And I think he has the right stuff, as you said, right? To take this to the next level. You don't see the champions jumping out. Floyd had the same situation, right? Nobody wanted to fight him at 126 or 130. 130. Right? Mm-hmm. He had to go get Andrew Manfredi. He was looking for Andrew Manfredi for years, right? Finally got his opportunity, beat the brakes off of him. Then he beat who else? I can go back a whole bunch of fighters, bro. He beat Corrales, he beat Augustus Manuel. Like so many, and that was his toughest fight, right? And we just seen that type of fight with SHU SHU not too long ago. He had his Augustus Emmanuel fight, but what I'm saying is jeez, I'm trying to go back Pretty Boy Floyd days, Clay. I'm trying to think of the African dude he fought. Remember that dude everybody thought he was gonna get beat up by?
Floyd Mayweather?
Yeah, the African dude.
The the Ndu dude.
Yeah, whatever he was, and everybody was like, "Yo, yeah, Goyo Vargas." Yeah, maybe. I don't know who that is. Oh, you got it. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, yo, listen, man. He's constantly moving through these hoops and always moving up. He went and fought the best challenges after he got through his Pretty Boy stages. But yo, I think yes, Rick Timms. Yes, I agree. They dude threw his name out there so many times. This guy right here, though, man. He's just a different person, man. He's a different personality. He brings a young mentality, not the fighting style, not the charisma. I'm talking about the mentality of what I seen with Floyd coming up into the rankings, where he couldn't get the fights in those situations and calling out these fighters. I think he's there. I think he's ready to be a star. He is a star in the making. I think he's ready to be a star and take over, bro. I'm with SHU SHU on this, man. Who can he beat? We're gonna find out because It takes some questioning, right? We got to see him with the best.
Yeah, I love the trajectory he's on.
Ndu, you got it. Yes, Ndu. That's his name.
Yeah, I told you. I said Philip Ndu.
Oh, because you looked it up.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. I remember Ndu. Yeah, I remember. I just couldn't remember his first name, so I had to go look it up. I remember Ndu. You know what I'm saying? But
I couldn't think of his name. I knew it was something weird, but that was a good fight. But that's 100%.
It was one of his best fights.
Yes, it was.
It was a real good fight. It really spoke to Floyd. Really, it really showed you who he is. But he had a lot of those fights early in his career, man. That's another thing people understate about Floyd Mayweather is you know, it didn't come easy for him. He didn't just, you know, a lot of these fighters start on the money made train and they don't acknowledge the pretty boy train. Like, what's your pretty boy fights? Right. Where's your pretty boy era? Where you know, where you're building yourself up to become money? He fought his way anyway. That being said, that being said, SHU SHU Carrington, I loved what I saw. You know, listen, guys, we go back in SHU SHU Carrington to the Sagawa fight, and I think that Sagawa fight was a huge fight for him. You know what I'm saying? If you guys remember, it was like 3 fights ago, right? Let me see how long ago it was. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you right now how long ago. It wasn't that many fights ago. When did he fight Sagawa? Suleiman Sagawa?
Yeah, like 3 fights.
Yeah, 3 fights ago, including 2 fights ago if you're not including the Haysha fight, right? And people talking, I see people in the chat talking about the power he doesn't have, right? But you know, funny enough, before that Sagawa fight, he was knocking everybody out. He was stopping everybody, right? So in essence, he drank his own Kool-Aid a little bit as he got into the Sagawa fight. And I'll never forget, around that Sagawa fight was around the same time that Gervonta Tank Davis was getting ready to fight Frank Martin. And he was over there in Vegas. He had just moved to Vegas, if I'm correct. I think he had been in Vegas for a little less. I think he was months into Vegas at that point, like 6 months, like not even a year in Vegas yet. He was still in New York doing his thing, but he moved to Vegas because he knew he wanted to be in the mecca of boxing, right? And I'll never forget the interview he had where he talked about going over to see Gervonta Tank Davis train, and he was so inspired. He was like, yo, man, Tank, he was so inspired at what Tank was doing. And I think, I don't think it was a coincidence that he went into the Sagawa fight with this high guard, walking down, trying on the back end of watching what he did, what Tank did against Frank Martin. He kind of tried to bring that same energy. I'm going to cut the ring off because Sagawa was boxing and wasn't engaging, was moving around and using his distance. And he became this over-aggressive fighter against Sagawa that was looking to cut the ring off and stop this guy. And he ended up looking pedestrian. He looked regular. Still won the fight, but he looked weird. The thing that made me know that SHU SHU was going to be that guy was the way he processed the victory. He took the victory, but walked away saying, I ain't like a lot of the things I was doing in that fight, and then opened up a third eye in his head and said, bro, I need to get back to who I am. That the amateur pedigree, the cerebral science that I bring to the space, I need to tap into that. If a knockout comes, it comes, but I need to stop chasing it. And we saw him adjust. We saw him go through growing pains, right? We saw him come from that fight and go into I'm trying to pull it up here who the next fight was. It was the one that he had on the MVP card, right? With the Mike Tyson card. Coolwell, exactly. And he won a decision in that fight, a unanimous decision, but people were once again like, I don't know, is SHU SHU back? I don't know. He's, you know, people started questioning his power, but what he was doing was he was becoming the more cerebral fighter again. And he did the same thing against Enrique Vivas, right? Brought that cerebral energy, ended up stopping him. But still saw I can be cerebral and the knockout can still come. I don't gotta chase these guys down. And then we saw what happened last night, or Saturday night, sorry. What happened Saturday night against Mateus Haysha, and we saw a poised, cerebral, patient, efficient Carrington, right? And I think the space is split as to what they're looking at. And I acknowledge the casual space in this conversation because I think the casual space, and this is why it's important that the content creators in the space understand how to celebrate a Shakur Stevenson, William Zepeda performance, and celebrate a SHU SHU Carrington, Haysha performance, right? And celebrate a Xander Zayas, George Garcia Perez performance, and understand that sweet science and that entertaining value, the entertainment value of seeing those guys fight those kind of fights. Because here I am watching a Bruce Carrington put on a masterclass performance against Haysha, in my opinion, dealing with a dangerous fighter in Haysha, a better fighter than people want to acknowledge. I think we won't understand until we start seeing Haysha fight more often. In his next 2 or 3 fights, I think we're going to see really the pedigree of fighter that he really is. And I think that fight will age better as time goes by. As we watch Haysha perform, I think his SHU SHU's performance will age better, right? That's what I'm thinking. But look, man, he became an interim champion. I thought the performance was great, and I think he's going to present a lot of issues for some of your favorite champions at 126, man. What do you think?
I agree. I think he's going to entertain the next fight. Hopefully, he gets. I mean, he called out Espinoza, but I think he's going to get that WBC. Excuse me. I think when Raymond, what's his name moves up to fight, I think he gets that WBC title. Whether it's emailed or he fights for it, and I think they unify that title with Neary, because he's also on the top ranked card, and then go from there. They'll try to make a fight with Espinoza to keep it over there, and then maybe go chase Nick Ball, who's over here at Matchroom, or Frank Warren, one or the other at the Zone, and they go chase that fight and see where that goes. But yeah, it's makes all the sense in the world, man, to get these fights going. Hopefully they just don't do them like Shakur, when Shakur got the unifications and they wouldn't give him that fight with was it Cordina when he was the championship before he lost, because they tried to keep that away and they wouldn't give him that fight with Navarrete because they wanted to protect him. They wanted him to be move up and get that other titles as he was making progress. So hopefully they don't do that, but you never know. If they don't, if they do, they do. But regardless, he'll be a unified champion moving up. So, and I know he doesn't have much time there. That's what's even crazier. He doesn't have much time at 126. So he'll be moving up. And I think he can make. I think he'll capitalize at 140. I think he's like 5'8", 5'9". So he'll capitalize and make a good career out of himself as he moves up in weight and keep the speed, because he's one of the bigger fighters at the division too. So we'll see.
Yeah, shout out to not ETC, sorry, Devontre Bone said Zayas was doing a little too much hugging. And I spoke to it a little earlier, and that's what I'm saying, right? When Zayas starts to figure out how to manage and produce that power, he won't have to hug as much. He'll be able to get that respect just off the strength of the threat in the ring that he presents to those kind of fighters, right? But when you're dealing with somebody like
it's
George,
an awkward fighter, bro. Like let's not take away from James Zayas as much as give Jorge Garcia Perez the accolades and the credit that he did. Yes, he's slow, but he's awkward. He was rangy. He was able to catch James Zayas coming out of those combos and coming out of those inside pocket shots, the body shots and things like that. He was able to catch him with those because even though he's slow, he's able to time him well. That has nothing to do with him getting the head off the line or nothing. It was just this guy knew his timing. He knew the distance, and him being a longer fight, the much rangier fighter, he was able to catch him moving back on the counter. So we have to give credit where credit's due. I don't think it was also Daniel's eyes was just like hugging because he wanted to. He wanted to stop getting hit coming out. And if I'm in there and I can get a couple shots off inside the body and punch in the face while I'm inside the pocket, yeah, I'm going to hold you, let the ref break it up so I can reset that way instead of getting hit all the time. It makes sense, Clay.
Right. Yeah, like I said, you know what I mean? When the power starts manifesting, there'll be other options. But when you're dealing with a fighter who's coming forward like a George Garcia Perez was doing, you got to do what you got to do, bro. You got to make it happen one way or the other. You know what I mean? When it's relentless pressure, and like Ray said, he's getting caught on the way out. You know what I mean? Because of the awkward way Perez fights. Yeah, George Perez fights. You do what you got to do, bro. You can't just allow that guy to keep catching you on your way out. You're stepping out to left, you're stepping out to right, you're trying to spin him, and he's got these long, weird arms that are like hooking, like
and he's throwing haymakers. It wasn't like he was throwing like loose jab. Yo, he's throwing haymakers from outside.
Yeah, it's difficult.
But I get it. Listen, to each their own, man. I don't hold nobody's opinions against them. I mean, if that's what you saw, that's what you saw. I seen it more of a defensive strategy. But it is what it is. I mean, it's cool.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, things will change as he grows in experience and he grows and he understands how to go ahead and sharpen up those skills that are going to give him other options outside of hugging a fighter like specifically George Perez. I don't think he runs into the same thing with a Virgil Ortiz or any of these other fighters. I think he's a very unique kind of fighter, and you got to kind of fight him a certain way. And the win is the most important thing.
He'll be the rangier fighter in those fights. He's the bigger. Actually, him and Ortiz might be the same size, but for the most part, most of those other fighters they'll be smaller than him, so he won't have to hugged or whatever, unless they just happen to be fast, and he has to keep them, again, defensively sound. He has to make a mark to keep them back. I mean, it happens. It's boxing. It's allowed in boxing. I always say, if something's allowed in the sport, do it. You know what I mean? Until they stop you from doing it, do it. It's crazy to sound like that, but it is what it is, man. You ain't breaking the rules until they tell you you're breaking them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You don't believe me? Ask Bill Belichick.
It is what it is, right? But yeah, back on SHU SHU. Just to say that definitely on the right trajectory to make something happen. I think the big difference with SHU SHU Carrington and early Shakur Stevenson's career and a lot of other fighters is Turkey, right? We got to remember he's a Ring Magazine ambassador. He's a Ring ambassador. He's got a good budget behind him. Turkey wants to see him unify. He wants to see the division unify. That's going to happen. Turkey already tried to make a fight happen between Nick Ball and SHU SHU Carrington. He offered Nick Ball $2 million. Nick Ball didn't take it. There's other money to be made for Nick Ball on that UK scene. Nick Ball's up and coming, a big star over there. It's going to take a little bit more money, but I think Turkey understands and is ready to pay the price. And now that SHU SHU has a title, interim title, the next step for SHU SHU is going to be to become a full champion in the WBC conversation. And I think it's right around the corner for him. You know, Stephen Fulton goes to fight O'Shaquie Foster. He may vacate the title. Who knows? Or after that fight, maybe that's a fight that Stephen Fulton makes happen with SHU SHU. In worst case scenario, he's either going to be elevated to a full champion or maybe even have to wait on the Ray Vargas, Carlos Castro fight, which I hear is in the making. Ray Vargas being the actual full champion in recess for the WBC title. So he's right around the corner to getting an opportunity to become a full champion. And those fights, just like we talked about with Jaron Ennis getting a title, those fights become big, way bigger, worth a lot more money if SHU SHU Carrington is involved with unification fights with these other champions. So that's probably what's going to happen. His next moves are probably going to be to get him closer to becoming a full champion. I'd say keep a close eye on Stephen Fulton and O'Shaquie Foster, and keep a close eye on the announcement of Ray Vargas and Carlos Castro. I think that's going to make a big difference what's going to happen.
Yeah.
He's not a big star. He can't sell out Liverpool Arena where he's from. I think he's growing, though, is what I'm saying, right? Like, is he packing out buildings? No, but I think people are attracting. The UK space is starting to like Nick Ball, bro, without a doubt. From what I understand, the money he was being offered, he's making more money. He's being offered more money to fight other fights against the Sam Goodmans and fights that nobody's supposed to be interested in. People are loving what they're seeing from Nick Ball. So I don't think he's not packing out no buildings or nothing, but people are loving Nick Ball. I talk to UK fans and they love Nick Ball. They think he's up and coming. They loving him. They love the performances that he's been. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. He's turning down $2 million.
Right.
Yeah, Shelton, no doubt, for sure. Dub, I think he's a bigger attraction here than there. That's why they cater more to this region for him. Okay, maybe. Hey, bro, I don't know. It seems from the outside looking in, but Dub knows a lot. He got a lot of plug out there, so maybe that is what it is. Maybe he's a nobody.
I don't think people paying as much dollars as they are.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
he might get more. He might get more exposure, I would say, to the Western Hemisphere, but that's about it.
I don't know, but the path for SHU SHU is to become a champion. Once he becomes a champion, unification has become a bigger part of the conversation, and it brings a little bit more energy towards a fight being made and money going behind it. It is what it is.
Right. Thor Hero.
Yeah, Thor Hero says salute Thor Hero. Dub says he's not a nobody, just not a big star. Yeah, right. He's not a big star yet, but I think I'm gonna be real with you. I stand on he's gaining momentum in the UK market.
Yeah, those divisions over there.
People know what know what to expect from him. They when they hear him on the card, they're like, yay, because they know what he's gonna bring. They're starting to become way more. Now that he's a title holder, it is what it is. Shout out to Noma says Elijah Pierce looked good. Yeah, Elijah Pierce is a great right now for me. He at a minimum, great dancing partner. At a minimum. I don't know yet what it's going to look like for him at 126. Like what he did the other night. I want to see him fight more. I could say that. I love watching him fight, and I can't wait for his next fight. What is he going to do in the division? He's one of those fighters who's high risk, no reward, because he's still fighting over there at OTX. when I start seeing him move to the bigger platforms, I think he'll get more opportunities. But at the end of the day, high risk, low reward. Who's going to fight him? You know what I'm saying? Right now. But I think he's a great dance partner. It's just going to take the right strategy and business behind him,
the right people,
right, to get him where he needs to be. So we'll see what Elijah does, but yeah, great fight the other night that he had as well. You know what I mean? Great fight. I believe the night before, right? The night before.
Right, it was Friday night.
So it is what it is, right? So that's what we're looking at with SHU SHU. Moving on, Emiliano Vargas steals the show, bro. This kid, he continues to deliver these knockouts, man, right? And he's got the looks, he's got the legacy behind him as far as Fernando, his father is concerned. Mexico seems to love him. The fans love him. I heard people who were there said that when he did what he did, the place shook even harder for him than it did for Xander Zayas. Like, the place went crazy for him. They're loving what he's bringing to the table. Without a doubt, it seems like he's going to be a next up-and-coming star. 140-pound division can use that energy. It's moving well, but Emiliano Vargas just makes it that much more interesting. You got Keyshawn Davis, who's also moved up to 140 pounds. We know the family feud that's there between Keyshawn Davis and his brothers and Emiliano Vargas and his brothers. It just makes for good boxing, good fights that could be made up there. What do you think about Emiliano Vargas' performance?
Man, that was crazy. I ain't think nothing of it. It was like 3 seconds, bro. I literally looked down for something, Clay. Like, I had to watch the replay. And I was watching it, and I was like, okay, it's going to be pretty decent. I looked down to grab something. I don't know what it was. I look up, he floored him. Like, damn, that quick. So I had to watch it on the replay.
Full counter, baby. Classic.
Yeah, it was full counter. Yep. Through the left and socked him with the right. Yep.
Right over the top of that damn jab. Boop. Caught him right on his ear and knocked his equilibrium out.
And it was crazy because he was still standing there. Punch drunk, right?
It kind of looked like he took a break, like he took a knee almost, but then you saw him try to get up and you were like, oh.
He was going, bro. He knocked him out. Like, that's a knockout. That's a real knockout, bro. He was sitting there like, he was in a different world. I wonder if he can remember last week.
Yeah. No, it was great, man. I think this kid's an up-and-coming star, but I think at the end of the day,
he has to fight somebody, bro.
Yeah, the competition has to go up more.
That's really what I wanted to really touch base on. I think he's a great fighter. I think he has some great looks in the ring. I think it's time to step up his competition. I think he's been fighting a lot of these fights, which are padded knockouts. Don't get it twisted, but they are.
I mean, look, it's building up. It's Top Rank doing what Top Rank does, and they're the best at doing it. They're building him up. And I think there's nothing wrong with that, but I do think at this point, it's kind of like with Abdullah Mason a little bit. Like, at some point, it's like, okay, it's time to step up the competition. It's time to put him, and I think what he, I don't want to say need, because they're keeping him pretty active as well. They're keeping him pretty active. He's on these cards, but I think the activity can go up a little bit more, maybe only because it's Top Rank. Get him a little bit more active, and it's time to raise the competition. I think he's ready for top 10 or top 15. You think top 10 is somewhere? Is he special enough to be in the conversation?
Yeah, he definitely can go up top. I think top 8, bro. Get him up there. Put him with the dogs.
Yeah.
Move him in there. Move him in the top 6. He's fast, bro. He's got quick hands. He's got enough movement. Let's see how his defense works, because he's been all offense. He hasn't had nobody fight him, like really get in his face. So he had one fighter that really gave him a little bit of a test. He went like 3 rounds or something like that. Dude was putting hands on him a little bit. But, you know what I mean?
I don't see him in any of the sanctioned and body rankings, so it's open.
That's I'm gonna say, you know how that works. You know what I mean? You know how they work. Oh yeah, because he with that. What is he with that IOB belt or something like that, or ITO?
I don't know.
So yeah, some belt. NBO, the NBO belt. He got the NBO belt. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, L Dub, because L Dub won't correct me. The NBO. I think that's what he holds, Clay, and I think that belt is just like a circuit belt or whatever, or it's a real belt, but it's like really on another level of other belt, on an under level of other belt. And ABO. Thank you. But I think that's he needs to move up. He needs to get out of that little section and move into something a little bit more promising. Now, you want to talk about somebody that needs to go take a fight overseas and put a name out there for himself? We know him here. He needs to go to England or Australia and fight one of those smaller guys in 140, make a name for himself. Matter of fact, speaking of Australia, why not knock out George Kambosos? Why not?
Nah, that fight ain't happening.
Why? I didn't say it ain't happening. I said, why not knock him out? You know I'm gonna throw something out there.
Yeah, knock out everybody. You know what I'm saying? I think L-Dub is hitting on. That's why the fight I thought the other night I was saying the same thing. I think Antonio Moran is the natural the next fight that makes the most sense. He's top 15. He has common opponents. You know, Antonio Moran's fought the Andy Cruzes, the Devin Haney's. You know what I'm saying? He's fought champions, and at the end of the day, brings him into the WBO conversation, which is where I think he should be campaigning at. You know what I'm saying? I've heard little things mentioned about Teofimo and things of that nature, and that fight is nowhere near happening. But
no.
At the end of the day, no, I haven't heard about that fight being next, but I've heard the conversation come up with them being in a conversation with each other. So
who did I give you who did I say? You was like, I'm crazy. I said somebody, I forgot who it was. It was I said Brendan Lee, because I said he played around between 140 and 147. I said maybe he dropped down to 140. You said he'll kill him.
Yeah, I don't think that fight's a fight he should jump into. I don't think his father would allow that to happen. I think they know better.
Maynard Ortiz, I think it's too dangerous right now. I think he's more durable.
Yeah. And remember, Fernando got pushed too fast. You know what I'm saying? Nah, Liam is too high, man. Like these fighters aren't gonna make a fight. It's high risk, low reward. Why would I be a
perfect fighter then? How about Michelle Rivera?
Nah,
no,
no, I don't see it. Where is he at in the top 15, top 10? Where is he?
He's number 11 in IBF. Number 11 in IBF.
He doesn't want to do a rehydration clause with that dude, bro.
He won't have to. He's making 140 easy. He was 135. He moved up because he had a problem at 135. 140.
I mean, if he wants to fight Michelle Rivera, all power to him. You know what I'm saying? Right. I think that Antonio Moran is a very super winnable fight for him.
Bro, I don't know, man. That's like fighting this. That's like fighting this guy, man. Who the what's his name? Everybody beat him up, man. What's his name? The dude that Tate beat up for the belt. Should have retired by now. What's his name? Starts with a P. Pedraza. It's like fighting, and Moran's like Pedraza, bro. He's just been passed around and beat up on.
No matter. Pedraza's echoed in a lot of people into the space that he's in. He got used for Ernesto Mercado, got in on him.
I don't want to see Moran.
Keith Davis did it. Listen, bro, he's there. Okay, you got to bring him up. You got to bring him up in a way to where he can get into these rankings, but you don't want the risk to be so high at this point in his career. You want to build him. Send him there. You don't need to send the least risk is Antonio. You put him in there with Michelle. Yes, that's a great fight, but he can lose that fight. Michelle
exactly. But he needs to be tested. That's my point.
If I'm Fernando Vargas, I don't move like a fan. I move like a businessman and like a manager of my son's career. I don't move like a fan and throw him into the game.
I guess.
No reason. I put him in there with Antonio. I let him build himself up. Maybe the fight after Antonio Moran, I'll entertain Michelle Rivera. But I'll tell you right this, on the back end of an Antonio Moran victory, now he's in the conversation of fighting a Jermaine Ortiz. He's in a conversation of fighting a Jose Carlos Ramirez. Like, I'll put him in a conversation of making his way towards a championship, because at the end of the day, the money's behind the belts. Now, especially with Turkey right now, where Turkey's at, especially where TOPRANK is at with Turkey, strategy, chess, not checkers. You know what I'm saying? He can fight Michelle Rivera, though. I'm gonna love it. And I think if he knocks Michelle Rivera out, it'll take his whole stock into another conversation. But I think if he loses, he's gonna look dumb as shit. I think if he loses, they're gonna be like, "Why the fuck did you get in the ring with Michelle Rivera?" That's what they're gonna say. That's why you
challenge yourself. That's his fault for fighting anybody he keep knocking out. Should have took these fights on earlier.
Okay, that's one way to look at it. I'm sure that's what Fernando will say. Our fault. Sorry, bro. We're gonna start all over again. I should have never had you. That's what they're gonna say. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That being said,
I'm with that. I agree.
Yeah.
No, I'm just messing with you, man.
That being said, Emiliano Vargas looking great, superstar. Can't wait to see his fight. I think it's time for him to to step up in competition without a doubt. A lot of first round knockouts. The thing that's dangerous about that for me is I'll reference you guys to Edgar Berlanga. These fighters who start off with all these knockouts, they don't develop. They don't get the competition. They're not seeing enough rounds, and they end up their biggest fights. They end up looking like Edgar did against
my bad, Thomas.
And Canelo.
My bad. I ain't mean to put Pedraza down like that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm. But Clay, you know what I'm saying? They know what I'm talking about. It's all good though. My bad.
Right. So the competition level has to go up for him. I want to see him get more rounds in. I want to see him develop as a fighter. But I understand the movement. Top Rank is number one at this. I won't never question the way they move. I've seen him build too many fighters up. But I think that victory that he had this past weekend just kind of speaks towards, yes, he's a star. People love watching him fight, but be aware of the lack of development that this kid is getting by putting these fighters away so quick and not getting the rounds in. One thing that I love about Abdullah Mason is there's an evolution about him, and if anything, I've always held the Giovanni Cabrera fight falling to the wayside because of Giovanni Cabrera having injuries as a stump in the road for him. I'm like, damn, bro, I really wanted him to have that fight. I don't want him to have that fight with Andy Cruz. I don't want him to have that fight with Shakur Stevenson. I don't want him to have that fight with these other fighters. I want him to have that fight. And what I mean by that fight is the multiple round fight, right? The 7, 8, 9, 10 rounds, the up and down, the adjustments, the schooling that he's going to get by having these rounds in there with these cerebral fighters. I don't want him having those fights with the biggest competition. And I'm thinking the same thing with Emiliano Vargas. I want that development to work out for him. So we'll see what ends up happening. You know what I mean?
Right.
That being said, moving on from Emiliano Vargas, we talked about the Terrence Crawford PED situation already. Can we go into the Tim Bradley perspective on Tank Davis? Should we get into the Tank Davis conversation?
Sure.
Right. So Tim Bradley gets interviewed on that final card on Top Rank, and they ask him about Tank and Shakur, and he says he keeps it 100. Says Tank Davis has 1 foot out the game and 1 foot in the game. It's a dangerous space for him to be in, and just basically said, I don't see the Shakur fight happening, right? I don't see him motivated. I don't see him wanting to even be in the boxing space the way he needs to want to be in the boxing space in order to compete at the highest level that the sport has to offer him, especially now that 135 is becoming its own bit of a hornet's nest to a degree. I don't know how you feel about that, but with Abdullah Mason getting ready to grab a title or get a shot at the title, with Shakur hands looking like they're doing better than they have in a long time, definitely not 100% nowhere near it, but it seems like he's managing it well enough to where he can put on good performances. Floyd Schofield right now coming off of a great knockout of Tevin Farmer. The division is just getting real competitive, and Tank should be dialed in to be in any of these fights on any given Sunday. He doesn't seem to be very excited about what it looks like with Tank Davis. I've spoken about it ever since before he fought Lamont Roach, and we're seeing it now. He's got some personal issues, yes, but I think that we can be honest and say that even without the personal issues, it's why didn't he sign the deal with Lamont Roach? He's shown a lack of enchantment or excitement with the sport, right? Like, he doesn't seem like he's that motivated to put together any fights. The Lamont Roach fight, rumors circulating about him fighting Jake Paul, looks like he's in a bad place as far as where he sees boxing. How you feel about it at this point?
See, I hate doing this because I don't want to be like I'm beating up on Tank. I'm not. I think that Tank kind of puts his foot in his own mouth sometimes. I think he gets celebrated for doing so way too much. It's not that I think he's wrong. I think he says what he believes, and I think when it doesn't go his way, he gets frustrated.
Hold it down for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. And I think once he gets frustrated, it doesn't help him to really build on anything, and he doesn't trust the people he's with. I know a lot of people feel that he does, but think about it. This guy wanted to get the rematch over by May. At least sign it away. They didn't even start talking about negotiations of the fight until June, July, and they're trying to push it out to August. It never even got announced for August, and then he got into a situation with the lawsuit, and I understand how that works. I mean, maybe that was something that we didn't see coming, and he knew, so he stayed off the radar. He just still tweeted here, tweeted there, and other people were in a mix for him, and he just was trying to stay from wherever the situation was that he put himself in or did not put himself in and knew it was coming. I just want to say that I just think that he has so much going for him, and there's so many opportunities, and those opportunities are, to say the least, they're not being presented. I mean, every fighter, I don't care if you believe it or not, or you think the person deserves the fight or not. A lot of people want to see the fight with Shakur. They wanted to see the fight with the Dream. They wanted to see the fight with Teofimo Lopez. They wanted to see the Loma fight, but we didn't get none of those fights. And his career is coming to an end very soon. And I'm not saying I'm putting a time date on it. What I'm saying is Father Time kicks in. He already mentioned that he didn't want to fight after 2025. So if he stands true to his words, which I think he will fight because of the time off, I think he'll come back and fight. But if he stays true to those words, then what did he do to make us happy besides deliver great knockouts and action-packed fights? He didn't really give us anything where we wanted to see him solidify and beat the best of the divisions that we wanted him to see. And I think as a fan base, that hurts. Now, as far as him coming back or making this fight happen, I don't know. And I just hope that he does make a decision quick. I believe today is the court date or something like that. So I think today they're going to have some deliberations on that, and we'll have some answers if he's going to make the fight or whatever. They're going to be back on social media, wherever the case may be, and we'll find out where he goes. I just hope it works out for the best for him, excluding the situation outside of boxing, because I don't want to talk about that, but with the courts. But I just think, like, whatever happens, I hope he's able to make the fight, whether it's Lamont Roach, Shakur, or who you said, Kid Austin, or anybody. We need to see him back in the ring. I mean, I think when people are in the ring, they're happier and they have less problems on their hands. But when you have these long layoffs, bad things happen.
Yeah. When it comes to the Gervonta Tank Davis conversation, I think I'm pretty upfront about what it is for me. There's obviously multiple things involved. When you talk about Tank Davis, you're talking about a machine. You're talking about a franchised fighter, a fighter who's a face of an actual company, as far as the PBC is concerned, as far as TGB, Tom Brown's productions, however TBG or however that works, I don't know. But you're talking about a lot of pieces that are connected to Tank Davis and what you see as the great fighter that a lot of people are a fan of. The business. You think about Tank Davis, you think about what he wants. You understand that he doesn't care about belts. He doesn't care about legacy. He cares about money. When you understand what drives him, what moves the needle for Tank, then you go ahead and you attach that to where he's at mentally right now as far as how he feels about the sport. I personally connect the dots for myself. Speculation, without a doubt, because Tank doesn't communicate to the space that much. We don't know what's really going on with Tank in real time because Tank doesn't communicate it. But I'm left to my thoughts. I'm left to my speculation. I'm left to my critical thinking skills to come up with some opinion of sorts as to what's happening with Tank Davis. All right. That being said, taking all those things in consideration, there's an argument there to be said that if Tank is not happy, there's a reason why he's not happy. Tank is not driven by the legacy or the championships or the quality of opponents. So that's not what it is. It's not that Tank feels like there's nobody out there for me to fight. There's nobody interesting. Nobody can compete with me. I done did all the things. That's not what it is clearly with him. But if his goals are aligned with making money, then I'm going to assume that money is the reason why Tank has lost his whole entire appetite for smoke. Shout out to Abdullah Mason. His appetite for smoke has gone away because he doesn't see the money coming in the way he wants it to come in. Is there still money for Tank out there to make? Sure. If Tank gets in the ring, you can say that he's looking to make a substantial amount of money. But in comparison to what? In comparison to my bank account, your bank account, in comparison to what you believe would make you happy, or in comparison to what he knows he should be making in comparison to what he's made in the past, right? So at the end of the day, it is what it is. However you want to look at it, I think the biggest mistake a fan of Tank Davis could make is believing or dismissing Tank's open line of communication to the boxing space when it comes to how he looks at boxing. And the reality is, if Tank Davis is not enchanted with the sport, I have to agree with Tim Bradley that it looks like he has 1 foot out and 1 foot in the sport. And just like any fighter that I've seen in any combat sport, whether it's a UFC, whether it's boxing, one of the early signs of a fighter getting ready to head the other direction in his trajectory is his lack of interest in being in the ring. When you start talking about fighters, talking about when rumors start circulating about him fighting against Jake Paul, when he puts out there talking about retirement, saying that this is going to be his last year, when he starts having these conversations, it is what it is.
Right.
Now the question is, if Tank is not going to fight anytime soon, if he's not going to rematch Lamont Roach, if he is indeed going to not be, if he's going to be less active than he's already is as a fighter who probably only fights once and twice a year, what does boxing do to move forward and take into consideration that he's not going to be there for the long haul? 135 still has to move forward. 135 is still a division that has a lot of competition in it. We got new champions coming together. We have a resurgence of Shakur Stevenson. We have Turki Al-Sheikh, who's ready to infuse a lot of money into the sport. If Tank is not going to be in the conversation of what's going on at 135 pounds, then we need to start thinking about boxing without Tank potentially. Obviously, the door is always open for Gervonta Tank Davis. Whenever he decides to return in that capacity, we will embrace him with open arms and be excited to see what his fights are going to be. But that being said, there was an interesting conversation that came up on Blue Blood Sports TV. My guy, I co-host over there on Blue Blood Sports TV for sure. If you ain't subscribed over there, I don't know what you're waiting on to do that. But we had a conversation about entertaining the idea of Tank potentially taking a timeout, right? I think Blue was pushing it more towards the direction if he ends up having to go inside for a minute, then what do we do with that WBA title? What do we do with the lightweight division? How does the lightweight division move forward without him? Blue entertained it because there was a rumor, or I think Lamont Roach put out a tweet saying, don't be surprised if his next fight isn't with Isaac Cruz. That would lead most people to believe that there's some sort of negotiations that may be happening in the background for Lamont Roach to fight Isaac Cruz. Blue said, listen, we should make it. Let's go ahead and put Tank as a champion in recess, and let's let those guys fight it out for that vacant title, or for, the champion in recess means the same thing as Ray Vargas is right now, the same thing Devin Haney was for a long time at 140, the same thing that a lot of champions are doing. I think those guys right now that I mentioned. Same thing for Tank. I know the community felt some kind of way about it. Why do that? Why strip him? Why make him a champion in recess? I get it, right? But if you take it into consideration, if he does have to sit inside for 6 months to a year, or God forbid longer than that, then what do you do with the title? So that conversation was based specifically on a scenario and what would make sense at the end of that scenario if it ended up being that way. I said, nah, not Isaac. If it's going to be for a vacant title, then Floyd Schofield should be involved in the conversation, because Floyd Schofield is the #1 WBA fighter. He's the one who, for all intent purposes, would be the mandatory for Tank Davis, but also acknowledging that Lamont Roach brings that WBA title from 130. He should be able to leverage that, and he arguably beat Tank, but on paper fought Tank to a draw. On the back end of a victory, he'd be the WBA champion. I think it should be ironed out between those two guys, between Floyd Schofield Jr. and Lamont Roach, if indeed the WBA would be entertaining putting him in recess. What do you think about that?
I don't know, man. I think that does make sense to do so, Clay. But at the same time, just with the respect now, I think if there's any type of time served that should happen, but as long as he's a free man, I think he should be able to retain his title for the purpose of him making a decision for a fight, even if he has to take 2 or 3 months off because he has to get back into the fighting shape, but he's been training. But you know, I mean, just to say he's getting ready for a fight, I think he should be allowed to retain his title for the fact that I've seen other fighters such as Terrence, even though Terrence Crawford's not in trouble, he held on to his title for quite some time. While he was training for Canelo and doing other things for Canelo. Remember, he hasn't fought in almost a year, and he said he was moving up for Canelo fight, and they still haven't made him move his title from his waist. There's other fighters I can think of in the same scenario, not as lawful, but I'm just saying, like, just sitting out or having issues. Fedor, for instance. Fedor, they did take one title from him, but that wasn't for that purpose. It was because Fedor couldn't get a fight, and it took him almost 12 months to get a fight, or a little over 12 months to get his next fight. And I think when you have situations like that, it does come into question. Should it happen? Maybe it should happen, or shouldn't it happen? This is a toss-up for me because I think, like I said, I think if it becomes litigation and situations like that where he's not going to be around to defend or anything like that, no, you don't hold up the division. You put him in recess and you let him continue, as you just mentioned. If he's just on some type of, he can continue to work on his career. Sure, let him hold on to his title and force him to fight. Make him fight his mandatory. Forget the Lamont Rose fight your mandatory. Revisit the Lamont Rose fight at a later date. That's all.
I think at the end of the day, there is a mandatory who's waiting in Floyd Schofield. I think the reality is Tank hasn't fought a mandatory in a very long time. Probably the last mandatory that I could think to my mind that he fought was probably Rolly.
Yep.
And
3 years ago.
I think at the end of the day, if the reality is that if how about this? At a minimum, if the WBA right now were to activate a mandatory and order a fight to happen between him and Floyd Schofield, or a negotiation to happen with him and Floyd Schofield Jr., would Tank be available to negotiate that and put and make a fight happen? If the WBA were to move with that energy, then the pressure would be on Tank, and now Tank would be at risk of having to be stripped of his title, right? Or does it make more sense to allow him to iron out the personal issues he has, let him be a champion in recess, and allow an interim champion title to be fought for, or a regular title, however you want to look at it, because he's a super lightweight champion, right?
No,
so,
regular.
Tank is a super lightweight champion.
Since when?
It says it right here. He's a super. He got it the night he fought Frank Martin. Remember, he didn't want to take the belt. They were going to elevate him to that when he fought against when Devin left, and he didn't want to take it. Then he fought Frank Martin and got that super title in the ring that night.
I mean, that's that. If you see that,
it says it right here on Box Live. He's the WBA Super World Lightweight Champion. It says it right here. So
okay, I just thought he was the world champion. Okay, if it says it, it says it. I'm not going to argue that point.
Okay. That being said, so you make you put an opening for a regular champion, and I think that conversation happens between Floyd Schofield. He has to be involved in it. He is the #1 ranked guy there. He would be the mandatory. If they were to activate a mandatory and order a fight right now, the WBA would do it between Floyd Schofield Jr. and Gervonta Tank Davis, and then you acknowledge Lamont Roach's accomplishment and acknowledge the draw, acknowledge the fact that he was kind of robbed because of that knee, right? And that he would have won the fight, arguably would have won that fight on the back end of that knee. And you allow those two guys to fight for a regular champion, and the regular champion gets a chance to fight the super world lightweight champion when he returns after he finished ironing out whatever he's got going on. I think it's fair. I don't think it's a.
I mean, I can see that going on, Clay. And
I don't think it's a shot at Tank. I don't think it's a shot at Tank at all. I think people take that
happening. But here's the thing. Now, if I'm going to say that, I'm also going to say the belts don't matter to him anyway, right? So if that's the case,
and then that,
right? What does he need the belt for? So why not let him drop the belts and let somebody else fight for it and unify, or whatever the case may be? I'm okay with that, but like I said, I just think to strip him or
using that word, and I don't know why we keep bringing up.
I was going to say I'm not going to say strip. To put him in the championship and recess and allow him to
refight over the fight, they're going to strip him.
Right.
I'm trying to protect him. I'm trying to give him.
That's what I'm saying.
Business,
that's what I said to you. To put him in recess. I wanted to correct myself because when I said I was like, hold on, it ain't really stripping it unless he forced to drop it. Yeah. If they put him in recess, I mean that makes all the sense in the world. Absolutely. Why not?
Put him in recess, allow the division to move forward. And if Tank is returning to boxing in the way that his fans want him to return to boxing, in the way that I would love to see him return to boxing, then what better way than to have him fight the winner between Lamont Roach and Floyd Schofield Jr.? And why should Lamont Roach stay inactive, waiting on Tank? And why should Lamont Roach fight a pointless fight against an Isaac Cruz? It might be some money in it, whatever have you, but it's not guaranteeing him his spot at fighting Tank when Tank returns. But if you go ahead and put yourself in the conversation of fighting for the regular WBA title, then naturally Tank can't navigate around that. His next fight is either going to be the winner of Floyd Schofield Jr. and Lamont Roach, or he can fight whoever he wants to and vacate his WBO super title. And now we have a champion and the division can move forward. Unifications can happen. 135 can move forward in a great way. I mean, look at the fights that can happen on the back end of that. You can see Abdullah Mason unify against a Floyd Schofield, who will be a champion if he beat Lamont, or fight a Lamont Roach. Or you can see Lamont Roach and Shakur Stevenson fight each other for a unification if Lamont Roach were to win the fight with Floyd Schofield Jr. It is what it is, right? At that point, the division becomes very interesting. Yes, Shelton, I'm hearing the court hearing is going to be today, so we'll find out what happens. Once again, we're dealing in a scenario. Now, if Tank returns from his court hearing today, then he can go back to negotiating with Lamont Roach. That fight can come together, and then we'll see what happens on the back end of that. But it doesn't seem like Lamont Roach is very enthusiastic about that fight happening. Doesn't seem like, and it seems like they want to put him in a negotiation with Isaac Cruz, which I don't think makes sense. I mean, it makes sense on a money way, I guess, because Isaac Cruz is a star or whatever have you. But, bro, it doesn't help him in the 135 conversation like that. Nah, I think he should go for that damn regular title. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? Let's see what ends up happening. I see somebody talk about Shakur. Shakur just defended against his mandatory Williams Zepeda, bro. So what do you want from him? He can take 6 months off, 7 months off, whatever it is. He doesn't have to. Why should his belt be on the line when he doesn't have any mandatories? Tank has an active mandatory in Floyd Schofield. Well, I mean, it's not active yet, but the WBA, I mean, I want to pull up the article, but the WBA seems to be speaking towards making that happen on the back end of the Lamont Roach fight. They seem to want to activate that. You know what I mean? Lamont Roach fight ain't happening. Don't be shocked to see the WBA come flying around the corner. Like, all right, well, we want our belt to be defended and fought for it. You know what I'm saying? We don't want, and if the WBA is hearing the Jake Paul conversation and they're taking that seriously, you can see them activate that mandatory just off the strength of they don't make money. If the wheels ain't turning, nobody's earning.
Right.
It is what it is. More like inherited from the ever so generous George Kambosos, but yeah, okay. It is what it is. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yeah, you're right. Well, listen, I mean, look, it's a matter of, I ain't gonna say you're right, but
I mean, it's
a good thought. Here's how I'm gonna put it. It's a good idea for the business of boxing. Whether it be the sanctioning bodies or the boxer themselves, it just makes it be what it is. The
division too, just boxing in general.
Right. That's what I'm saying, right? And just to say the least, it gives him some inspiration to come out and fight for his title. You know what I mean? It's still his title, so it gives him a big fight for the championship when he comes back.
Feet to the fire a little bit, and sometimes that's what's needed. You know what I mean? Like when Turkey said Tom and Jerry, we saw Shakur, put on the performance against Williams Zepeda. The motivation is there if you give it to him. If you put him in a situation to where it's like, I'm not taking your titles from you, but I am putting you in position to when you come back, you're gonna have to let us know if you really want to box or not anymore. That's it.
Right. With the writing on the wall, with the public opinions, but just know that the man who was robbed and became a huge draw overnight afterwards.
Where's it at? So I can put it up on the
screen. Thomas Hill.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
You want me to continue reading? But the writing is on the wall with public opinions. But just know that the man who was robbed and became a huge draw overnight afterwards is still waiting, even though he ain't really got paid like that. Okay. I mean, did he?
I wouldn't mind you adding some context.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm so confused a little bit.
I'm reading it, I'm hearing it. I think it's very articulate.
I think I understand what he's saying, but I'm kind of confused.
It's intriguing enough to where I want to know more. That's what the statement got me wanting more. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm thinking. He's saying
like,
right there. Why is Roach? No, that's what I thought. Why is Roach still waiting for the fight? That's what I kind of was looking at too. Remember?
Oh, okay.
And let's keep this in perspective too, Clay. If Roach don't plan on going down, he should also have to give up his title and be a championship in recess. Especially if he's waiting for a fight at 135.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? Because if he was forced to fight for the regular title, he'd probably have to vacate the 130 title, which is holding up 130-pound division business. So I'm sure Raymond Ford, for example, would benefit from some conclusion or some understanding of that WBA title to be reached so that he can move accordingly, being that we just watched Nunes kind of duck him a little bit. Now he's got to fight which is another announcement that was just made, that he'll be fighting what's my guy's name again, the Puerto Rican with the blonde beard. Oh man, Abraham Nova.
Oh God, again?
Abraham Nova. He's gonna be fighting Raymond Ford because Raymond Ford's fighter got injured.
Abraham Nova, man, a guy who came up short on a lot of big fights.
Well, I mean,
good
listen,
fighter.
man.
Good fighter.
Stay busy fighter.
He outgrew 126 really quick, but
you know what I mean?
I think Abraham Nova should have been at 135, bro, a long time ago. I think he's just too big for these smaller divisions. It hurts him. That's speaking on boxing. I think
right. I agree with you a little bit there.
It's okay. Hey, let him stay down there and be the bigger fighter, bro.
But he's not benefiting off it. He's not being the bigger fighter. He's in the ring getting punched on.
That's what I'm saying. He's getting pieced up. He's slower. He's like, it looks like he gets. I ain't gonna say it. It's not.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, I think that's an interesting conversation. I think a lot of Tank fans take that personally. I don't see why. It's just boxing business. It's still respecting Tank's title. It's still keeping him the super champion. It's just allowing the division to move forward. And he'll jump right back where he's supposed to be as soon as he's back active. What's I don't understand what's the issue. It is what it is. Bub's boxing, I don't know what double standings. What are you talking about? Shakur should have to do the same, being out 7 months on a hand injury. He's holding up 135, bro. What the hell are you talking about, Bubs?
I don't know why you responded. I don't know why you guys seen that shit. Bubs, I don't think I'm being gonna read that shit.
So Bubs, let's break down what you just said, right? Let's be honest and break down what you just said, right? I respect you as an intelligent man. So let's acknowledge what you said here. So you said Shakur should have to do the same, being out for 7 months on a hand injury. Shakur just fought his mandatory. In Williams Zepeda. So he's not holding up anything, right? On the back end of that, you said at 135 pounds, you said let Andy Cruz or Abdullah Mason fight for his title. Abdullah Mason is legitimately about to fight for a WBO title, scheduled already. He's out the way. So get Abdullah Mason out the conversation. That don't even make no sense. Andy Cruz, who would Andy Cruz fight for the title? The number one guy in the division just got beat by Shakur Stevenson, and Shakur already said he'd be willing to fight Andy Cruz, right? So, but Andy Cruz, do you think Eddie Hearn is going to allow Andy Cruz to get in that conversation like that? Or is it better that Andy Cruz gets a tune-up fight and get ready to beat Raymond Moritala to get himself an IBF title? Why should Shakur's title be, what law is it that Shakur Stevenson needs to fight in the next 3 months when he just defended and fought his mandatory? The Tank Davis conversation is a complete different conversation because if he goes to jail, that's a whole different conversation, right? Why should you have a champion in jail? You know what I'm saying? Number two, he's a super champion, and at the end of the day, Floyd Schofield is sitting there. If Lamont Roach can't get the fight with Gervonta Tank Davis, why not allow Lamont Roach to fight, not sit there and being inactive, and why not allow him to fight for a regular WBA title that he can leverage his own 130-pound championship that he has right now with the WBA up at 135 and put himself in the conversation? Don't you understand? That doesn't make sense to you? And why do you see Tank being a champion in recess as a shot at Tank or unfair to Tank? That's the most fair thing you can do for Tank, is allow him. The recess is a privilege allowed to the most elite fighters, the best fighters. Terrence Crawford got given a recess WBC title for 147 to allow him to move around, right? You saw Devin Haney be given the privilege of being a champion in recess so he can get his mind together as he was dealing with what happened between him and Ryan Garcia. Giving him a champion in recess is respect to Gervonta Tank Davis' accomplishments and gives him room to do what he has to do, because I'm telling you, if the WBA wants to be petty, and I'm telling you, with rumors of him entertaining a fight with Jake Paul, don't be shocked if they don't do it. If they don't activate a mandatory, right, for him to negotiate with Floyd Schofield and then put him in a situation where he has to get ready for a fight against Floyd Schofield Jr. and deal with legal issues and deal with mental issues where he's not dialed into where he wants to be in the sport, they could put pressure on him to be in a situation he doesn't want to be in. Whereas a champion in recess gives him the space to just figure out what he wants to do in the space and allows the division to move forward.
And not to mention, if they put him in a mandatory spot, he got a choice either to unify, drop the belt, or fight as mandatory. You got that option. So Lamont Roach is out the window. Who's he going to unify against? And you're going to be complaining that he's unifying against the wrong person. Clay's kind of making sense here a little bit.
And what
a lot.
Mason fight.
But it's cool.
At this point, I've done what I'm going to do. I'm going to have to ignore you at this point because I don't think you're being practical. I think you're to sit here and say Mason should fight Shakur rather than fight Sam Noakes for a WBO title. He's already scheduled, that they should cancel a fight that's already on schedule on an easier fight for Abdullah Mason to take that opportunity for him to become a champion and scratch it and put him in. You're not making any sense. So I'm going to have to leave you be. Yeah. Bro, yeah. I'm going to ignore you. You're right. Fans on my ass, bro. You're not making any sense, bro. And I think the fact that you think you're on my ass is
fans.
I still got boxers, bro. But I just don't. It's just
a boxing fan, Clay.
I'm trying to use my words accordingly, bro. But it's just not.
That's all. That's all.
To bolster that position you're in right now, it's not a good look for you, brother. It is what it is. That being said,
he's a boxer fan. He's not a boxing fan, and it hurts. And that's what hurts their space.
Okay. All right.
Has nothing to do with it.
Nothing, bro. Nothing. I'm a hater because I'm giving Tank the best way out. You know what should happen? Leave him where he's at and let the WBA activate the mandatory. And don't cry, though. And we'll see. If my idea would have worked better with hindsight as putting him in recess or allowing him to deal with a mandatory negotiation on a fight he doesn't even want against Floyd Schofield. Let's see what the better decision is. Let's see if I'm the hater or if I was actually thinking instead of just being offended. We'll see. I want to protect Shakur. The fuck do I care about Shakur, bro? What? I don't give a shit about Shakur.
Hold on.
If right now they were to activate a mandatory for Shakur Stevenson, it'd be unfounded because he just fought his mandatory in Williams Zepeda. I believe he has 13 months or something like that. How long does he have in between mandatories? Some number like that, right, Ray?
Yeah.
What is it, like 13 months? But if they were to do it, that'd be on Shakur to defend his title or be stripped. I wouldn't give a damn one way or the other.
That's it.
What the hell would I give a shit?
As they say, I ain't mad at you, homie. That's funny. Yeah. Bro, you.
That's a dumb statement, bro. I'm sorry, bub. It's stupid. Who said Turkey can't make a fight with Shakur Mason? Who said that?
Why? Hold on. Why would you put Mason's fighting for a title? Why would you take him out the title fight?
Yeah, but on top of that, why would you make a statement? Why would you make a statement that nobody made? You're trying to steer a narrative, and it's stupid, right? So who sat here and said Turkey can't make a fight between Shakur and Mason? Who said that? You said that. So now you're trying to put it on me. You're projecting that dumbass statement on me, right? The statement is stupid, and now you want it to be my statement because, of course, it's a stupid statement, right? But now you want the statement to be my statement. You want it to not be your statement. So now I said Turkey can't make a fight between Shakur and Mason because it's a dumb statement, right? Because you love it to be on me because you're trying to figure out why would I say something stupid like that. But hit the rewind button on the video. We won't find that I said that at all. It's your statement. Now own it and wear the stupid statement you made, right? Wear your statement, put it on, rock it, because it's yours. It's nobody else's. Nobody else made that statement. You did, and wear that. I'm not going to sit here and defend some dumb shit that I ain't say. You wear it. That's what you decide to say. What I'm saying to you is clear. Ray said it again. Mason has a fight with Sam Noakes on November 22nd for the WBO Championship of the World. Why would they cancel that fight on that card on November 22nd, bring in a Shakur Stevenson who has an injured hand to fight against Abdullah Mason on November 22nd for Shakur's title when he just defended his title? Why? That's the question. Now, the reality is you'd paint me as somebody who's trying to protect Shakur, but I'd make a more legitimate argument to say that you hate Shakur and you want to put him in the ring on November 22nd with injured hands that's publicly been acknowledged, knowing Abdullah Mason would beat him. You're a hater. No? You're not a hater? Projection. This is not a good fight for you to get into with me, bro. I'm just saying on a cerebral level, it's not going to look good for you. I'm telling you, you're going to get your feelings hurt. Leave it where it's at. You don't like Shakur, and anything to hate on Shakur you're willing to do, I'll accept that. But if you want me to respect your arguments as objective and unbiased, do better. It is what it is. So the best fighting the best is an injured fighter fighting an uninjured fighter? You sure you want to keep doing this? Is this what you want to do? The best fighting the best is an injured fighter fighting against a fighter who's not injured. That's the best fighting the best?
Where was that energy, Clay?
What you want to keep doing?
Where was that energy when you wanted to fight Tank? Best fight the best.
I'm losing because you said I'm losing or because I'm really losing? Which one is it? If you could imagine sitting from my position, watching you say what you're saying, stop listening to rap music, grow up, put your hat to the front, all kinds of criticism, because if your logic thinks that the conversation we're having has me losing, I'm truly lost. No pun intended. That you would even carry that kind of energy right now. You're bugging. It is what it is. You're bugging on 10. Look at my face. I believe what I'm saying. Nobody feels like they're losing over here. We're totally looking at you like, this nigga don't never stop hating on Shakur. I wonder. We're wondering about you. Those arguments are dumb, bro. Stupid. Straight
Big Dog Willie, where you at?
Straight up juvenile, young, immature, ignorant, in real time.
Clay's word salad, bro. Leave him alone.
So stop talking about that fight every fucking day. What fight? What fight am I talking about every day? Now he cussing. What fight am I talking about every day? What fight? Tell me, what fight am I talking about every day? Share with me, Bubs. Mason, he hurt. Mason, he hurt.
What?
Ooh-wee, bro. Let me tell you something, man. Ooh, it's bad out here for you, bro. Mason is hurt.
When?
Mason, he hurt. Are your thoughts aligned right? I'm going to feel like you're saying Shakur's hurt. And you're just caught up with trying to respond, so you're impulsively responding, and you're not doing something that we know you ain't been doing since the beginning of this conversation. Thinking. Right? What I talk about every day. You talk about that every day. What? Mason being hurt? I talk about Mason being hurt every day? What do I talk about every day? Want me to put it up here?
Yo.
Huh? I talk about that every day?
hold on.
Yeah, bro.
Talking about Mason fighting Shakur.
I talk about Mason fighting Shakur. What is it that I talk about? We're all
now
Shakur
is hurt, bro. Shakur is hurt.
Mad lost on you right now, fam. Bring us back. Bring us back, family. Please bring us back so we can be on the same page as you, brother. What is it that I talk about every day? Can you clarify that? Take your time. Think before you say something, because that Mason he hurt, we wondering about you. We revisiting the bub boxing conversation now, because we're wondering what we thought you were. We're wondering if you're really there or you're okay. Here we go. Here we go. Don't talk about Tank fighting Shakur for the rest of the year. Who talks about Tank fighting Shakur, and who the hell cares about Tank fighting Shakur? Tank is talking about fighting Jake Paul, bro. We're talking about Shakur fighting the next topic that we'll segue into. Thanks for contributing to the conversation. That being said, so Shakur and Teofimo seem to be interested in fighting each other. What do you think about that, Ray Davis?
I think it's crazy because I just seen the sparring tape of them going at it with each other, and I thought that was diabolical that happened during the conversation when it was kind of defending him on his little racial rants and stuff. And I thought that was a little weird. But guess what? It is what it is. But if that fight happens, I think it's a legitimate fight. I do also have to say,
140 or 135.
Either catch. Well, it's going to be for the title, right? So it'll be for Teal's title and his lineal championship. So of course Shakur is going to move.
Why can't it be for Shakur's title?
Because Teal ain't coming down, man. Don't Teal talk. Teal is first
Does
of all.
Teal have a choice?
No, Teal's gaslighting right now. Teal don't have
exactly.
a choice.
What I'm saying is, who wants to fight? Who needs to fight? Who benefits in what way? And who's it? Or how about this? Who's the A side in the conversation?
That's a good question. You know what? Well, it depends on what card it's on. If it's on, well, no, Teal ain't got a platform, right? So Shakur is. And them.
I mean, I think there's an argument either way. I'm be honest with you, right? Because on one hand, Shakur is clearly the guy who's got the momentum behind him. He's got Turkey behind him, but there's also another wild card in the conversation. And the wild card is Turkey don't seem to want nothing to do with Teofimo. So if this fight is going to get made, there's an argument there to be made that Turkey won't be involved in the making of the fight. That being said, if it falls over to the other side of the conversation, which is Top Rank, who has no network or deal with anybody.
He's not with Top Rank anymore.
They cut him?
Yeah, he's not with Top Rank. He has no promotional company.
Wait, they cut him.
He's done. Teal is with nobody. If I'm not mistaken, if L-Dub's still in the building or ETC, somebody
L-Dub, help me out. Is T.O. with
I thought he was done. I think he's done, bro. That's why he was looking to go to Oscar. Oscar's the only one that's going to facilitate.
Salute to Echo in the building. I see Echo's in there, man. Salute.
Yes.
Dragonfly Jones in the building. We got a couple new people in the building. Salute to everybody, man.
Yeah, I think Bob was done with him, bro.
Echo says, Clay, you don't need to defend yourself. Thank you, Echo. I appreciate you, King. These Tank fans be going crazy in here. The Tank maniacs, they be going ham in here.
Whoa. Tanksters. Start singing, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But that being said, L-Dub, if you're in here, I don't know if you're in here. He might not be in here no more. Doesn't seem like he is.
Well, ETC was in here, too. He has some.
Does anybody know if Teofimo is with Top Rank anymore?
Still ain't trying to fight nobody.
That being said, if Turkey doesn't want to be involved in this fight happening, how does Shakur and Tio make this fight happen? And how did it make sense? Where's the money going to come from? Because these guys are prize fighters at this point in their careers, especially Shakur, as he made it clear, he wants the biggest bag of money. And Teofimo, I'm assuming all the antics and all the nonsense he's done for the past 3 years has been around making money. So who puts it together? How does it happen?
He has one fight left.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
But they're playing black. They're playing like he's got a black eye. So with Bob Arum right now. So Bob Arum's not playing fair with him.
Bob Arum's trying to throw him in there with like a CEREBRAL.
He's going to put Bob. This is according to Dan Raphael. So
And that even if, let's say, Top Rank was trying to play ball with him, what kind of money are they going to bring to the table to attract to Shakur Stevenson, being that Turkey's, from Bob Arum's lips, has been financing the biggest fights in Top Rank, which, by the way, is another conversation we're going to have, because we got to talk about where Top Rank is going. And I'm going to be real with you. I got something to share with you about how I feel about that when we get into that conversation. But that being said, staying on topic, Teofimo, Shakur Stevenson, the fight, the interest for the fight is there. Tio has burnt bridges with Turkey. He's insulted his religion, insulted the country, insulted Turkey Al-Sheikh's intelligence, right? By moving the way he's moved. And Turkey's communicated via the Boxing Voice interview, shout out to Ness and those guys over there, that he has no interest on working with Teofimo. Actually, when asked about a fight happening between Teofimo Lopez and Richardson Hitchens, he said he wouldn't be involved in that fight. He's not interested in that fight. And that would have been for a unification. That's right up Turkey Al-Sheikh's alley, right? That's right down his lane, what he likes to be involved in. So if he's not interested in that, although he seems to be supporting Shakur Stevenson and what Shakur Stevenson has been able to deliver for him, should we be depending on Turkey Al-Sheikh to back Shakur's play and allowing that fight to come together with Teofimo?
Why not? Why not? Yes and no, but not with Turkey. I think Tio's going to find himself getting on the Oscar De La Hoya card somehow, some way, because I think Oscar De La Hoya has been very much on horrible. Yeah, I got him.
Yo, your critical thinking skills,
we're gonna calm this down right now. We're gonna calm this down.
Bad. So I'm going to give you the attention you want one more time, because you're fun. You're fun, right? So we're back to projecting, right? Here we go, where Bub puts on his weird thoughts he has in his mind, and he puts it on you like you thought about it, right? So let's go into the mind of Bub's boxing. Bub says, see, now Turkey should make a, so now I think so is the word that you wanted to put on there, but once again, impulsively typing away. I'm gonna translate it for you. I won't make it sound stupid. I don't want to talk stupid, even though you're writing stupid. So I'm just going to translate into what you wanted it to say. So now Turkey should make a fight with Shakur and Tio, but not Abdullah Mason Shakur. Oh, and you put a laugh out loud because you're feeling yourself. And so you're now laughing because you're feeling so proud of what you said. And then you put in big letters, yeah, you lost, Clay. Well, everybody in the room know that's it.
You got him.
Well, let's dissect what you said, right? So now Turkey should make a fight with Shakur and Tio. So what we're having a conversation about right now, Ray, is whether or not Turkey should have the back of Shakur and making this fighter. Now we're trying to discuss one way or the other what he should do, and then we're also acknowledging probably what's gonna happen, right? And then we come back to the other stupid statement, which is, once again, he's sitting here trying to validate why Turkey should cancel a fight he already has contracted between Abdullah Mason and Sam Noakes for a vacant WBO title, and why he should throw Sam Noakes into an easier fight and give him a title and put Abdullah Mason into the ring with an injured Shakur Stevenson for Shakur Stevenson's title. Oh, it's stupid. I won't answer it. I just wanted to give context to the dumb thing you said. I won't go any further. I'm not going to answer that. I think I just wanted to highlight that you're still stuck. You won't even let it go off the strength of you stopping looking the way that you're looking. You still continuing to ride this wave like it means something. But that's what you said. Back to the conversation. So, Ray, does Teofimo...
listen, I'll be honest with you. I am so done with... I can't focus. I was trying to focus, but that's cool. I had to time him out for 5 minutes because I'm trying to really continue the show. Okay, and the interference is becoming a little annoying to me. I'm not gonna lie. I get it. I know he wants to make a point. Listen, if it's an open panel, be free to have your points, but let us build on to the point right now. I'm really trying to get on with my thoughts, and I can't because you keep interrupting, Bo.
Okay, my bad. I'm playing my part now. I'm gonna stop doing
that. No, it's cool. No, it's cool. But he keeps doing. I seen it. I knew he's trying to get to you, and it's cool. It's cool. But just relax for a little bit. You're gonna have it in a second. I just put you in for so I can talk. Let me talk, then y'all can go at it. All right. So I was saying that I know Oscar has been showing interest in Teofimo. I think he was even attempting to buy him out of his contract for the last fight with Bob Arum. I wasn't sure if he was still there or he was just trying to sign him. But at the same time, Teofimo doesn't deserve. I don't see him any which way, shape, or form getting a fight with Turkey. We already know that's off the table. And if Eddie Hearn gives him that fight, he's definitely going to be behind the 8 ball, right? Because he already kicked Eddie Hearn's ball back in. So you're talking about he might just make $1 million. That's it. And Shakur is going to take on the pot. They're going to make everything advantageable for Shakur. I already watched Shakur box this dude off in the sparring match, and really Shakur was even letting him dictate certain movements, and it was crazy. At another point is this fight doesn't go nowhere with Turkey. We already know that. Like, unless Turkey has some type of vendetta and he sees some way of holding out, like just being a cheat. That means fair. Cheating Tio out of everything and holding that fight for his titles and doing it that way, that's the only way. I don't see it as a catchweight. I don't see it at 135. I see it as Shakur going up there, becoming a champion, getting the WBO, and making a statement. Because if he gets the WBO, and let's just say, just for don't take me. I'm just saying. Let's just play fantasy for a second. Devin beats Brian Norman, who is a WBO champ. That opens the door in conversation for Devin versus Shakur at 147.
I like it. Chestnut checkers. I like it. Chestnut checkers, man. Yeah, that leverages him right into that fight. Okay, here's where I'm at on it. And I love it, by the way, right? But here's where I'm at on it. And this is including and building off of the new information that you brought me, because I never even considered the fact that a WBO title could be a big benefit to Shakur, because he can leverage that in the conversation on the back end of maybe Devin Haney beating Brian Norman. If that were to happen, he could be leveraged into a big fight. But now, here's one thing. Number one, I don't think he needs no leverage. I think Devin Haney's more than willing to fight Shakur Stevenson at 147. And I think that wouldn't be an issue. If anything, I would think that Shakur would want to bring Devin Haney away from 147. I don't think Shakur has any interest on fighting Devin Haney at 147. I think he wants to fight him at a catchweight. He might have even communicated that already. That being said, he's also communicated how he's really a 135-pound fighter and doesn't want to fight these 140-pound fighters because they're all really way bigger fighters than him. He says he's naturally a 135-pound fighter. So I don't think the championship at 140, outside of him becoming a 4-division champion, really attracts Shakur like that. But at the same time, he at one point was a legacy fighter. He likes, the divisional championship. I think for a weight class champion looks good on him. I think that's a belt. I think that's a belt he would get and probably vacate. He probably wouldn't defend it or go for any unifications at 140 without big money on the table. I think he really wants to campaign at 135, especially now that there's a lot of big fights coming up at 135 for him. He has fights with unifications with Abdullah Mason that are big. Even the Floyd Schofield Jr. fight is a pretty big fight. Obviously, the Gervonta Tank Davis fight, if he's still holding hope out for that, is still a big fight. And there's up and coming fighters, Andy Cruz. There's fights out there for him to make money on, are very winnable for him. Right, big money fights, not high risk. He has bad hands. I think if anything, if Teofimo wants to make a fight happen with Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo is the one who has little to no options right now, who's legitimately played himself. And I would like to reference, you guys go back the last couple of lives we've done, maybe the last 4 or 5, I've been calling Teofimo out on his lack of intelligence and how this was going to culminate into the situation that he's in presently, which is a dog with no home, and he's getting rained on aggressively right now. He thought he can make something happen August 16th because he was going to try to walk into the ring and make a fight happen with Tank. Well, Tank is not fighting Lamont Roach August 16th, so he's either waiting on that fight to come to fruition and then he can try to get the winner of that, or he's going to put Tank in danger of getting his belt stripped for him if he makes that fight happen without fighting Lamont Roach or fighting Floyd Schofield Jr. So that'll be interesting to see what Tank decides to do there. It could very well go the right way for him because I think that's a big money fight for Tank. I think that would have to happen at 140 for Tank. And I can see Tank making that fight happen. I would say that's the only thing Teofimo Lopez has as far as an opportunity is concerned on the table for a big money fight. He has nobody willing to finance a fight between him and Hitchens. If that fight were to happen, it would be in Eddie Hearn's ballpark to make that happen with Hitchens, and Eddie Hearns will not overpay Teofimo Lopez, especially knowing he doesn't have any other options. If he wants the big money fight, the big money fight would be against Shakur Stevenson. He'd have to hope that Turkey changed his mind, and I believe that fight would have to happen at 135. To be a fight that could go
or 137. Let's just say a non-title fight at 137. And another thing I would like to say, from what you just said, if there's no interest but if there's no reason for Shakur to go up there to take the title, and he's comfortable at 135, then why are we even talking about this fight? Why are we even talking about Conor Benn? Why are we talking about all these other fighters outside the division? So in that case, the Shakur needs to just stay right there, stay put, and fight whoever's there. He can do what he has to do. But yeah, I don't see it as a either way. I don't see it as a main point. It's just boxing talk. It's speculation on what can happen and what's going on. If the fight happens, it happens. If it doesn't resonate, it doesn't resonate. But hey, I mean, it's good conversation at the end of the day, including I would like to see Abdullah Mason fight Shakur next. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Now, are you done with your thought on this topic?
I'm done. I don't want to talk about that.
Okay, cool. I gotta expose you again, brother. You're good at this. So here we go. So Bub says you sound dumb. That's interesting because I got you arguing against your own argument, and then he called me a fool. That hurts. He said you said Tank should be stripped. He's a liar. We all at this point in this chat know that I've been talking about him being put in recess to protect him from being stripped, to allow him the opportunity at his personal life in order to come back as a champion to get in the conversation of fighting other champions. You're projecting. And
it's the same thing. No, it's not, bro.
And you know it is not. And that's why you listen dumb. Since you crossed that line, you call me a dumb and a fool. You listen like a fool. You don't comprehend well. You're not good with words. You think stripped and champion and recess is the same thing. It's not. And what makes you dumb is, even though we'll explain it to you, you'll still walk around here thinking stripped and champion and recess is the same thing. See, stupid isn't not knowing. Stupid is the inability to learn and be corrected on things when you're wrong. That's what makes you dumb, my brother. It's not because you're wrong. It's because you don't have the ability to learn. You have a deficiency, and people could say maybe you're on the spectrum or whatever it is, but you have limitations on your aptitude, on your ability to learn new things. So you sit here and say dumb things like stripped and recess is the same thing and force me to expose you and insult me by projecting your own flaws and shortcomings on me. So words like dumb and fool and dumb ideas like that just simply represent who you are. Everybody in the chat knows it, but let me tell you something I've learned about dumb people. They don't need support from nobody. They rarely find any support because they're normally dumb. So you fooled yourself into believing that you're not dumb and you don't need nobody else's validation. You're good on your own stupid opinion about yourself. We don't look to change your mind, but I don't mind exposing you to the whole entire space, even though you don't realize you're being exposed. Continue.
Please. Yeah, don't give up, Bubs. You almost there, bro.
We won't block you, and we will allow you.
I'm not gonna block you. I just need to talk, bro. I
continue to put out.
Listen, I'm supporting you. Don't give up, bro. Get him.
No, we'll never block you. We're just gonna let you continue to go out there and do your thing, brother. Nobody will block you. If you notice, I highlighted you and made you a moderator. Nobody can block you. Go for it.
I just blocked you for 5 minutes.
Right there.
Yeah, crazy.
Right there. Oh, I mean, you can do it. You can do it because you have higher, but not everybody. Not everybody.
It's okay.
Yeah, Bradley, I will let him talk, but every now and then I'll respond to him. I appreciate you, Bradley. It is what it is.
I'm not that being said, bro. I got you, Buzz. I'm just letting you know. Like I was trying to build on something. You keep interfering, bro. Let the show go on. You get your chance. Trust me. You get the link when you put the link
up. Those dumb people, bro. You can't tell a dumb person nothing, bro. Trust me. A dumb person don't need nothing but their own dumb opinion of themselves, bro, and they're gonna ride with it. So trust me, I don't expect them to change, but I will highlight and tell you.
You next, Bradley.
Yeah, and he says you don't understand. Now I don't understand my argument. You see how dumb people do now? Now I don't understand my own thoughts. He understands my thoughts better than I understand my own thoughts.
I'm telling you.
Oh, you're such a
bro.
You're an entertaining.
Get Shelton a wrench too, because they keep trying to pull his chats. His words down.
No doubt. No, you can't, Shelton. You can't, man. And I never try to, but I don't mind exposing and having some fun. You know what I mean? You call me dumb, you call me a fool, so I'm gonna have fun with you too. No, it is what it is. Still love you, man. I think on every other topic but Shakur and Tank, you're generally pretty good at this boxing talk. When it comes to those guys, bro, you throw all critical thinking out to the trash, bro. You throw it all out to the left. You go all the way left with them with that conversation. That being said, though, that being said, I want to continue to move forward just a little bit further, and then we're going to actually open the panel up. And I want to talk about Joseph Parker a little bit in this heavyweight division, Alexander Usyk conversation. So look, the WBO is on a mandatory campaign, right? They've been activating mandatories across the space. And look, Alexander Usyk is not protected from the WBO's reign to keep their fighters, to keep their belts active as much as possible to make money. So what have they done? They've activated a mandatory for Joseph Parker to fight Alexander Usyk next. I think Joseph Parker has earned his way into a title fight, and I don't see nothing wrong with it, right? But I do have to keep it real and 100 to say that I don't see Alexander Usyk being forced to do nothing at this point. He doesn't need titles anymore. His reputation and his accolades have, in my opinion, you'll let me know how you feel about it, but I think it supersedes titles at this point. He is who he is. He's beaten the best that the heavyweight division in this era has to offer him twice. Right? He's beaten Anthony Joshua twice. He's beaten Tyson Fury twice. He's beaten Daniel Dubois twice. He doesn't have too much left to prove, and I don't think it's going to affect his bottom line as far as money's concerned. He's just made, I think, close to $100 million in his last fight, and he's probably going to stand to make close to the same number on his next fight. So there's a good chance that he's probably going to allow them to strip him of that title. Would you agree with that or not?
Yeah, I think that's fine. My whole thing is I'm starting to notice a pattern, and it's cool. They strip him. I have no problem with it. But at the same time, here's the kicker. Joseph Parker, knowing that he just had a fight, regardless of, probably wants to fight soon.
Mm-hmm.
So being that said, if that fight does happen, Usyk can make that fight for when he's comfortable to make that fight, which would be next year. But I'm pretty sure he wants to sit out the rest of this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that is the case, Joseph Parker can make another fight. Joseph Parker can also say he don't want to take the mandatory shot right now, and he's willing to wait on it and not take any back in money. He can just sit there and be like, yo, I'm going to go fight these fights. Then I'm going to take my opportunity after, I stay busy. Stay busy, not tune up, by the way. Because he probably doesn't want to wait till next year to make this fight happen. Usyk, on the other hand, is probably in a situation where he's like, I just fought this fight. You know what I mean? I'm really 39 years old. Why are you forcing me to keep fighting these guys? You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm the champion. I get it. But you're forcing me to fight. I just came off a unification. Prior to that, I just came off a back-to-back fight. You just took my belt for doing a rematch for the undisputed titles. So it's like, and that was IBF. Like, you guys are playing with me. So do I need these belts? No, I don't need none of these shit. Matter of fact, here, take them all. I don't need them because y'all not playing fair. I can win without the belts. I'm already a name. I'm, like you just said, I'm already the top of the division. I'm the king of the hill. I got this undisputed title. Matter of fact, I got the ring title. So I have the lineal championship, everything. You can have those belts, and they got to come get this, and that's all it is. That's how I look at it.
So let me ask you this though, right? That being said, well, my personal thoughts, by the way, just to kind of add what you're saying, is that Usyk's going to allow the title to be stripped from him. He doesn't give a damn.
Absolutely.
He's gonna. Matter of fact, he's not gonna. I don't even think he's gonna allow it to be stripped. I think he's gonna vacate it. Yep. I think he's gonna allow Joseph Parker to be elevated to a full champion. That being said, Joseph Parker, I like Joseph Parker.
He'll get his ass knocked out.
He's a great fighter, but I think he's an old 33-year-old fighter. I don't think he's a young 33-year-old fighter. And why do I say that? I say that because, yeah, you just said, you just kind of said it for me. But what he has on the other side of Usyk vacating and allowing him to become a champion is a nasty mandatory in most. And worst case scenario, a nasty fight against Ajit Kabayel, the body snatcher of the heavyweight division.
But here's what I say. So let's leave Ajit Kabayel out the picture for a second, because that would be like some similar formal unification thing. Let's talk about him being a WBO championship. If he drops that belt, right, mandatory still has to be met. Who's the next guy in line? Moses Atuma. He becomes a mandatory. Do you think that's not a risk for him to take that fight and go fight Moses Atuma just to hold on to that title, to say I'm the champion for one fight?
And on the backside of not a good payday like he would have had fighting against Usyk. So he's gonna give away his title for free. He's gonna give it away
pretty much. That's what I'm saying. So it ain't even worth it
with that 5-finger discount. Right. Take that belt off him for like a quick little $3 million, $4, $5 million, maybe $10 million. Joseph Parker probably gonna get paid like 15, 20 million. You know what I mean? Like some weird number, and he's gonna miss out on his $70 million payday, like what Daniel Dubois just got fighting against Usyk. Contrary to popular belief, Daniel Dubois came out like a gangster in that loss. He came out like a straight G in that loss against Usyk. You know what I mean? Usyk is the money right now in the heavyweight division, hands down.
Right? That's what I'm saying. So it don't make sense. He do it. I mean, just like
it just looks like he's getting screwed over a little bit. And I think it's unfortunate, but it's a legitimate screw over. It is what it is. And I gotta put some blame on the WBO.
Oh, okay, sure.
I gotta put a little bit of blame on the WBO on this one. I think they might be jumping the gun on this, and I think it might be hurting Joseph Parker more than helping him. I think you keep Alexander Usyk as that WBO champion. You allow Parker to fight Derek Chisora or Dave Allen, or you know what I mean, a fighter that he can fight and not. But if you put that title on him, you put mandatory rules on him, and that kind of hurts him, I think, in the long run. Maybe I'm bugging.
Right? No, you're not. That doesn't. I'm telling you, it just. I wouldn't do it. It's going to look worse.
I don't know if he has a choice.
If they're looking to make the division younger, you know what I mean? I get it. Then go ahead, go for it. But you're not doing nothing but hurting this guy's career. Like, you're really going to hurt Joseph Parker. I know. I seen what Shelton said. That's what I was telling you.
Okay. Hey, man. Hey, listen, man. If Joseph Parker feels like that, let's make it happen. I think they're great fights one way or the other.
Right.
I think it's ridiculous to say they can't, but clearly you don't believe they will. So I'm cool with that.
Joseph Parker was losing the fight before he knocked this dude up top the head with a wild swing with his head down.
And Ray, you already know how I feel about the Deontay Wilder fight, how I feel about the Zhilei Zhang fight. You know how I feel about the Martin Bakole fight. I think I'm going to, on paper, I will give that man the respect. But in each one of those fights, I can tell you that I don't believe he fought the versions of those guys that we wanted to see him fight. Nope. When you thought about him fighting Deontay, he fought a Deontay Wilder who just was emotionally tapped out of the game. And he's never been the same since. He's never been the same. The last significant fight that we saw Deontay Wilder fight was against, and it was a first round knockout against, what's my guy's name? What's his name? The Viking. What's his name? Helenius.
Yes.
And that was like a 30-second fight. He got nothing out of that fight.
Right.
Other than that, it's been bullshit. His last fight was bullshit. He has not been the same. He got knocked out with Zhilei Zhang the next fight after he fought Joseph Parker. Then Joseph Parker beat a Zhilei Zhang who kept putting his ass to the ground, but he took advantage of a old, no condition having, slow, punching ass Zhilei Zhang. And he took advantage. And he got that victory. On paper, it looks good. It looks good. Zhilei Zhang represented a heavyweight division that had nothing. So he became something in his later years, right? At 40 plus years old, he became something in a division that was nothing, right? Then he fought against Martin Bakole because Daniel Dubois got sick, and he fought a fat, last minute, no sleep, having sleep deprived Martin Bakole, who was eating curry goat with a whole lot of foo-foo and busting down Cameroon shorties, Congo shorties, or German shorties. He was busting them down, living his best life, wearing Gucci, get off his back of his biggest payday against a Jared Anderson. And he beat him legitimately. He hit him on the top of the head with a shot nobody seen coming. And he beat him. Even though the corner stopped the fight maybe a little early, in my opinion, but you know, they were protecting his big opportunity, which was fighting an FA jog, but later, which he looked pedestrian in as well.
Right.
He will get in the ring with a very motivated, dialed in, hard punching, momentum having,
shifty fighter,
bro. Or he'll get in the ring with a tried true, body punching, durable Ajit Caballel, bro. I don't know, bro. To say that they can't beat him, I think is a reach.
Right.
To say that you think that he is better than them, that he has the experience, that he has a great trainer in Andy Lee, that he has the, you know, that I can go with that. I don't see no reason for you not to believe that. I don't believe it, but I think he can win those fights, but I don't think he wins those fights. I think, like I said earlier, he's an old 33 heavyweight boxer. Right. It is what it is. I hear you, Shelton. I hear you, Shelton, but I know you hear me too, brother.
Yo,
I know you hear me too. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I hear you, Shelton, for sure. Can't take away. And I got a lot of respect for Shelton because having him up on the panel, by the way, I loved having you on the panel the other day. I know he's got receipts behind what he's saying. So I won't argue the receipts. So I hear where you're coming from. But I got a feeling, brother. That's all.
Yeah. Well, listen, I got
a feeling, brother. I got a feeling.
You got a respectful comment in the chat. You know what I mean? Homie just showing you some love.
Yeah.
Say, you know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Take advantage of that.
Okay, Bubs. My bad, bro. Okay. I love you, Bubs. I got number.
Trust me, we do, bro. We definitely
so
like
don't worry about
up here, bro.
I'm trying to tell you, I don't take it like that. I know it can get crazy. I don't believe you. It's going to take a lot of insults for me to believe that you ain't got no love for me, bro. So, but I apologize if I called you dumb. I get overzealous, bro. I apologize.
Damn it, Clay. Cut that shit out.
I got a number of respect and love for you, but you crazy. You watch your mind when it comes to that tank conversation.
Yo, cut it out, Clay.
You watch your rat ass mind, Negro. But
bro, you know we rock with you, Bubs. I be seeing you out there, bro. You know,
no doubt, Bubs, for sure.
Always
bro.
showing you love, bro. Wherever I see you, dog.
Nah, I fuck with Bubs,
bro.
I do. That's my guy, bro. That's why he is wrenched up on
this. Yes, he is. That's what I said. That's my guy, bro. Like, yo, when he up here, he can push a button, but hey, if you ain't pushing buttons, you ain't doing your job, Bubs.
Nah,
now see this guy behind you? Yeah.
What he said, Claymore. That's what I'm hearing. I heard it was over close to 200 million. I heard that Daniel Dubois walked away with 50 to 70 million. Is that what you heard, Ray? And I heard Alexander Usyk walked away with like 100 million, bro.
Yeah. It
is what it is. It is what it is.
Hey, you know, I mean, look at the Usyk Tyson Fury fight. They walked away with a bag.
Yeah, I think Tyson Fury walked away with like 100 million. I think Usyk walked away with about 60, 70 million in that fight. And then I think Francis Ngannou got, what was it, 40 million or 25, 30 million? I think he got 40 million to fight against Anthony Joshua and 25 million to fight against Tyson Fury. Yeah, he's handing out them bags. He's handing out those bags, Bradley. Yeah, those bags he's handed out.
Usyk don't even live in the Ukraine no more. He live in Greece on the in what's the name, ocean? What's the Asiatic Sea? Yeah, he out there, bro. He enjoying life right there.
His money hitting different, bro. That money hitting different. I'm trying to tell you, when people tell me that Turkey's hitting me with money, listen, bro. Let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you something about me, bro.
You
won't have to ask nobody but me if Turkey's cut me a check, bro. You won't. I'm telling you, if Turkey cut me a check,
I ain't
won't know about it, bro.
You know we're gonna have
unless Turkey gives me specific instructions not to say nothing, because hey, bro, we gotta be loyal to the soil. Whoever's paying the bills get to make the rules. But outside of that, I will be more than proud, bro. I will stand with my chest out there's no humiliation and no reason for me to hide it. I will gladly let you know that my whole life has changed. And let me tell you something else. Don't none of you Negroes on here better even think about talking about my guy Turkey Bad if he cut me the check. You getting block. I'm all over you. Just know that. Let's get that out the way right now. Much more respect, but I ain't playing with this bag, bro. So if you think I'm gonna let y'all play with that man's face on you after he cut me a bag,
you disrespect this country.
Try me.
Don't disrespect this country or his people. He will block you.
Me, bro. It's gonna be a bad day for you, bro. That wrench, you're gonna get hit with that wrench over your head.
Clay gonna tell you something.
A little bag after I do it, because I might feel a little bad because I got love for you guys, but you will get dealt with.
No way Ryan got 20 million for fighting Rolly.
I have to put that hit out on you, bro. Like, I love you.
I don't know.
I'm gonna hit you with that Wesley Snipes. Am I my brother's keeper? And I had to put that 38, 357 in your head and say, yes, I am.
Damn, Clay.
Wow. That New Jack shitty-ish, you heard?
Clay.
I hate to do it to you with a tear coming out my eye, bro. With a tear coming down my eye, bro. Get you up out of here. It is what it is, man. But yeah, man, Joseph, I'm about to open up the panel, by the way. We're at 3 hours and some change. We've been building on this boxing. We got a nice card coming up this weekend. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But let's go ahead and bring it up here. I'm interested in what people think about the Joseph Parker situation. I'm interested in the Jaron Ennis conversation. I think we gave you guys a great bit of perspective on Jaron Ennis's decision to try to make a fight with Josh Kelly. But I'm interested in how you guys feel about how we feel about it and you know, all that stuff as well. But yeah, man, I think this Joseph Parker situation is unfortunate because I think he's about to get thrown into the blender.
Yep.
Not gonna lie to you. I think he's about to get thrown into the blender.
Funny as hell.
Unfortunately, you know what I mean? I think he's thrown in there with Moses or with a G Caviel, and I think it's gonna be a retirement party.
You made 20 million for sure. Say it right here. His purse was 20 million.
Who?
Ryan Garcia when he fought Rolly. He made 20 million. Say it right there. I just looked it up.
My God. Anton Ziegler, assalamu alaikum, my brother. What's going on with you, family? How you? He working on his sound.
How you doing?
Doing good, brother. So what's on your mind, man? Good fights this weekend? Yay or nay?
I didn't enjoy the Clarissa Shields fight, but
I didn't even talk about that. Yeah,
I love the Xander Zayas and what's his name fight, Rodriguez fight.
Wait, not to cut you off, but let me give Clarissa Shields a little bit of. Let's talk. I'm gonna talk about it for 2 seconds.
I wanted to bring that up because I didn't hear y'all say nothing about it.
No, you're right. You're 100% right. And we got to stop doing women's boxing like that, even though that fight wasn't
exactly
that. But at the end of the day, it deserves to be recognized that I think is she undisputed now, a heavyweight undisputed champion.
She was already undisputed.
Didn't she need a title?
What's the name? The light heavyweight champion.
Oh, okay. Well, regardless, the fight was the fighter. The girl was running around the ring a lot, and she turned up in the last 3-4 rounds, and it made you kind of be like, damn, why didn't you fight like that earlier?
Yeah,
but you know, she was probably trying to, of course, it didn't look her best that night. But look, on the back end of that, because I got to end it on a positive note. Shout out to the GOAT. Listen, I'm looking forward to see her put that fight together with Shadasia Green, or maybe even entice Layla Ali to come out of a 25-30-year retirement for $15 million.
Layla not doing that. Layla not doing that, man. Layla's too smart for that. Layla not doing it.
She's too small, you said?
You got to remember also, you also got to remember that $15 million don't mean as much to her as it means to us.
No, I agree. I was being very sarcastic. I don't think she's coming out either.
Layla not doing that. Layla 27 years old.
But I think the Shadasia Green fight is very
they got $15 million to pay Layla, but that's a different story.
That's the whole
I don't believe that shit either. Yeah, I don't believe that either. But like you said though, bro, like you said, Shadasia Green, I really don't think that fight's competitive. I really don't.
Nope.
Because I saw what Big Mama did to her. I saw what Big Mama did to her. No, Big Mama. Franchon Cruz. I saw what Franchon Cruz did to her. I don't think it's competitive, bro. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it's competitive either, but I think it's cool to see Shadasia get an opportunity. Now, it is what it is. You can't add too much to it. I don't want to sell it more than I can because I really don't care about it like that. But
The only thing that I seen in the
Me neither.
Clarissa fight that I was kind of worried about with Clarissa is like in the first couple rounds, Danielle was, Daniel, she was moving around a lot. I don't know if Clarissa didn't want to cut the ring off and didn't feel like chasing her, but she wasn't really like focusing on cutting the ring off in them early
we
rounds.
saw what heavyweight does to somebody athletically. I think that's what we saw. I think we saw fat mama Clarissa trying to be.
There you go. Clay, I didn't think you would do it, bro. I didn't think you would put it out there. She was fat.
I don't want to go there, but I think
she was fat.
No lie.
Her ass was fat.
No lie. That's no lie. That's one of my biggest. That's one of my biggest worries for my man Terrence Crawford.
Yeah, going up there. Me too.
Just the weight and his speed. Even though I don't think Jamel Charlo and Bud are like similar fighters, Jamel Charlo was very skilled, had fast hands, good feet at 154. And his speed and everything, just when he put that weight on, man, it wasn't there. So that's the only word.
Let me tell you the difference. Here's the difference. Here's the difference. Jamel Charlo allowed Canelo Alvarez to beat the fight out of him. He took the fight, beat the fight right out of him.
I think
Bud's not going to allow that.
The ring defeated.
Bud ain't built like that.
He came into the ring like almost like he had a game plan. Like if this dude hit me and I don't like the way he hit me, this is what I'm going to do. It seems like he segued into a B plan that was already put there. You know what I'm saying? Like he just jumped on. Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
He adjusted too quickly, right? Like he adjusted. All of a sudden it was like, we on our bike. Just like that.
Yeah. He was hurt and he was scared. And he didn't want to be there no more.
Yeah,
but look,
Charlo was fast at 154.
I don't want to compare the two because they are two different fighters. I was just talking about the speed aspect. I'm not talking about their mentalities or how they fight. I know Bud is
Charlo's fast at 158 too.
But originally when we first got up here, I was saying I did love the Xander Zayas fight. I know a lot of people was talking about his power and stuff in that fight and talking about. I remember I heard you earlier in the show saying y'all don't know if that version of Xander can beat Virgil. But me, like, I believe Xander has the footwork, the jab, and the skills to beat a Virgil. Virgil got that equalizer though. We know he can punch, but I believe Xander is the more skilled fighter going into that fight.
Well, Anton, let me ask you this: how do you feel about Israel Madramov's first 4 rounds against Virgil?
Virgil needed a GPS.
He couldn't do nothing with him for the first 4 rounds.
Yo, if the fight was 5 rounds, it would have been 5 rounds to 0. Virgil ain't know what the hell was going on in that fight. I feel like Madrimov ran out of gas. Dude, I was watching the fight at the dealership getting my damn car fixed. And I called my man. I'm like, yo, Virgil, he can't do nothing. I'm like, what? And then after that, it took a turn for the worse.
Yeah. I think I agree with you. I think Xander brings that element to the table for 154. I think we looking at it. There's ways to look at Xander Zayas Saturday night. I think if you compare him, because that's what everybody's doing now, right? They're comparing him to the other champions in the division. I think that's fair. Okay, he doesn't bring the power. I see what you guys feel like that he doesn't have the punching power yet, but who else in the division is bringing that type of IQ, that type of footwork, that type of boxing pedigree? He's bringing a very high level of pedigree to the space, and we know as boxing fans, styles make fights, and I think he brings that other side.
John Ennis is the only one that I think got that skill.
I hear you, Clay, but you brought up pedigree. Murtazaliev has pedigree, bro.
That's a dangerous fight for everybody in the division, without a doubt. Super dangerous for everybody, including our favorite Jerome Boots Ennis. It's just it is what it is. But outside of that, though,
look, I love Boots from the eye test. Look, let's keep it clean. I love Boots from the eye test, but let's be honest, Boots ain't fought shit. Boots ain't fought a goddamn thing.
Listen, it's an eye test. I agree with you. Let me say this though, right? Nothing. On a cerebral level, who competes with Murtazaliev better than Xander? On a cerebral level, on a boxing versus a boxer level, who brings more to the table?
To be honest, Geronis,
He's just there though. And then you got to go on what Shelton said. We got to keep it 100.
Yeah, he hasn't fought no elite fighters yet.
I don't think he's fought shit. I mean, he's a good boxer. He's learned a lot from his dad. He's learned a lot from the gym wars in Philly. But let's just be honest. I mean, I just like it when people are honest. Ron Boots Ennis ain't fought nothing. And don't bring up goddamn Stanionis, because Stanionis hadn't fought nothing. Stanionis hadn't fought nothing.
My question to you is, who would you have liked to see Boots fight at 147?
There was nobody there. I would have loved to see him fight Norman. That was the best competition there. There was nobody there to challenge him. But that's what I'm saying. So as he moves up, like Clay was saying earlier, as he moves up, I think he needs to stay away from Murtazalia for now. Stay away from him. Maybe fight a Madrimov,
who he's getting ready to fight right now.
Somebody like that, so you can get some seasoning. So you can get some seasoning, man. You need some seasoning. Because you jump in there with Murtazalia right now, he gonna cook you. He gonna cook you.
So you think Norman is elite?
Norman's the best at 47, and 47 don't have no elite fighters. So yes. There's no elite fighter at 47.
I'm halfway there with you, Sheldon, right? In other words, I'm halfway there with you with who Norman is at 147 right now, right? But at the same time, what Anton is saying as far as who Norman is Norman elite? No, Norman will be elite on the back end of his Devin Haney fight if he wins. He will be elite to me. Norman hasn't. The last time Norman fought a fighter with some boxing acumen about them in real life was Quentin Randall, and he looked regular in that fight. To me, I don't.
Well, here's my problem with that for you and Anton. Here's my problem with that. Do you become elite if you beat a guy who one has never fought at the division, and number two, in his last fight at a catchweight was running around the ring like he was a scalded dog? I don't know if you become elite beating that.
So
Devin has already earned special fighter.
Because I don't care. See, I'm not like these other guys. I don't care what he did at 35. I don't care who he beat. Right. I don't care who he beat at 35. I don't care who he beat at 35. He ain't beat nobody at 47.
I think Devin has elite skill ability, though.
Yeah, he brings that. He brings that special fighter elite accolade. Like he's earned. It'll be the most decorated, accomplished fighter that Brian Norman's ever beaten.
He went toe to toe with a skilled fighter.
It'll be the most decorated, accomplished, 135-pound fighter that he fought. Yes.
No, but we know Devin.
Okay.
People call Lomachenko one of the most elite fighters at 135. Devin went toe to toe with him. Some people think he won. Some people think he lost.
Would you
I think in that fight?
Do you think Lomachenko beat Brian Norman
and his elite skills?
Do you think Lomachenko could beat Brian Norman even at his best?
Pound for pound,
that's two weight classes up.
No.
Hold on. To your question, pound for pound, yes. Lomachenko at pound for pound, same weight, same division as Brian Norman will beat.
Absolutely. Yeah. If Norman was a 47 fighter, hell yeah.
Yes, he will.
Yes.
I get it. I get that. I agree with. But Norman don't fight at 35. If Lomachenko, the very best Lomachenko was to fight Norman, he would have to fight at 47 and he would lose. So I don't care what he did to. That's what I'm saying. I don't care what Devin did to Lomachenko at 35. I don't care who he beat at 35. You ain't beat nobody at 47.
Right,
but we're just talking about the elite part of it. We're just talking about the skill set.
I don't think it is. I don't think Devin is elite. I think Devin's a good fighter. I think Devin's a good fighter. I think he's really good.
Well, look, let's
but elite, I think that's a stretch. That's a stretch.
I'm telling you that Devin has displayed elite talent in the ring.
And Anton, can I add to it and say this? I want to add to it and say this. Devin has never been the puncher, so we're not asking ourselves if he's bringing punching to 147. What Devin has been is a cerebral great boxer, and he's fought against. What you're talking about? Who's a better boxer? Hands down, Lomachenko's a better boxer than Brian Norman. That being said, he's bringing up boxing acumen and accolades. That's what he's bringing to the division. Nobody expects for him to punch on Jon Boots Ennis. They expect him to outbox Jon Boots Ennis. Brian Norman. I said Jon Boots Ennis. I apologize. So Brian Norman Jr. beats Devin Haney. He beats one of the best boxers in boxing today. And that is going to make him elite because he's already shown what he can do as far as being a puncher is concerned. He's shown it against Santillan. He's shown it against Derek Cuevas, and he definitely showed it against Jin Sasaki, making that man forget where he was at for the last 6 weeks. We don't need no confirmation as far as how hard he punches. We need confirmation in his Devin Haney fight as far as where he is boxing-wise. And Devin Haney is a great what's the word I'm looking for?
Ring general. He's a ring
not
general.
Ring general, no, a great scale, a great meter, a great measuring stick
a measuring stick
of his boxing IQ and his acumen. And that will be the one
well,
thing
you
that's
know what, fellas? Here's the beautiful part about that, fellas. We damn sure gonna find out.
We definitely gonna find
That's it. That's
either I'm gonna be wrong or you gonna be wrong. We gonna find out.
We not pick. I'm not sitting here picking a winner in the fight. Right. I'm just talking about what I've seen from Devin previously. Devin has put on before the Ryan Garcia fight. I'm not gonna lie to you. What I seen from Devin versus Regis, that shit almost made me a fan because he put on a master class.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
It was beautiful. Like
you know what's a trip? You know what's a trip, fellas? Because I went to that fight. I was at the Regis.
Yeah, I just wish he would have had.
I was at the Regis and Devin fight. I went there live. I went to Frisco. and watched that fight. And I'll be honest, I left in the 9th round because it was boring. Regis had no chance to win. It was ugly, man. It was just, I was like,
there wasn't a part of you that was kind of hoping. I don't know how you didn't have a part of you that I've been like, yo, he might stop this dude, and it'd be nice to see Devin stop somebody. You have a part of him
to stop him so bad.
Might stop.
I think a lot of people were hoping that.
I wanted him to stop him so bad.
After the 9th round, I said, I'm gonna beat the traffic to the airport, man.
I knew it. I was about to say that to you. After the 9th round, you start thinking about traffic.
I'm beat the traffic to the airport, man.
To me, the fight.
Go ahead and get ahead of this traffic and get to my hotel, man. Before this.
To me, the fight did become boring, but it was more so on Regis. Everything that I seen from Devin was exciting that night.
Yeah.
If Regis would have brought something to the table, then it would have been possibly a fight of the year because Devin's performance that's the best performance I ever seen him put on in his career, man.
I agree with you 100%.
Now let me ask y'all this. Everybody on the panel. Do you guys think that Regis was washed at that point?
Nope. I'm gonna tell you why.
No, I never thought Regis was that good, but it's just me.
Okay.
Wait. Before we go any deeper into that, right? I want to say this. First of all, shout out to the Cardenas for the $2 holler, man. I appreciate the support. Guys, don't ever be scared to put some damn color in this chat, bro, because it helps. That being said, Cardenas says, why nobody fights Karen at 147 if he's a nobody? And I wanted to expand on that a little bit just to say that I think we sleep on these Eastern Europeans. These Eastern Europeans are really like that, man.
Dangerous.
Madrimov is slept on how much of a fighter he was because everybody threw shots at Terrence Crawford for being in a competitive fight with Madrimov, and they felt like the fight between Madrimov and Terrence Crawford didn't age well because of the way he performed against Virgil Ortiz. And I understand we don't like excuses in boxing, but shout out to Showbiz who says, and I like when he says this, there's a difference between an excuse and a reason. And we don't make excuses. Whatever version of you allowed to be in the ring that night, that's your problem, not ours. But I think Madrimov having an upper respiratory infection, and if we can sit here and say that he showed out like he did for those first 4 to 5 rounds, brother, I don't know. If he would have been in great condition like he was against Terrence, because we watched him fight 12 rounds, moving around. If he'd have fought Virgil Ortiz like that, he probably would have beat Virgil Ortiz. If we can judge him on the good rounds, he's a good fighter. And I think the same thing with Karen. Watching Karen fight Boots the way he did the first time in comparison to the second time showed that he has a huge bag of tools and things that he can tap into when he goes into that fight. And I don't think we give Boots the credit he deserves in beating Karen or David Avenesian. You know what I'm saying? I think
can I answer that question for you, Clay? Sure, I can answer that question for you. Mm-hmm. The reason nobody fights Karen at 147 is because there ain't no money behind it.
Okay.
You can't make no money fighting Karen.
Okay.
You can't.
if you can if you're depending
Who's
on your
gonna pay?
level though, depending
Ain't
on your
nobody
level.
paying,
Because I'm thinking if you take them overseas and fight them, you might be able to bring a bag home if you're like an up and coming fighter. If you're a big name, you're going to bring the money to Karen, of course, and the fight will probably generate if you're a bigger name for yourself, not for him. But it all depends. I think Brian Norman fighting Karen, that might be a fight people would like to use as a measuring stick for Boots. That might generate some eyes. You know what I mean?
I think you're right, Ray. I think what you have to do if you are an up and comer or a big name, you got to fight Karen over there.
That's what I just said. You got to fight him over there.
Yeah,
you can't fight him.
Yeah, you got to fight him over there. You can't fight him here.
The only way you're going to get money in that fight.
Yeah. Boxing expert said he was running, man. He was sick, man. I'm telling you, he had that. I think people, I know, like I said, and I hate to do that, right? Because I know it's like no excuses, and I'm into that. I'm all into the no excuses thing, but dog, pneumonia is a son of pneumonia is a motherfucker, bro. You know what I'm saying? And we just saw him fight 12 rounds strong, moving around the ring. So I could see the inconsistency and consistency there at the same time. The inconsistency being that he didn't fight that way against Terrence, and the consistency being that the pneumonia, I think, played its role in it. And I think we're going to see Madrimov get a great victory in his next fight if he's fighting healthy.
Well, let's keep it real too. Virgil did attack the body.
You know I mean, yeah, all those factors, but he had the pneumonia. He really did.
I'm saying that didn't help. That didn't help his cause.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he was attacking the body.
He was knocking that
mucus around. You're right about that. It didn't help at all.
But what was the initial question? Because I really didn't touch base on it.
No, he just said why nobody. He was we were talking about what were we just talking about? I know the Cardenas situation was at 147. The conversation was at 147. The conversation was another conversation.
Shelton asked the question.
Was it 154 conversation we were talking about Xander?
No, I asked you, Ray. What I asked you was at the end of by the time my man Regis Prograis fought Devin Haney.
Right.
Do you think Regis was past it at that point?
Yeah, no, I think he was fine in that fight. I think what happened was Devin exposed the fact that Regis is not he didn't have good feet. Regis fights on power. He fights on being a bigger fighter. He got into that ring, and it was obviously we seen that it was the opposite of the Devin taking advantage of what he knew about what Regis does, and came in the bigger fighter, came in the faster fighter, the younger fighter, being able to bait him into feints and things of that nature. He just took precedence over it. Regis fell for a lot of the feints, and I think once the speed got to him, it just really showed what kind of fighter Devin really was if he puts his mind to it. Especially coming off that Lomachenko fight, which prepped him for the boxing match, which Anton Ziegler said. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I say it right because I'll be
Stop saying my last name, man.
What? Ziegler? Tell me how to say.
Just call me Anton, good brother.
Anton, listen, man, it's in the chat.
Like,
I gotta say that you
messing
put
with you, man.
Nah.
Hey, Clay, let me unhook real quick. I'm gonna be in the background. But I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. If that.
I got you. Just let me know. Just pop up on the screen. I'll see you on the screen.
I'm gonna say the same thing. Don't call me Ray Davis, son. None's messing with you. But
I agree with you. I think Regis got exposed on something that's been there with him consistently with him. Right. I think we kind of saw it against Josh Taylor a little bit, to be honest with you. Even though I think there's an argument there.
He beat Josh Taylor though.
I'm about to say that he beat Josh Taylor, but I still think that just on the fight, you saw the boxing pedigree, the difference in the pedigree there. And it was like, oh, hold on now. Regis ain't, you know what I mean? He's been able to get through that imminent danger, put fighters on their heels a little bit against him. And when he finally found a fighter like Devin who was willing to stand there and just be like, you're really not that complicated, bro. First of all, you bite on every feint because your lack of experience with the boxing. Secondly, you really not got no foot movement. I could really take advantage of you in these different areas where you just can't compete. You don't got a good jab. You got short little T-Rex arms, and I'm going to take advantage of your ass and beat your ass in here. So, yeah, man, I don't think he was done. I think he just got exposed on something that was just always there with him that nobody just took advantage of. And finally, we watched Devin expose him. But that being said, Devin, for all argument's sake, is a legitimate box to be checked in Brian Norman's pedigree. And if he beats Devin, I think that puts him in elite conversations, in my opinion. I think I favor Brian Norman right now over all the champions at 147 that are left there. And if Devin, and if he shows that boxing isn't a weakness, that Devin isn't able to take advantage of him on the boxing level, that he's able to cut the ring off and put Devin in a bad position and beat Devin in either a boxing match or knocks him out. Yeah, bro, he's that guy. He's the elite fighter. He is the elite fighter at 147 at that point.
But you know what? You know what I'm afraid of? When he beats Devin, because I got Brian Norman beating Devin. When he beats Devin, they're just going to move the goalposts again.
I mean, it's up to, you know what, and it's so funny, and we'll have to talk about some different topics as well that's going to kind of go into this a little bit, but it don't matter, bro. Our community has lost all credibility in boxing conversations, bro. There's only the old school guys, like the guys that are on this panel, and look at the guys on this panel. I'm just being honest, right? Like Anton Ziegler is young, but he's not, right? But at the end of the day, you're going to see Echo up here, Shelton, Coach Eddie, Too Rich, my guy Ray Davis, me. You can't see the gray in my beard, you're blind. These young guys have no credibility. Ain't nobody studying what these dudes is talking about. They moving the goalposts. That's why nobody cares. And listen, nobody cares what they think, Shelton. They're not giving them shows no more. What are they crying about? No, they thinking David Benavidez the Riyadh. That's because they don't care about you. You're not good boxing fans. There ain't no money in feeding your nonsense. Ain't no money in listening to your nonsense. The only place you count is on your channel and your subservient sheep that follow you. That's the only place your voice counts. When it comes to the boxing conversation,
in your little echo chamber, exactly. In your echo chamber.
Yeah, you don't matter, bro. We don't matter. Real boxing fans are going to acknowledge real accomplishment in the space, and we don't need you. You watch Bruce Carrington fight Saturday night. You watch Xander Zayas. We know the real issues they provide for the champions in the division. Are they going to win all the fights? Maybe, maybe not. But are they trash fighters like I'm hearing people talking about? I don't know what you're looking at. I heard a content creator say they gave William Zepeda 4 out of the first 5 rounds against Shakur Stevenson. Brother,
that's just pure hate, bro. That's just hate. That's not watching the fight. That's just pure hate. I don't like Shakur, and I hope Shakur loses. That's what that is.
Right. But you can't sit here and look at that fight and be like, you gave William Zepeda 4 out of the first 5 rounds. One or two things. You either hating on Shakur, or let's be honest, the real thing that might be the elephant in the room. You don't even know how to watch boxing. Right, so that's what it comes down to. You either hating on Shakur, or let's tell the truth. You don't know what you're looking at, but you got a channel.
You know what really killed me? You know what really killed me? I think Ray pointed this out. You know what really killed me? Everybody said, "Oh, William Zepeda caught him with a jab and dropped him." No, William Zepeda, he tripped over the man's feet. He was moving. He tripped over the man's feet. Come on, man,
brother.
You guys are reaching, bro.
It's whichever one you want. You either, and I'm gonna tell you right now. If you're watching, go with the hate thing. Don't say you know how to watch boxing. If you just tell me you hate, we know, okay. But if you telling me you watch that fight and scored that fight and gave him the rounds, then we got a deeper conversation. How did my man Rick Ross say? It's deeper than rap at that point. Because that's a whole nother bunch of skeletons about to come out the closet about who you really are. And that culture conversation starts to take a whole nother context as far as wondering what you're doing here. If we trying to figure out why you're here, then that's another conversation. Coach Eddie, salute to you, King. How you doing, family?
Hey, salute, brethren. How y'all doing, man? I'm good, brother. Just chiming in, listening to the boxing talk, man.
Y'all say Brian Norman, Coach Eddie shows up, bro. He ain't playing with.
Brian Norman just did an interview with Coach Malachi. By the way, shout out to Coach Malachi. That was a great interview. Carried it like a G, man. What a great interview. So informative, man. And it was a breath of fresh air. Shout out to the fathers who can step out of the screen and allow their sons to do their interviews and just speak their mind. We got to get intimate.
You mean Schofield Sr.?
No,
you mean Schofield Sr.?
He can't get out the way.
No, we're talking about all the dads except for I know people have pushback at Bill, but Bill gets out the way too.
That would have been Floyd Schofield. He would have been all up in the interview, all in the camera,
cutting them off, not letting. It'd have been crazy, right? And I can't wait for Schofield to get the opportunity to do that, Schofield Jr. Because no matter what I say, I like Schofield Jr., bro. But damn it, your father. Anyway, that being said,
but it was a good interview because he actually did separate interviews with both of them. So that was good. That was a breath of fresh air. Yeah. You didn't have anybody interrupting, so everything was good.
And Brian Norman, bro, it's hard not to just be a fan of him, bro. It's hard.
And I think they still did the round table thing too at the same time. So I think it was like the same day. But no, it's good, man. Right. Listen, I respect both fighters. I'm not going to tell you I dislike Brian Norman. You guys know I support Devin Haney, but I'm liking Brian Norman, bro. Pause on the liking thing. I mean, we're adults. We shouldn't have to pause, but we get the youth in the chat, so we got to respect them.
We might cancel that too, bro. We might.
But at the same time,
we gotta get rid of that. We gotta get rid of that pause bullshit, right? We gotta get rid of that shit.
That's what the YN community is single-handedly possibly destroyed American boxing. I think at some point we need to draw a line in the sand, bro. And we can't be sharing comments in swag with y'all because y'all are just a different generation.
Hold on a second. But anyway,
even with the interview, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So what I was saying is I was watching Shakur Stevenson and him talking to Anaji also about the fight and what he thought and why he wouldn't fight Devin. And he put his own remark out there about Devin's skill set and Devin being such a great boxer overall and having good footwork. He said that he knows Brian is a good fighter. You know what I mean? He thinks it's a really close fight. Yeah, I think he said he was like 45, what did you say, 45, 55? He would lean towards Dev, but he doesn't really want to put a point on that. But listen, at the end of the day, what's up, ETB? At the end of the day, I don't have a dog in the fight yet. You know what I mean? I've been watching fights back in the day, like for Brian Norman, I want to see certain things. I watch him in his training tapes. I see him where he moves really good. Then I see him where he moves a little slow. Like his reactions are a little slow when he's moving his feet. His upper body doesn't move well. When he's moving his upper body well, his feet don't move well. He's crossing his feet. So, but you know what? This is why he's training. This is why he's getting ready. My thing is, I hope, and you guys listen to me very carefully. I hope Brian Norman does not come out trying to be a slick fighter. I really don't. Because he's been preaching and he's been training on this slick fighter things. If you watch some of his training videos, he's been doing slick fighter stuff, right? I just hope he doesn't go out there trying to be a slick fighter. I'm not saying he can't, but he looks a little slow doing it, and I just don't want to see him lose on the technicality of him trying to be something he's not. I like him going there being the fighter he is.
Yeah. I like Brian Norman. He reminds me of an old school fighter for the simple fact that the most thing in boxing that you got to be able to put hands on your opponent. At the end of the day, defense is great, but you have to eventually at some point in time you have to put some hands on your opponent, and that's what a lot of old school fighters, they basically put hands on some guy at some point in time. So he's coming out, with that mentality, the way he's talking. It seems like he's going to actually try to back up what he's saying. He seems like he want to put a hurting on Devin, and he seems very sincere. It seems very authentic. And it seemed like the way he's talking, like it just may happen. Like I said, that's yet to be determined because I know that's why they call it a fight. The Devin Haney is going to play a part, whether he get a hurt put on him or not. But at some point in time, he's going to have to stand up to this guy at some point in time. That's what makes it such an interesting fight. And there is a path to victory for both guys. Don't get me wrong. Devin does have a path to victory. He's going to have to box. He's going to have to stick, and he's going to have to sting. It can't be no pitter patting. That ain't going to get it. You're going to have to sit down on some of those shots at some point in time if you want to get some respect. And it's going to be a good matchup. I wish Devin wouldn't be so dismissive of his opponents, because sometimes that can actually creep into your subconscious where you kind of overlook this guy because by some reason you put yourself on this upper echelon that may not really exist. It only exists inside your head, but it's really not true. You know what I'm saying? The reality is, if you get hit with some 8 or 10 ounce gloves, you going to sleep. For a guy that can punch with both hands, that's reality. Not this upper echelon that I got in my head that only me, Shakur, and Tank exist in, this imaginary realm. But at the end of the day, a guy with a no name can give you a tough fight. And then, we've seen it all the time. Guys that we never heard of come out and even win some of these fights. So I think that's something that we, not just us, but people we created as boxing fans, this upper echelon. We so quick to put this elite label on these guys when they hadn't really done anything elite in comparison to the guys of old.
You need to take a page out of Floyd Mayweather book on that one. Floyd used to big up all his opponents. He never
talked
talked
about
down
that
to his
earlier,
opponents.
man.
And listen, they're bigging each other up right now. Both of them. The dads are doing it. I know they talk crap, but they really behind the scenes, they're talking good about each other. They are building the fight up well.
Oh yeah, and also, I mean, there's a new era of boxing being ushered in right now, and people don't want to acknowledge it. But that's why I said, when we were speaking earlier, I said this generation is fading out, man. They have no voice. They're a voiceless generation in boxing. And dare I say, you don't deserve to have a voice, because when you sit there and you focus on creating content around tearing down fighters and tearing down fights and constantly, right? Like, it's okay to speak on a topic, but damn it, bro, you don't do no celebrating of a fighter. You don't support. So they're gone, right? They've gone and they've left and they've gone somewhere else to be celebrated, and they're being celebrated. And what you're seeing is an era of new champion. When you look at Xander Zayas, when you look at Abdullah Mason, who I'm assuming I'm going with him for the win against Sam Noakes. When you're looking at even the way Shakur Stevenson and Conor Benn spoke to each other face to face to build a fight, there was respect there. When you're watching SHU SHU Carrington, you got an era of fighter who's as intense as they've ever been. They're intense. They want the legacy. They want to fight the fights. They have no problem. You saw SHU SHU call out Rafael Espinosa. I want you next. But the respect, the poise, the professionalism, you're starting to see it come to the surface a little bit more. You look at Xander Zaya as a champion, respectful. Even Sebastian Fundora as a champion, respectful. Fighters who don't necessarily feel like they need to attack ruthlessly, but still, you know, they're going to perform in the ring. It's a new era of champion, bro. It's an Alexander Usyk new era of champions that don't need to throw away all their integrity and throw all types of respect and all types of etiquette to the wind in order to make a fight happen. Now, granted, there's times where, look, the blood don't mix. It is what it is, and there'll always be room for that. But some of these fighters just force the energy in the community, the boxing space, the fans force the energy in a way that doesn't need to go, bro. It really doesn't need to go. We can build up all these fighters. And shout out to the Floyd Mayweathers back in the day who showed you guys how beneficial it was to build up their fighters. They understood, like, yo, by building up this fighter and calling him the hell of a fighter that I think he is, by acknowledging his accomplishments, and
you get credit for the win.
I get the biggest credit for the win. It doesn't make any sense for me to tear down this fighter and everything he's done and then expect the community to celebrate the victory when I beat him and not expect him to be like, bro, he wasn't ish. He wasn't nothing. So what do you want us to say? You said he was nothing. Nah, now he's nothing. Yeah, now he's nothing. He was something. We thought he was something, but Williams Zepeda is nothing now.
Yeah, and Ray, I thought you was going to touch on it because you started to talk about the Shakur Stevenson, his couple past interviews that he did, but I'm having a little problem. I'm having a little problem with Shakur, and the only reason I'm having a little problem, and I win that tank
135 number one.
No, I'm not talking about that. And I win that tank for something. I win that tank for, like, I didn't like how Tank talked about Shakur. Like, bro, you can't say this man has not done nothing in boxing. Like, come on, bro. Who are we fooling? A blind man can see that. My point is, Ray, I think Shakur just gets on these interviews and he just talks. You just was talking about fighting Conor Benn, T.O. You said you'll do, not saying you should or you should wait, but you do everything that you can to make the Tank fight. Andy Cruz, you had your hit list. It's just like, I think we don't hold Shakur feet to the fire enough when he gets on these interviews and he just be blabbing off at the mouth. That's the only problem that I have with Shakur. So he kind of say certain things and then, like, those things never happen.
Right.
Like, it's always something different.
I think that's Shakur. Go ahead, my bad.
Let me counter that. And this is no disrespect to you and you being a fan of Tank, but you have to keep that same energy when Tank called out Conor Benn and went into negotiations with Conor Benn and pulled out, talking about he was just playing. That was crazy. That was more diabolical than just having an interview saying, like, yo, I would take the fight. Because we don't know if they would take the fight because Shakur never went into contract negotiations. They're just talking face to face saying, look, let's make it happen. As competitors, he's showing a competitive nature, like I believe Tank was, right? And let's also look at the fact that Gervonta Davis made a hit list, which Shakur has not made a hit list, saying that he was going to fight 6 fighters. None of those fighters came across the board, and he ended up fighting Lamont Roach, which a lot of people had a problem with in the sense of whatever the case may be. And there would have been big fights. All he had to do was just figure out what he wanted to do and which direction he wanted to go. Shakur, in your statements of what Shakur does, his competitive nature of saying these things does get him into trouble. I agree. I think it makes people be give him a false sense of conversation. It's like he's just blowing smoke, right?
Almost to say some crazy stuff.
Yeah,
right. I think entitlement is the word I would use a little bit, but even like a false sense of like heroism, if I wanted to say that, because he comes off as this, because he's an Olympian, he has an accomplished record, as he's the best in the world, which you should feel that way as a champion or
absolutely
sport, right? But when you come off saying these things and you put yourself on this pedestal and you don't push forward and all you're doing is talking, it backfires, and then that turns people away from you. And I don't understand what you're saying. So I would never say I disagree with that statement at all. And I just dropped my pen.
Yeah, and the thing with Tank, not to cut you off, Clayton, the thing with Tank is I told you on this platform plenty of times that I've been disappointed in the way that Tank has been moving. I don't think I need to repeat that. I want to see Tank fight.
Yeah, we got you.
Fight Shakur. I want to see Tank fight certain fighters, and he hasn't fought them. So yes, as a fan, I am disappointed. He needs to get his ish together, focus on boxing. If you're going to be in the sport, give me these fights or give us these fights and ride off into the sunset. I don't care what you do in your personal life, good brother. I'm a fan of boxing.
And listen, and I appreciate the give me part than us, because that's all that should be our concern is us, right? Like I give me what I want, right? And if we as a community come into that, then that's another conversation. But also to add to it, as far as Shakur is concerned, man, there's something about fighting. There's something about fighting to make fights all my life. You know what I'm saying? Shakur is just used to it being pulling teeth to get the fights he wants. So he just throws shots at whatever he can lay down, hoping that something will lay down. You know what I'm saying? He's transitioning slowly into, I got money behind me. I really can make these fights happen. And what ends up happening is he's still in the mode sometimes of, let me shoot my shot at this fight. Let me shoot my shot at this fight. Let me shoot my shot at this fight. Because he's so used to not getting it. He's so used to something happening. So he's not a believer in these fights happening. I think we'll watch him grow as a fighter as time goes by. And you'll start seeing him being a little bit more confident in these fights coming together. And you'll see him stop calling everybody out. Just think about how it feels to be a champion calling out contenders to fight you, where that does to your psychology. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, bro, like this man has had to call out. He had to chase Williams and Payton down to make a fight. He the champion. You should be chasing me down. The belts ain't enough for you to want to fight me. So he gets to that point to where he's looking out his division. He's looking everywhere. So it is a little cringe at times, because he takes things personally, but I gotta acknowledge the growth that I've seen in Shakur. I've
seen growth too,
right? Yeah. So he's moving in the right direction, but he still has his moments where he'll come out and say something where you're like, man, come on, bro, you ain't got to do that no more. But he has to believe that. He has to believe he ain't got to do that no more.
That's what I want to see. I want Shakur to believe that he is who we know he is. I'm a fan of Shakur. Bunk all. And I don't get into none of that. I'm a fan of. I want Shakur to just give that satisfaction of, like, bro, we know who you are. Believe in who you are.
Right. And I think he's getting closer and closer to that. You see the way he is on social media, even in the interviews, he's getting better, bro. But listen, man, nobody's above scrutiny. And I don't believe in, shout out to you, Ray, but at the end of the day, I can love Tank and not criticize Tank ever. the question should always be, is my criticism of Shakur legitimate or not? Not as to whether or not I have the right to hold him accountable based on how I treat another fighter. So, for example, Echo's my guy, and Echo could have 100,000 faults. And listen, bro, you can call out the faults on him, and I can choose not to. I don't give a shit because he's my guy. But doesn't make it when I'm talking about Anton doing something, I don't want to hear until you call Echo out. Don't say nothing about Anton. F that, bro.
Don't say nothing about Anton, bro.
Anton, what I said he is, or is he not what I said he is? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't gotta say nothing about Echo, bro. If I don't feel like saying nothing about Echo, that's how I feel about it. But question is, what I'm saying about Anton legit or not? And can we talk about Anton without you bringing up my feelings about Echo, my guy? By the way, that being said, Echo, how you feeling today, brother?
That wasn't
let Echo tap in a little bit.
I know that wasn't me taking shots at anybody.
It's not something you gotta defend. I'm just saying how I feel about it, but you don't have to even go back on how you feel. You have a right to feel how you feel about it. But Echo, salute to you, family. How you doing? You like how I segued into there? I segued over to across the pond, bro. How you doing today? Oh, you're mute. I got you. You're good. You're good now. I unmuted you. You're good. You're good. Go ahead, speak. You're not muted anymore.
Yeah, what do you want to ask me?
Nothing. Just asking how you doing, how you feeling.
I'm good. I'm really good. I just, I've been away to do my own thing.
I know.
I've got a few vacations arranged at the moment. So yeah.
Hey, man, in New York, sure, man. You gotta go let your hair down. No pun intended. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I need to.
I'm with you, Echo. Don't worry, Echo. I'm with you.
Yeah, we all with you, man.
What I was going to say about what's going on. Now, I agree with what Coach Eddie said earlier, and the last guy that was speaking, I don't know what his name is.
Anton.
Oh, Anton. Okay. I'm on my mobile, so I cannot see who's talking. I never use my laptop anyway for this. Anyway, I just got my mobile, but. I agree with what you were saying about the Sam Noakes fight with what's his name?
Abdullah.
Yeah, that's a good fight, and that's the best fight of both of them.
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense to stop that fight to do another one.
Right, especially against an injured Shakur Stevenson. Like he's just injured. We got to acknowledge it. His hands are bad right now.
But the thing is, nobody's going to be in a rush to fight Shakur, to be honest, once he gets healed, because he's on the up, isn't he? I don't think we've seen the best of him yet.
No, and just to add to that, Echo, why do that to Abdullah Mason? Because I feel like that's a disservice to Abdullah, right? He has a fight that's way more winnable against Sam Noakes, even though Sam Noakes is a good fighter, but it's a way more winnable fight, in my opinion, than sticking him in there with a Shakur Stevenson. That's almost like, damn, bro, why you take away my opportunity to become a champion and put me in with, quite frankly, the most difficult, stylistically hard fighter to fight against in the damn division outside of maybe Tim Davis?
Well, like I've said to you before, I mean, sometimes number 6 can stop you from being a champion. It might not even be number 1.
Right.
And that's why over the years people have matchmade very carefully. Chosen their opponents to do whatever they're going to do. I'm not going to mention names. I know some people in the chat, such as Rascal, he'll be putting something in there because I know him really well. But most likely what he's going to put there, I'll probably agree with anyway, because he does know his boxing and he says it the way it is. Myself, I mean, I'm a boxing fan. I mean, I've been a fan since, well, when I first saw Ali fight, back in the 60s. So I'm not a fan of any boxer. I don't get me wrong, I admire all boxers.
No, you're right, though, because the way the fans act today, I used to be comfortable saying I was a fan, and I didn't think it meant nothing because just the definition and the look that a fan has today, you almost feel it necessary to separate yourself. Like, damn, hold on, I'm not a fan. If you're a fan, I'm not a fan. You know what I call myself now? I'm a supporter of boxers, because that fan word, woo. Let me ask you a question, man.
Well, fan means fanatic, doesn't it? That's what it actually means.
It's turned obsessive. It's turned very emotional and very scary. To like a fan, man, today is scary. I think it's scary to be a boxer today with the fans that are out there. A boxer can legitimately get hurt by a fan of another boxer today if he's walking around here with his head not on a swivel. I'm telling you right now.
For sure.
Sick in the head. I want to talk about a topic because we're running damn near close to the 5-hour mark, and I don't want the opportunity to go by to speak on this. I'm dying to hear the opinions of everybody. Now that there's a new narrative in the block, right now we're dealing with a lot of performance enhancement drugs, adverse reaction findings in a lot of fighters. Specifically in the Eddie Reynoso camp over there with Canelo Alvarez, we have a lot of. I'm going to mute you for a second because I think okay. We have a lot of adverse findings coming up, and we got a lot of PED conversations. You got Bill Haney pushing for 365 with the Devin Haney Brian Norman situation that seems to be getting a lot of attention. We've got Terrence Crawford moving up in weight to go fight the Canelo Alvarez, who's considered a way bigger fighter than him. So questions on his affiliation with Snack and Victor Conti obviously is coming back into the conversation. When you're talking about performance enhancement drugs, Conti's name is going to come up. But now what's happening is there's all this attention be shown to Terrence Crawford as far as whether or not he's a clean fighter, he's not a clean fighter. And personally, I can share straight up and say, I think it's nonsense. I don't know how we can put a magnifying glass up Terrence Crawford's ass about performance enhancement drugs when he's never popped on a test. He's never showed any type of results on a test that would lead you to believe that he's a bad or dirty fighter. But at the same time, if we're going to talk about performance enhancement drugs popping up in people's systems, we've got plenty of fighters to choose from if we want to have that conversation. So how are we on Terrence Crawford? How are we on Devin Haney? As annoying as Bill can be, pushing his 365, how in the world can they be under the magnifying glass as far as how clean they are, being that they never popped on tests? But we're not talking about Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford, who's going to be fighting each other. We're not talking about the 7 fighters that have popped up on that team recently. We're not talking about what's that guy's name?
Francisco
Rodriguez. Who, by the way, the WBC, I don't even understand what's going on over there. Why are we, if we're concerned about, and if the space is concerned about, and this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this community, this generation of boxing fan tearing down fighters unjustly. How do we feel about that? How do we feel
about
to
go first?
Whoever. Matter of fact, go ahead. I got to run to the bathroom right quick.
Let Echo go. Back. I mean, let Coach Eddie go and then run back towards me.
All right. I'll let Ray hold it down, and I'll be right back.
Coach Eddie, Echo, then Anton without the last name. And that just switched up quick. Hold on, that switched up quick. We want to go the opposite way. Anton, then Echo, then Coach Eddie, and then Shelton.
Okay. So I just want to say this. I do have a problem with, I think it's what is it, the WBC that is ordering the rematch with what's his name, Ray?
They didn't, with Francisco. So they didn't, just a correction, they didn't order the rematch, they suggested the rematch for the fight. Saying they're willing to
but do pop dirty, right?
Yeah, they're willing to allow it to happen for the title, which is kind of crazy. It's diabolical if you ask me, but
yeah, he needs to be suspended in the discussion with that. We're gonna leave him alone. I don't even know what. I had a problem with the David Morrell fight when he was fighting Katiev, and Katiev popped dirty. I don't know how that fight still even went on. But the Devin Haney and the Terrence Crawford, as y'all know, I'm a Bud fan. I understand people speculating. That's all it is speculation. Understand because of the relationship solely with Victor Conti. But until one of them dudes pop dirty, and I hope Devin or Terrence never pops dirty, I'm not putting that on them. But until something like that happens, there's no way you can accuse them guys of being dirty fighters. Same thing go with Clarissa and Shakur and everybody else that's on Snack. Now, I do understand that. That's like what's going on right now in politics. They want to call Trump a pedophile because he has connections to Epstein. They never seen Trump with a kid. You know, they heard certain things and stuff like that, but I get it. It's from the affiliation. It's the affiliation with Victor Conti, who was known in the past to be a drug cheat. But until one of those guys pop 30, I'm never going to accuse them guys of being on steroids. I'll land my plane there. It's that simple for me.
Okay. Echo?
Hey, muted.
You, I got you. I had muted.
Did you hear what I said, Clay?
Go ahead, Echo. Yeah, I heard you. I was listening to you.
Okay.
Yeah, like what you just said. Yeah, I agree with what was just said. But the thing is, when you lie down with dogs, you get fleas, and that's what's happening now. You know, but the thing is, that doesn't mean to say anybody's guilty of doing anything. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I've known plenty of people that have done some serious crimes, but the crimes they've done, I've not done. You know what I mean? But it doesn't stop people from saying stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not just trying to say. But you know, the thing is, nowadays in the supplements, there's so many dodgy things going in there. You know, like they found ostrine in supplements, they found all sorts of things, and that's not going to help as well, because we don't really know where these are coming from. Really, we don't know. We can only assume they've done it voluntarily. You know, and this is the biggest problem. There needs to be more stringent tests and more control over everything, especially the supplements that people are taking and things like that, because that's what happened to Roy Jones. He's supposed to have took a supplement that was tainted and whatever. And USADA have found 20 times that ostrine was in supplements. But the people still got, banned. They still got the ban. And that's what happened to Ryan, the same thing. So, but it's unfair to say for Crawford, because we don't really know. Sure. And also, because he's an extraordinary athlete.
And isn't there an argument, Echo, there to say that we do know with Crawford, being that he's been tested? And you know what I'm saying? Like, isn't there an argument to say that we know
he's never popped?
To say that we don't know is almost unfair to him, because it's like he's been tested.
Right.
He's constantly been tested. And he's never popped up on a. He's been a clean fighter his whole career. He doesn't even have an instance. So, isn't there an argument to say there that we do know? And if anything, we know as much as the cleanest fighter in the sport. I don't care about power.
Right.
He's there, and I understand. I understand judgment towards Conti because he's earned that reputation, and he should be judged accordingly. But where do we find that we're talking about performance enhancement drugs being an issue in boxing? Can we legitimately sit here and use Terrence Crawford as an example of what we need to keep an eye on when we got Canelo Alvarez, you got Ryan Garcia, you've got this Francisco Rodriguez character, you've got my guy Jaime Munguia. And I'm just talking about recent people. We got Alicia Baumgardner.
Hold on. Let me get to the second question. Clark,
I'm gonna break it down.
Wait. It still echoes for me. Wait, it still echoes. Space.
I didn't go. I'm not talking. I said I got follow-up questions, so let them talk.
Okay, let Echo go, and if you got fun, but go ahead.
What's the question you want to ask?
No, keep going. We're gonna go around and follow up.
I agree that's unfair. You know what I mean? Because until you've been, it's like innocent till proven guilty. Now it's guilty till proven innocent. It seems it's like reversed. But obviously, because of the latest things that have happened in the last 1 or 2 years, all these people pop in and whatever, and we don't know the reasons why. That's the thing. We can only assume what's gone on, you know. But I mean, I think we should reserve judgment, you know. But just because Crawford is an exceptional athlete, as we know, so obviously then a lot of people are thinking, well, he must be on something because he can only do what he does because of what he's on or what he could be on. But that doesn't prove anything. there's no proof, there's no fact. It's just people just spreading shit, really.
Let's be real, right? And also, as a content creator in this space, responsible or irresponsible to say a fighter is on juice that hasn't popped on a test.
Right.
That is irresponsible.
Right. Irresponsible. Thank you. Right. But we can go ahead and move it to Coach Eddie, I guess. Coach Eddie, you there, or you want us to?
Coach Eddie, you good?
He might be.
All right. Go ahead, Shelton.
Go ahead, Shelton.
Well, I'm gonna break it down for you like this so you can understand it. Right? There's a group of fans in our space, content creators included, that are still salty about a loss that happened July 29th.
Yes, they are.
That's
still salty about it. And they still trying to find a reason. Like you said, excuses and reasons. There's two different things, right?
Right.
They are still trying to manufacture a reason as to why the boy got mollywopped the way he did. Because after the whooping happened, then it was, oh, he's with Snack. And then the whole Snack conversation came. You know, no matter what Crawford does, if he beats Canelo, they're going to blame it on Snack. They're going to say he was on something. Because you hear him, if you listen to the space, you hear him setting up the narrative right now. Well, his speed's going to be diminished. He's going to be slower. He's picking up all this weight. And if he wins and he still has speed and power and endurance, that means he's on something. They're setting it up now.
Yep.
They setting that up now. And it's sad. Why can't you just acknowledge that this guy on this night was better than that
great
guy?
Fighter.
I agree.
He's proven it over 42 fights. 42 have tried, 42 have failed. He's proven how good he is.
Yeah.
It's something. I'll go back to something that Layla Ali said that I agree with. Terrence is the same way. Terrence don't know how to lose. You're going to have to teach him how to lose.
Period.
Now, if Canelo beats him, he beats him.
Period.
But I'm not going to say Canelo's on steroids or Canelo did this. If you beat him, you beat him. But somebody at this point in Terrence Crawford's career, it's just like, it's the same thing. And I'm not even really a huge fan. The same thing with Clarissa Shields. Somebody got to show me they can beat him. Same thing with Usyk. You got to show me you can beat this guy because I don't believe anybody can beat him.
But I agree. And I think it is. And, you know, shout out to who highlighted it on the, who was it? Beth Aniel, Bethaniel, I'm going to say.
2 years to the date, yeah. It's the anniversary.
2 years to the date, guys. I didn't even realize it. Today is
I was going to touch that on the exit.
You know what I mean? So how ironic that on this anniversary, this narrative is being pushed still based off of a fight that happened 2 years ago, bro. And there's a content creator, and I mean, it is what it is. The man said, I don't care what nobody tells me. If he goes up there and beats or stops Canelo Alvarez, he's on juice. I don't care. And then he said, you got away with it once already against Harold. I
know who you took.
And the reason I'm speaking on it is because as a community, as we're watching boxing be in the current state it is, specifically in America, and when we're talking about Black boxing experience in America, shout out to you, Echo, but you know what I mean. When we're talking about Black fighters and where Black boxing is in America, specifically with the PBC who represented the Black boxing experience in America and where it's at, I find it hard to argue against the idea that boxing in America needs our support. It needs us to push every single fighter in the space forward. And he'll be back. He probably had a bad connection.
I got it.
It needs all of our support. So in what world does somebody who finds himself calling themselves wanting to see boxing in America do better, how does boxing benefit tearing down the biggest fighters and the biggest fights that could possibly bring attention? We're talking about a fight between a pound for pound best fighter in the world, in Terrence Crawford and a face of boxing in Canelo Alvarez happening in Las Vegas in the Allegiant Stadium in front of 70,000 plus people, ushering in Netflix, ushering in a new chapter in American boxing. How does boxing benefit tearing that down?
So let me
wait, hold on. And also tell me, in what world do I consider you an asset to boxing talking that way? And who are you to highlight somebody else, shout out my brother Blue Blood Sports TV, as somebody who's tearing down and not good for boxing, when you sit there and won't even cover fights that are happening this past weekend, won't even cover fights that are happening every weekend? You won't cover a fight unless it's underneath the promotional company that you want it to be under, or if it's not the fighter who's fighting it. In what world? In what world? Go ahead, Ray.
So what I was going to say is, I mean, those are all great points. I don't know if you want anybody to answer that question, Clay, but I had some follow-up questions to the question you just asked earlier about the testing and things, and Devin and Bud both being in the results of people calling them cheaters. So they're both what VADA and 365, right? One is a two-part question. Is 365 legit? Would that, and it being, if it is legit or not legit, does it help prevent more fighters from testing positive or negative because they're more on a watch than they would be if they're not? One, because I know the UFC does it, right? Number two, VADA itself being a global entity and moving around the world and catching fighters, how is it that the only two fighters that people just don't like are considered to be dirty with VADA and be cheating with VADA, and everyone else that is on VADA or Snack or whatever gets away? And this is affiliate. VADA is simply affiliated, being a global thing, with Victor Conte. How does that all plan out, and how does that play? Like, how would you sort the difference in your opinion?
Before I answer, can I ask y'all, does VADA do testing or they do collections?
They're only a collection agency.
So who does the results testing?
WADA, WADA.
The results come from VADA, right? They are a collection agency, but the results come from them. The lab is WADA. They collect, and VADA works with, because USADA does collect, but the VADA does also work with USADA. They work with USADA, if I'm not mistaken, and USADA, which is Australian. It's USADA, which is the Asian testing facilities. They work RUSADA, which is Russian, I believe. So they work with all the drug testing agencies across the globe. So it's not just WADA and USADA if USADA needs them to be. It's just a testing in USADA and VADA or WADA are different in other in that sport alone.
So go ahead. So if VADA does the collection and they give it to USADA basically goes back to VADA and say, hey, this is dirty, and then VADA puts it out.
Yeah, VADA gives the results. Right. Yeah, they get the results from USADA. WADA has limited their interaction with the world and made it easier to do their jobs. They're more scientifically based, laboratory based, and they don't have time to be holding press conferences and talking to people and being responsible for giving everybody their damn results. So what they've done is they've organized with the USADAs of the world, the VADAs of the world, you know what I'm saying, to allow them to collect and be responsible to collect these specimens. They have security elements that they put in there. You can watch Rachel Donaire's actually put out a video that's on right now, showing Nonito Donaire going to the testing to show you how strict and tight the security is for it. And they're responsible of getting the specimens to WADA Labs, and WADA Labs processes, gives them the results, hands them over to VADA. VADA communicates back to the fighters through documentation. Here's the results on your situation, and it communicated to the athletic commissions.
And one more thing I would like to add. One more thing I'd like to add on that. Just for the record, it doesn't have nothing to do with nothing, but Victor Conte worked with every agency in the United States. He worked with USADA, WADA, and VADA. So There's no, he's just linked to Bob. He worked with everyone.
Yeah, I see. A lot of stuff y'all just said I did not know. That's why I asked. Somebody else can go because I'm real simple with this. Listen, I don't know if 365 is real, but me personally, I believe every fighter in the sport of boxing should be getting tested. If 365 is real, then every fighter needs to be on 365 year round. I don't care what it is. All fighters, you could lose your life in that ring. Ain't no cycling on and cycling off. I think all of these fighters should have random testing. We people at jobs, regular jobs that don't make a quarter of what they make, got random drug testing all year round. As a truck driver, they can pull me in at any time and
that
take my
clearinghouse, right?
Whatever the
That
case
clearinghouse, your name pop up,
and it stays in that clearinghouse. If I go get another job, somebody runs my name, it will pop right up and tell them whatever I was dirty for. So ain't no way these dudes making millions of dollars and they should just be ducking tests and all of that bull crap. And far as Devin and Terrence and all of them is concerned, if them dudes ain't pop dirty, you will never hear me accuse them dudes of cheating. I don't get into that. I've been on platforms and I've heard other content creators speak about that. And when they speaking about that, I tune it out. If it don't apply, I let it fly, man. Plain and simple.
Clay, you want to elaborate on 365 with UFC for everyone?
Yeah, so 365 just keeps you in a very simple. It keeps you inside of a pool, just like the clearinghouse. I'm glad you brought that example up. That's exactly what 365. It's a pool, and it's a pool where all the fighters that are in the pool, in order for you to fight in UFC, you have to enter into 365, which means that we can test you at any time of the year. You could be barbecuing. You could have you don't have to have a fight getting ready to go. You got to be in the pool. Matter of fact, we can go back and Echo's in the building, and I know he follows MMA to a certain degree, right? And we're aware that Conor McGregor, they're waiting on him to get into the pool to be in a conversation to fight. He can't even be in the conversation of contracting a fight or putting a fight together until he's been inside of the 365 testing pool for a certain amount of time. I want to say 30 to 60 days, but I don't know the exact number. Don't quote me. But you have to be in that pool for a long time. Brock Lesnar, a WWE fighter who took steroids, everybody knows, couldn't get back into fighting in UFC because he had to be able to get off. He had to be in the testing pool for a certain amount of time, and he couldn't do it because he'd be popping positive because he's on steroids so he can compete in the WWE. You know what I'm saying? That he has to be able to be clean for a certain amount of time. So 365 keeps you tested year round. Now, here's the issue. It costs money to do it, and the fighters have to pay the money out their pockets. So what fighter is going to voluntarily pay to be inside of a 365 pool and they don't even have fights coming up? Boxing is different in that way. They're not consistent. So at the end of the day, that's one of the pluses that Turkey Al-Sheikh and Dana White and those guys are going to bring to the game as far as with this TKO situation is you're going to see these fighters being 365 there because Turkey's going to pay for it. The organization is going to pay for it. But in order, there's a give and take, right? At the end of the day, the pay might be, so many different things. We got to see how they turn out. But that's the issue with 365. It's expensive, bro. And if you don't have an organization that's going to sit there and finance it, then it's hard to force a fighter to put that kind of money out of their own pocket to keep themselves in a pool, and they're not even active. And when you look at fighters today, they're fighting once. How do you think a PBC fighter right now would feel having to pay out their pockets being 365 and they're not even fighting?
I think that should be a part of the promotional company or them sanctioning bodies, them fees that they getting. They should be paying some of that money towards testing.
No doubt, no doubt. Shout out to the Cardenas in the building, putting some more color in the chat. I appreciate you, King. Thank you. Says Bonds or Marion ever pop dirty? They were with Victor Conti. I don't know.
Yes, Bonds, no.
Yeah, Marion popped. I don't know if Bonds did, but with that big old head, I don't know if you needed to pop him on the test. It kind of clear what he was doing.
Well, Bonds was on the documentary. I don't know if he was. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, they never mentioned it.
I think Bonds popped, by the way. But,
no, he didn't. He never popped. No, never. So hold on. So I hope that answers your question on that being legit with the 365 because the UFC is actually fully involved in it. So it is legitimate.
They pay for it.
Right. But I'm just saying, he's asking if it was legit or real because he wasn't sure. So I just hope that answered this question.
So what does out of competition testing mean?
There's no such thing as out of competition testing with VADA, with what's
365
program?
No, with VADA, but with 365 there is.
There's what they do is they still take all the same drug. They measure all the same recreational drugs and steroid use or any banned substance that they can't put in their body. All that stays on the list. Nothing comes off. Out of competition means that they may not test for a certain supplement, and they may test for just like marijuana, other uses of recreational drugs in their system that they're banned from. But if it's in competition, they're not allowed to use certain supplements during that time period, and it's found in their system, then they're docked, obviously, for that. But VADA actually 365 is year round, all the same tests year round. There is no difference.
Oh,
Yeah, I like to add something real.
Wait. I just want let me speak on this one last thing also. Okay, so I get it now, right? So what we're basically saying is Victor Conte got bonds through that he was clearly on steroids but never popped on a test. I like that, right? Let me ask a question though. Is Victor Conte, you guys honestly believe that Victor Conte is the only one who knows how to do this?
So
when Victor Conte admits to being able to do that, why did he say that? What he's saying is you need to be extra thorough. You can't allow these guys any space to get out of testing because they can easily cover it up. And what did he say? He's using himself and his example and said, I know how to get around the test. He's basically saying it's easy as hell to do it. He's saying I'm not a genius. I'm not the illest to do it. I'm able to do it. So anybody can do it. The only way to get in front of this is to have these guys 365. Why? Because if they don't know when it's coming, and it can come any time in the year, they're less likely to push it. And what happened in the UFC, by the way, when 365 first popped up? Chael Sonnen popped. I think Mauricio Shogun popped. What's his name? I'm giving a couple of names.
John Jones popped.
Yeah, he popped. He popped. What's my guy's name from Brazil? The striker from Brazil.
Pereira.
Yeah, Echo. What's his name, man? Victor Belfort.
Oh, Belfort.
He couldn't stop popping. His ass couldn't stop popping. You know what I'm saying? And all these fighters who were able to get away with this weren't able to get away with it, and it forced the sport to become way cleaner, and it has become cleaner. 365 works, but it costs money.
Right. We're gonna pause that one, Clay.
I'm gonna skip the Coach Eddie.
Quick, Clay.
Yeah, hold on. We skipped Coach Eddie. We skipped Coach Eddie, so I'm gonna go to Coach Eddie and let him type it in on it.
Yeah, just real quick. Like now, the VADA website recommend that athletes don't take anything. That's what it said. They don't want you taking anything. So if you're taking anything, you're rolling the dice. Now that speaks to, I would say, the individual athlete, because you have testing agencies that doesn't want you to take anything. So you are basically going against the recommendations of the testing agency and taking something. So are these guys on something? Yes, all of them. But if it's illegal, yes, some of them are legal and some of them are not legal. If you're taking snack, you are on something. It just happens to be legal. Let's make that point clear. If you take something outside of, oranges, apples, natural stuff that has a 15-letter chemical in it, you are on something. Plain and simple. If you go to GNC, you are on something. If you're taking a supplement, that means an addition. That means you're on something additionally to what's natural. So all these guys natural? No, none of them are natural. They're on something. They just happen to be legal. It just happens to not test positive. My recommendation is, and VADA does not endorse any supplement company, or they don't endorse it, but snack seems to be a good supplement that you can take that'll give you the benefits of being enhanced without popping dirty. I would recommend all of them take it because it seems to be a good product that you will pass, that you're not going to pop dirty on. And that's just how I look at it. They're on something. If you're taking something outside of natural chicken, fish, beef, apples, oranges, bananas, natural products, you're on something. It just happens not to pop dirty. It's not.
And by the way, I think clearly the results speak enough where a lot of athletes don't give a damn what people think about Victor Conte. If they're willing to get in bed with Conte to take snack, that means the benefits are so great. I don't even care about the stigma behind it. You feel what I'm saying? The stigma I don't even care because at the end of the day, as long as I can get in that ring, compete, and not pop for anything on that list, that's all that matters.
Right.
Results. It is what it is. You know, anybody using snack versus somebody who's not using snack, the person not using snack has the same access to using it as the guy who's using it. That's on you to decide where you stand on it, bro. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, if we're not going to put weight and give credibility to the test, and we're able to give people jackets of using performance enhancement drugs, legal performance enhancement drugs, why even test them? Why don't we just use the eye test and look at people and be like, you look like you do? And I mean, why are we even doing the testing if we're going to discredit the results of tests and tests need to be there before we can give anybody any type of jacket like that?
And Clay, can I add something else to it real quick? Not just the PEDs, but now it's everything's in question. It's your hand wraps, it's your gloves. Oh, I can look at the guy and tell he owns something. You're like you know, Hamza Sherrod, the prime example. Oh, you look at his hand wraps and his hand wraps were loaded. I mean, this is where this is going. It ain't just PEDs, it's everything.
Moving his thumb. Why he ain't moving his thumb? Why his thumb look like it ain't moving? Like, what are we talking about?
Yo, so good point. My last follow-up question, Echo, we can start with you. So with Francisco Rodriguez testing positive not once but twice back to back in the same consecutive fights, Conor Benn gets suspended by the Commission of England, and Alicia Baumgartner by the WBC and reinstated after serving a suspension. After they found that there was no findings, she still had to serve a suspension for a short period of time. How do we grade the WBC and the commissions on that situation in comparison to the Francisco Rodriguez findings?
See, the thing is, we don't know what Baumgartner was, how it was in her system.
I think it was the same thing Conor Benn had, I believe.
Well, Conor Benn, that was due to the clomiphene, wasn't it?
Right.
But we know now that certain farmers in Europe are injecting clomiphene into eggs. So where do we go from here? You know what I mean? It's like cows are not supposed to be that big, you know what I mean, muscular and bulls, whatever. They're injected with steroids, you know. So what can you do to stop this? You can't, because then you'd be having to test all the food that you eat and ingest. I mean, it's like the UFC. They give their fighters a nutritional pack. Have you seen them when you go to the fights?
Yes.
They get all the vitamins and minerals and whatever. But I'm sure a lot of the fighters nowadays are getting blood tests and getting to know if their FGF21 is high, or their hemoglobin, is good. You know what I mean? All these things, and obviously you can supplement that. But when you've got somebody supplementing stuff, that shouldn't be in there, how do you stop that? You know what I mean? Because obviously, if you did 365 testing, it's very easy for people to cycle on and off, because you can get the benefits of a drug for 2 months. You can, especially for building muscle, for sure. You know what I mean? So, and then you don't take it for whatever, another 3 months, and you fight 6 months later, it won't be in your system anymore.
Right.
But the thing is, what it is with the blood tests, they're not as good as the hair follicle tests, and they're much more expensive, and they stay in the system, but I think 3 to 6 months longer. That's why Canelo did the hair follicle test to prove they never did the clenbuterol before.
Yeah,
right.
But the thing is, though, clenbuterol is in an inhaler.
Right.
So where do we? Even the IOC, right, the Olympic Committee, they won't allow caffeine. They won't allow certain things. What's his name? The runner. What's his name? I'm trying to remember.
Like what?
No, Johnson.
Trying to think who else. What runner?
You talking about a famous runner, or you talking about?
Yeah,
Usain Bolt?
Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis. I said Carl Tom. Yeah, Carl Lewis.
Yeah,
That's right.
he was.
Rain.
He was flagged for having nasal thing.
Yeah, I definitely confused him with the R&B dude.
Same as Joe Saunders. That was a nasal spray.
Right.
Okay.
So where do we draw the line?
Right.
I can take clenbuterol. I can do an inhaler, and I won't pass the test.
Right.
Does this make more of an argument for? And I know people don't like to talk about it, but this Wild Wild West boxing that we've been dealing with, acknowledging that this is a combat sport and that people's lives are on the line, might we consider the idea that we need to concede to the idea that we need to be willing to, that we need structure in this sport? This Wild Wild West idea is that Turkey Al-Sheikh, Dana White, they're the first of Nick Khan. They're one of many who have tried to do it. They seem like the closest to actually being able to achieve it, being that they'd have money. But we might need to embrace the idea of structure, bro. The lack of structure in this sport has left so many openings for so much foul stuff to happen, and we have no answers to this, and people's lives are on the line, right? Organized sports provide protection for these players, not only so that the playing field is even, but also to protect the well-being of these athletes. And here we are back and forth constantly on this performance enhancement drug conversation. And I don't know if we have any answers outside of the commissions and these promotional companies having to take more of a role in controlling the way this testing is happening and financing it as well, and not putting it on the back of these fighters to finance their own testing, because they're getting around it, A, because their money, B, because the benefits.
So it needs to be 365. That's a fact.
Right.
So you can get tested anytime. Then nobody would even try to do that.
Right.
But again,
they could get popped anytime.
Right. So
I think it's some dummies that would still try too.
Oh yeah, but they'll get
stupid people. They think they can get past the test.
Right. But
there's always people that will try to do that.
Right.
To do certain things, that's why they do IVs to get it out of the system, because that ostarine that's released through going to the toilet and sweating, right? That's why a lot of people have had problems with the ostarine, with sharing wraps and things like that, and knee braces and elbow pads, because it transferred through sweat as well. Right. So if you borrowed somebody else's wrap, or like a knee brace or whatever, or you put on the glove that somebody wore, you could possibly get the transference as well.
So Ryan messed up with flies. Okay, cool. We got that.
Well, I wonder why anybody isn't suspicious of Alexander Usyk. It always seems like the fighter that you don't like. I mean, we can do that. We can do that, right? You got a guy who's coming up from cruiserweight. Now all of a sudden he's hurting Tyson Fury. He's hurting Anthony Joshua. He's knocking Daniel DeGraw out cold. Now, I'm not saying he's on anything, but you see how easy it is to start a narrative?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. That's why I'm asking. That's why the question was, how do we compare the results of the commissions and the WBC's findings and suspensions to Francisco Rodriguez, Conor Benn, and Alicia Baumgardner? Because I think that the treatment of it is, they're always going to say it's a one case basis. We treat everybody differently, blah, 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 based on the severity. But is it fair that a guy that popped twice back-to-back fights, why does he get the break over, especially with the WBC, when Alicia Baumgardner got suspended until her findings was relinquished from findings?
So was Conor.
That's why I asked you. Can you and Clay explain to me why the Imam Katiev fight was still put on? That's why I asked you that earlier.
Yeah, that right there, that Imam Katiev situation was so crazy. It's so all over the place. I mean, I don't even know where to begin with that one, right? So, I'm at the point where I just said, you know what? VADA didn't find nothing in there. I don't know how they're running it over there in in wherever he got tested, because it was a weird first time place. I never heard of them before. And I don't understand how they allowed that man to fight 3 to 4 times before they actually.
So from what I understand,
it was that outside place that Matchroom be using.
No, it wasn't that. It was the fact that it was an amateur, or not. It was an international amateur drug agency that did the testing that suspended him. It was not a professional. It was not a professional sanctions. I'm sorry, not agency sanctions. It was not a professional sanctions that suspended him. So if he went outside the country and fought maybe Australia, where he moved to, South Africa, let's say United States or Canada, let's just say, and those guys have their own sanctions, they're not going to voluntarily accept that suspension, because that's more based on the Olympic ruling in the amateur scene of Europe, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Echo can probably answer on that with the IBA. The IBA is more of an amateur boxing association with suspensions and sanctions. And thank you, Ryan Fraser, for putting that in there. It doesn't have nothing to do with the sanctions of Nevada, sanctions of England, sanctions of like whatever state, London rather, or Wembley, if they're hosting those fights. So that changes the landscape of where that landed. Now, should they all respect each other? He found dirty here? No, because he did testing with VADA, and VADA didn't have any finding throughout that time period. So he was allowed to fight because he never tested positive professional, only through the amateur circuits and testing.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, man, it's a deep conversation, man, and it's a conversation I'm not going to shy away from it. I have no problem with talking about it all day, but I am going to say, man, keep that energy across the whole entire board, because it's affecting the sport in a whole, man, and using it as a weapon to weaponize it against fighters who've never popped on test is diabolical, bro, and it doesn't help the sport. And right now, where the sport is in America, bro, the last thing people need to be doing is throwing shade on, like, it don't make no sense, right? And it's just a lack of support, and it speaks to why David Benavidez is fighting and headlining a card in Riyadh season. It speaks to why Errol Spence hasn't returned. It speaks to why Jermell Charlo hasn't returned. It speaks to why Shakur is over there instead of over here. It speaks to why fights are happening outside of here, because we're losing credibility in the space because we're toxic. And we don't know how to build the sport up, and we don't do enough building of the sport. And anybody who wants to share their opinions and say that they don't have any responsibility to sport, I think that's fair to say. But I also think it's fair to say then you're operating as a full-time a culture vulture, and you're a culture vulture, and you're not helping the sport. And yeah, we're gonna out you like that. So be in your right to share your factless, data-less driven, narrative-driven nonsense, and we're going to use our free speech to speak to the reality. You don't like boxing as much as you think you do.
Hey, Clay, can I say something real quick? And just to speak to the culture, because I even see it in amateur boxing. You seeing guys that are trying to get an edge. I see empty Red Bull cans. These guys are trying to get stimulated for them little 3-round fights so they can go out and throw a million punches. I see people they used to take Yellow Jackets back in the day. It was a boxer by the name of Atris Walker. And he died. He had a heart attack. He used to play for UGA. He took Yellow Jackets before a match, and he freaking had a heart attack in the locker room. So they looking for any type of little, whether it's a Red Bull, drinking monsters, Yellow Jacket or whatever across the counter. They're trying to get stimulated for these fights. And I always prided myself. I never took anything. If I wanted, I was all natural: apples, orange, banana, walnuts, honey, stuff like that. Cause to me, it takes the victory. If I got to go out there and get jacked up for the victory, to me, it wasn't honorable. I just wanted to be the best that I could be naturally, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody may not share that sentiment, but that's how I looked at it. So a lot of guys are looking for some type of edge. I mean, back in the day, the cocaine, they used to be a stimulant. Back in the day, you hit a line of coke and go out there and jump in the ring, or maybe have a couple of beers before the match. I seen guys, take a couple of shots, go out there and fight.
That's my guy. But yeah, he did it.
Well, look, guys, listen, we're at the 5-hour, 15-minute mark, damn near. We've been going on as we normally do, marathoning boxing information and having a good time. And it is what it is. I don't know when I'll ever get control of this ish and be able to keep it under some realistic time frame.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it for now. One day I will figure it out. And this
start sending you text messages. That's what I'm gonna do.
Enjoy it while we can. I appreciate all the support. Shout out to everybody on the panel, everybody who hopped up on the panel. Shelton, I don't know where you went, man, but shout out to you. Everybody who's in the panel right now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Please remember to hit the like button if you haven't done it. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that as well. We will be popping off 9:30 in the morning more regularly. It's easier. It also gives me my day to go do things when we're not running it this far in the day. I might pop up later tonight, maybe to talk about fights coming up this weekend and things of that nature, but I might not too. You know what I mean? It'll probably pop up in the morning to talk about the card we got coming up this weekend. We got Oscar Duarte getting ready to fight against Kenneth Sims. That's going to be a great fight. We talk about the undercard, and we could probably speak a little bit more about some other things as well that pop up in the space as well. But I appreciate all you guys, man. Salute to you, Anton. Thanks for the love today in the chat. Shout out to you, Echo. Thank you, Coach Eddie. Shout out to all you guys, man. And of course, my co-host Ray Davis, man. It is what it is, man. It's Combat Media. You know how we carry it. And at this point, we out.
We out.